It's Deneen White, and I am going to be your host for the first two-day Model and Actor Bootcamp for VIP Ignite in 2024. Let me see how excited you are today. Let's see. Let me see the excitement. Megan's like, okay, I'm a little excited. Awesome. Well, I'm so excited to be here today. So my name is Deneen White. I'm going to be your host. Before I formally introduce myself to you, this is what we're going to do. We have some people that are watching us on Facebook. We have some people that are watching us on YouTube. I don't know what you're doing over there. We have agents that are looking to discover people. We have so much going on. So this is what I want you guys to do. If you're watching us on Facebook, if you're watching us on YouTube, I want you to come on over to the Zoom. Come on over to the live Zoom. How do you do that? What you do is you go to VIPigniteSummit.com. I'll say that again slowly, VIPigniteSummit.com. You're going to get a Zoom link. You're going to click on that, and then you're going to come over here and join us. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here for our first two-day Model and Actor Bootcamp of 2024. My name is Deneen White. I'm the president of Talent Services for Truth Management, which is our mother agency. You know what that means? That means that it's my job to make sure that we find the best talent in the world so that we can help you elevate your success as an actor or model. How do we do that? By giving you the tools, resources, and connections that you need to literally change your life. Okay, so before I get started, let's talk about what our day is going to look like. Okay, so I'm going to be doing a presentation right at the beginning. We're going to talk about believing and seeing, navigating the power and peril of beliefs. How many of you know that everything you want starts here? If you believe you can do it, you're right. If you believe you can't do it, you're right. And we're going to talk about that in just a couple minutes, okay? We're also going to talk about the power of voice, using your inner character to make six figures. How many of you would like to use your voice to start earning even more money? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. We're going to talk about that today. We're also going to talk about the tips and strategies for following up with agents and casting directors, the $1 Million Blueprint. How many of you have ever heard the fortune is in the follow-up? How many of you have ever heard that? The fortune is in the follow-up. We're going to talk today about following up the right way. Not like, hey, pick me, me. No. We're going to teach you the right way to follow up. We're going to hear from an actor from one of my favorite cult classic movies, Clerks. He has been in the industry for over 30 years, and he's going to give you acting advice every aspiring actor needs to know, the secrets they don't teach you in acting school. We're going to talk about creating a legacy through faith and comedy and acting as your voice. How many of you know that you can be in this industry and still be a person of faith? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. I know it sounds, if you've been reading the news, you think, no, I can't. Let me tell you something. You can. I'm proof of that. We're going to talk about what type of modeling you qualify for. How many of you here are interested in modeling? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. How many of you are not interested in modeling? If you're not interested in modeling, I'm going to tell you, by the end of the day, you're going to say, you know what? If I can get paid like 5 or 6 figures, like to hold this pen and look really good, are you going to say, no, I'm not available for that? No, you're not. We're here because we want to be even more successful. We're going to talk about the 3 things that will get you signed to an agency. And let me tell you something, they're not what you think. Then at the very end of the day, we're going to have one of our favorite activities, which is called Model Garage. What that is we're going to have Ryan Colby and Alicia Kabak. They're going to come together and they are going to evaluate a couple of the talent today to let you know what you qualify for and whether you should be where in the market you fit. How many of you are like, you know what, I really need someone to like just take a look at me and say, okay, this is what I need. This is where I should go. How many of you could use that? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Good, because that's what we're doing. And y'all, that's just day 1. That's just the tip of the iceberg of what we have for you over the next 2 days. Okay, so how many of you, this is what I want you to commit before I start my presentation. What the commitment I want from you is that you're going to be all in for the next 2 days. What does that mean? Again, I went over this. I'm going to tell you my expectations. So don't type anything in the comments until I tell you what I expect of you. Because when you're doing that, you're committing to yourself. You're not committing to me, you're committing to you. I want you to be on for 2 days. Type a 2 in the comments if you understand. It's a 2-day event. I want you to be fully focused on the speakers. We're not going to be typing away, chatting away in the comments. You're going to be fully focused on the speakers. You're going to take notes. You're going to drink some water. You're going to drink some water. And when I ask you to make a comment in the comments, you're going to. Because I want you to understand something. You're always on stage. Okay? You're always on stage. What does that mean? That means that we're watching what you're doing. I'm the president of Talent Services for Truth Management. Okay? So if I see that you're kind of dipping your toe in the water and not fully all in, I'm gonna question that. Because it's my job as the president of Talent Services, it's my job to help elevate you. It's my job to prepare you, to sometimes have those hard conversations that you don't want to have so I can move you forward. Are you guys available for that? Are you available to have someone in your corner who wants you to be successful? If you are, type yes in the comments. And if you can agree to those terms that I've just given you, type all in the comments, then we're going to get started. Type all in the comments. Okay, awesome. All right. So let's get started. A few minutes ago, I mentioned to you that all of your success starts here. How many of you have like a whole gaggle of people behind you that are like, yeah, you could do this. That's awesome. Oh my God. Like your family's so supportive that you're here today. Like, good job. So excited. But how many of you are kind of like, you know what? I don't have that. You know what? That's okay. That's okay. Alicia Kayback, the co-founder of VIP Ignite, she'll come on and she'll share her story a little while later today. And she's going to tell you, her parents thought she was crazy. They wanted her to go to law school. They wanted her to do. Oh, hold on, Alicia. I have everything muted.
I was just saying my parents still think I'm nuts.
Yeah. My dad thinks I'm crazy too.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what your family and friends think. The only thing that really matters is the belief that you have in yourself. Okay. And I want you guys to understand that everything that I'm saying to you, you have to believe it. And I'm not saying I want you to believe every word that I say, but when I tell you you can be successful, you need to believe that, right? You need to believe within yourself that you can be successful, because believing in yourself shapes your abilities, your persistence, and your resilience. When you believe in yourself, you're going to go further because you know what? This is what I want. I believe I can do this. Okay. And let me tell you something. Research shows that confidence and self-efficacy fuel accomplishment. What does that mean? That means that if you're confident that you can succeed, you will succeed. If you don't believe you can succeed, you can't. You're right. Whether you believe you can or you can't, you are right. So here's my question for you. Why not believe that you can? Why not believe that you can? Like, try it out for a little bit. If maybe you start and stop, you're like stop and go traffic with your career. Why not go for the next 2 days? Just go all in on believing in yourself. And we're going to talk about the deeper psychological and subconscious that goes behind all of this in a little while. But I want you to start thinking, okay, you know what? I believe I can do this. Something else I want you to start doing is start cultivating empowering beliefs. So if you're like, oh my gosh, what if this doesn't work? Oh, what if this does work? Or, oh my gosh, I don't think I can do that. You know what if I can do that? Oh, I can't. Oh, I don't have the money. Okay. How can I create the money? Money is a renewable resource. Time is not. How can I make this happen? Instead of, oh my gosh, I don't think I can make this happen. How can I make this happen? Can you feel the difference in the two energies? How can I do this? Because it's empowering. You're empowering yourself. Okay. Surround yourself with encouraging, supportive people. You have two hands. Okay. In one hand, you have your friends and your family. I'm never going to tell you, hey, walk away from your family. Okay. Because you know what? I wish I had every one of my family members still here today. I'm never going to tell you walk away from your family. But what I can tell you is that in your one hand, you have your friends and family. In the other hand, you have a community of people that support you. You don't always have to bring them together. Oil and water don't mix. You need water, you need oil, but you don't necessarily have to mix them unless you want to make a vinaigrette, of course. So you don't always have to mix them together. Excuse me. So think about that. You don't have to believe your family. You don't have to hang out with them. You don't have to share all of this with them. It's not their business. It's your business to be successful. Sorry, got a little dust in my throat. Something else that will help you is taking action despite doubt. How many of you are here and you're like, oh, I don't know if I should do this, but I'm showing up. I'm just gonna see what it is, right? You took action. That's amazing. Because you know what? You have to take action. Because you know what? Everyone has done something for the first time, right? That first time you started walking when you were a kid. Your family was like, you're gonna fall. When you fell, it was cute. They're like, oh, honey, get up and start walking, right? It's the same thing here. I had a call on Monday with some of our talent. And they were like freaking out about doing one activity I gave them. And I was like, I just want you to do it. And they were like, oh, but Denise, I don't know. And I'm going to call someone now. I have one talent on here. She actually called me the next day. I'm not going to mention your name, but you know who you are. She's like, Denise, I think I'm going to throw up. I can't do this. I was like, you did. You did great. We all have to try something new. Not too long ago, I got thrust 360 feet in the air on a piece of metal connected to two pieces of rubber. I had never done that before. I was scared to death. Alicia and Mike, I think they were laughing at me a little bit because they kind of challenged me to do it. But
no,
you know
we were
what?
Laughing at you a lot, Deneen. Laughing at you a lot.
Yes.
Go on.
But
okay.
But I lived.
And I waved.
And not only did I live, but it was very empowering. Would I do it again? Probably not, but maybe. But the point is that I lived through it. And it was something that scared the crap out of me. But I did it. And for a lot of you, you haven't even tried. So this is your permission to try. Take action. Take imperfect action. I'd rather you take imperfect action and move forward than be like, oh, I don't think I could do it. Okay. Something else. Failure is not a 4-letter word. Failure is not a 4-letter word. The people that are the most successful in life have failed more than they've succeeded. They've just gotten up every time they failed. You have to learn how to turn your setbacks into strengths. Those things that you've overcome in your life that maybe you're like, I don't want to talk about this. Start using them to push yourself forward. The biggest entrepreneurs, they've gone bankrupt. They've not had money at certain points. They've had their friends and family call them crazy. Oh, how many of you have a cell phone? That was a crazy idea. If you would have told me when I was like in 3rd or 4th grade that I was going to have a freaking computer, I couldn't leave work behind because it's always here, I would have laughed at you. That's crazy. That's a crazy idea. Now, this is everything, right? But that was a crazy idea. It used to be your phone. I'm going to date myself here. It used to be your phone hung on a wall and you had to go, you had to like actually like turn the dial for the phone to work. I know. Okay, I got some people here who remember that. Some of you, maybe you saw it in a museum, I don't know. But now I don't even, I couldn't even tell you my dad's phone number. I just hit dad and there I go, right? But I want you guys to think about that. That was crazy at one time and now here we are. And here's one other thing I want you to understand too. Yeah, the party line. So I got in a lot of trouble when I was 18 years old for calling California a little too much, y'all. I know my dad still hasn't forgiven me, but we'll talk about that. I'll talk about that with my therapist, then I'll share that story with you guys later. Here's another thing too, and actually it kind of ties into that. Sometimes you're going to get feedback that doesn't make you feel good. But you know what? The person giving you that feedback, and I'm not talking about the no doubt, the doubters in your life, they're like, you suck, you're never gonna have it. I'm talking about sometimes your mentors are going to give you feedback that hurts your feelings or scares you. But you know what? If you learn how to take that feedback and absorb it and apply it, magical things are going to happen to you. What's the magic? The magic is you're going to grow. You're going to learn. You're going to expand. You're going to get better for it. If you're someone who doesn't like constructive criticism, then you know you're in the wrong industry, because there's going to be a time where someone's going to tell you, hey, you have to lose 10 pounds. You're like, but I'm already skinny. No, you know, that's what you need to do for the job. Or maybe you're going to be like Brendan Fraser. You're going to have to gain 70 pounds for a role. You're like, no, I can't gain 70 pounds. Sometimes you're going to have to do stuff that makes you uncomfortable. And there's two really easy things, okay? But sometimes you're going to have to do things that make you uncomfortable. You're going to have to take action that you don't want to. But you know what? When you do that, and you have the right person working with you, you have the right team around you, you're going to grow. You're going to grow. So I want you guys to think about that. Everything that you need to be successful, it all starts here. So are you guys willing to maybe start changing some of your thought processes, start changing some of your verbal patterns, so that instead of thinking, oh, I can't do that, how can I do that? Oh, they told me I can't. Well, who are they? I want you to start thinking like that. Whenever something comes up, no. Okay, hold on. Like, why am I feeling that? Am I feeling that because I don't believe in myself? Am I feeling that because I'm a little bit afraid? Am I willing to get out of my comfort zone? And I want you to think about this too. And then we're going to move on. I want to share some stories with you of some of our talent that we work with. But every person that is truly successful has gone through something that maybe they wish they didn't have to. Al Pacino used to sleep on the floor of a theater before he became Al Pacino. Like if you look, like Denzel Washington, like he had a lot of pressure to become successful. His family wasn't like, oh my God, this is awesome, right? He went through a lot. When he growing up, he didn't grow up in the best circumstances. He didn't grow up with a silver spoon in his mouth. He grew up really poor. The reason he propelled himself forward is because he wanted to give back. I want you to be thinking about all of this. The decisions that you make, the beliefs that you have, they have ramifications that are larger than you. Maybe there's someone who needs you to step into who you are. Maybe there's someone in your life that needs you to get the guts to become an actor, to go to that photo shoot, to just say that monologue. Maybe there's someone right on this call right now who needs you to take action so that they can have the guts to take action. I want you to think about that. This is bigger than you. If you're saying no to that thing inside of you that you want, that wasn't your decision. You didn't just wake up one morning and see the word actor and say, okay, I want to be an actor. There's a reason. Start thinking about that. Your actions have bigger ramifications than you think. So here's my question for you. Are you willing to be all in so that you can change your life and you can help others change theirs? If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. And I always want you to know that your decisions, they're bigger than you. Because we're not 7 billion people that are all disconnected. We're all connected. So whenever you're saying no to yourself, you're saying no to someone else also. I want you to really think about that. All right. So I know I'm starting really deep here, And I know it's probably like, whoa, it's a little early for all of this, Deneen, but I want you to understand that I take this really seriously. I had every reason not to want to do this. I had a great career. My family thought I was crazy. My dad, my parents pretty much yelled at me. Are you insane? You have all these things. Why would you do that? I'm like, because you know what? I know that there's something bigger out there for me. And I want you to think about that as you're going through this weekend, as you start feeling that resistance, because you're going to feel resistance. What are you going to do when you feel that resistance? Are you going to run away? Oh, thank God I knew I couldn't do that. Or you're going to lean into it and say, no, you know what? I want to be stronger. I'm going to tell you some stories of some people here now who had every reason to run away, but they chose not to. Can you guys see my screen? Give me a thumbs up. Okay, awesome. All right. And I want you to know something too. We're going to get into the inspirational part here. Every one of our success stories started on a Zoom call, just like you're on today. Okay. This is Brandon Hunter. When I had the opportunity to meet him, he went through Alicia's open call and he was a football player in Montana. How many of you know? Okay. And this was before Yellowstone. Okay. Just, I'm putting that little disclaimer in there. Okay. He was a football player in Montana. He was going to school full time, but he knew that this was something he wanted to do. So he came on one of Alicia's calls. I interviewed him. Next thing I know, he is in Las Vegas taking these two photos on the left, right? And then he took a break because he wanted to go back to school. He wanted to get his MBA. He had to go back to Reno. He had a girlfriend that was like, oh, I don't know. She didn't want to share him, to be really honest. She didn't want to share him. He had a girlfriend that was holding him back a little bit. Finally, he was like, no, you know what? I'm all in. This is what I want. This is what I'm doing. How many of you have a significant other maybe like, oh, I don't know if you should do this. I want you all to myself. He had that situation. But you know what he did? He was like, no, you know what? I know that this is something I want to do. Here I am. He had the opportunity to go to New York. He walked in New York Fashion Week recently. I'll talk about that in a moment. This is Masharad. You want to talk about someone who overcame limiting beliefs? When we first met him, he was so painfully shy. He was so painfully shy, but he knew he wanted to be an actor. He knew he's so all in. He's actually in school studying theater in San Francisco. But when he came to us, he didn't have the confidence. We knew he was amazing. Have you ever met someone like, if you only knew how awesome you were, God, the world would be in trouble. That's how it was with Masharad. We met him. He came out to an event that had nothing at all to do with acting and modeling, but he said yes. Because if you want to be successful, you have to learn how to say yes to things that you don't understand, that freak you out a little bit. He said yes. He came out to Chicago to an event. He met a coach. He got his mindset right. Now he speaks publicly. He recently did a public speaking engagement where he spoke to over 200 people about building gardens in San Francisco. He's very much into philanthropy. He was also in New York Fashion Week in the fall, closed one of the biggest shows in New York Fashion Week. These are some of the photos that he took. These two here are from his first photo shoot. These are from Fashion Week, from being in New York, working with some of the biggest photographers in the world. Brandon and Masharad had the opportunity to meet Isaac Mizrahi. How many of you have ever heard of him? Yeah, they had the opportunity to meet him at the only official New York Fashion Week party. This is a photo Brandon took at a casting for New York Fashion Week. This is Masharad meeting with two of the biggest producers in New York City at that same party. This is Natasha. She's 14 years old. When we first met her, she was already signed to an agent. She's been working on her career since she was like 5 or 6. She's been working on it for years. When we met her, Alicia was like, you're already signed to one of the biggest agents in LA. What do you need? Like, how can I help you? And Natasha's mom said, Alicia, I know that my daughter is amazing. And I know that the more people I can get her in front of, the more success that she'll have. We're like, okay. This is her filming, doing a voiceover for an insurance ad. These are her photos from our photo shoot in Miami. And on the right here, this is her modeling in a showroom in Miami. She recently got signed to a SAG-AFTRA agent. Like, actually, I think it was like last week we got the notification. She's 14 years old, but she takes it seriously. They do what it takes. This is Audie. Audie, we had the opportunity to meet Audie recently. Before we met her, she was at a workshop in New York City. Like she went to a conservatory in New York City. She was there for a month, like a little under a month, and she didn't get very much out. She got something out of it, but she didn't get a lot out of it. She came to our event in Miami. Actually, all three of these people that I've shared with, they're all part of our inner circle. But when Alicia met with her, she was like, you need to go all in. Nadi's a part of our inner circle. She's now one of our PAs. She did PA training with us. She has agents throughout the world who are interested in working with her. She said that working with us one day in Miami, she learned more than she did that whole month at that conservatory in New York. And this is Mireya, for my person who was 32, thought they were too old to do this. When we first met her, she was 49 years old. She was interested in getting started as a model. She wanted to try this out. She wanted to dip her toe in the water a little bit. I was like, okay, you want to try it out? Let's do it. She did that. She got on a call just like this. Agent discovered her on a call. Agent reached out to her and she's like, Deneen, he wants to talk to me. What do I do? I'm like, you talk to him. And then he wanted her to sign a contract. She's like, what do I do? I'm like, sign the contract. A couple of months later, I'm watching the opening night of football season. There, her and her husband, like for the NFL shop. She's been seen in New York City on a billboard for Verizon and Apple. She's been in Starbucks ads. One day for Father's Day, a couple of years ago, I went to my dad's house and I was like, Dad, where did you find this? Like literally her face was on my dad's table. I'm like, I can't get away from my job. This is so cool, right? But it all started on a Zoom call. Now, when she first started working with us, she was making like $35,000 a year as a church secretary. Now, her agent will book her for less than $35,000 a day. She recently did an international Yoplait ad, 6 figures for one ad. Let me ask you a question. If you had the chance to make 6 figures for one ad for a couple days of work, would you do that? One or one in the comments. That's what we do. What we do here at VIP Ignite works. And I'm not sharing these stories to impress you. I'm sharing these stories to impress upon you that it can be you. Type that in the comments. It can be me. I want you to actually, after you type that, I want you to type even something a little bit stronger in the comments. It will be me. It will be me. And obviously, I mean, I could talk to you about our success stories all day long. Like we have so many success stories that like I can go through and pretty much tell you probably 95% of their stories, but we have a lot of growing and learning to do. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to have Jemima, if you can drop the link to our Trello board in here. If you guys are like, okay, Deneen, that's cool, but I want to know more. Click on that link right there in the comments, save that link and go back and peruse them later. And make sure you have a cup of tea or some water because it's going to take you a while to go through all of them. And that's just a small sampling of our success stories. So people, oh my God, can this work for me? Yes. Can I do this? I don't know. Can you do this? Do you think you can do this? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments if you think you can do this. I know we're really good at what we do. We have a lot of success stories. I have success stories on here right now. Candace Rayford is on here. I'm going to share her story tomorrow morning. Actually, I might show it later because I might cry. I don't know if I can do that. But literally, like if you would see the growth, when she first, like she knew that this is what she wanted to do. She just kept going. She just kept going. What's the age requirement? We work with people of all ages. We work with people of all ages. So if you are interested, you're in the right place. Just do me a favor. Next 2 days. 2 days. This is a 2-day event. This is just the beginning. It's just the beginning. I like that. I'm saying all this. It will be me. I love that. Because you know what? You putting that out there means that it will be you. Okay, you're 41 and a handyman. That's awesome. You know what that means? There are so many different ways to get on set. You have an advantage over everyone, actually. Stephen, you have an advantage over people. We'll talk about that later too. And okay, I saw the word manifestation. I'm going to talk about that for 2 seconds. Then I'm going to introduce our next guest. Let's talk about manifestation. How many of you here believe in manifestation? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Awesome. I love that. I love that. I'm gonna give you my definition of manifestation because I'm so tired of all the BS out there on manifestation. Manifestation isn't, oh, I'm just gonna sit here and believe. Oh, it's gonna happen. Manifestation takes action. You have to take action. I'm gonna step on a couple toes, then I'm gonna introduce our next guest. So, I'm a person of faith, and if you're not, just hear what I have to say. Jesus performed miracles. I absolutely believe that. Whenever Jesus performed a miracle, there was an action that had to be taken either before or after. There was a man who could not walk. And Jesus went up and he was like, well, what do you want? He was like, Lord, I want to walk. Okay, well, get up and walk, carry your bed. There was a person who was blind. He was like, Lord, heal me. He's like, well, what do you want me to do? He's like, I'm blind, I want to see. He had to ask for it. So you not only have to ask for what you want, but you have to take action. If you just sit here and believe, it's not going to happen. You have to take action. Everything you want is on the other side of you taking action. Type action in the comments if you know that's true. And by the way, congratulations, you're all here. I didn't manifest you all here. You all had to go through a lot of hoops to be here. And I think that's awesome because you know what that means? That goes back to what we talked about. That goes back to cultivating empowering beliefs, taking action despite doubt. It's all right there. It's all right there. You have to take action. You can't wish this into existence. You have to take action. All right. Yeah, no such thing as manifest and chill. Yeah, this isn't Netflix and chill, y'all. We have to take action. All right. Are you guys ready for our first guest? Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, Elizabeth's ready for our first guest. Jalen's ready for our first guest. Are you guys ready for our first guest? Thank you very much. I told you, I need you to bring the energy to our guests that you want brought to yourself. All right, so let me introduce our first guest. But before I do that, let me introduce our esteemed co-founder of VIP Ignite, Alicia Kabak. Okay, so just give me one. Oh, my papers are all out of order. Okay. Hold on one second here. Okay. Okay, Alicia, unmute yourself. So Alicia Kabak is the co-founder of VIP Ignite. She has been in the entertainment industry for over 20 years, and she has helped over 10,000 people, just like yourself, create success in the entertainment industry. She hosted the Israel Film Festival in New York City with the Prime Minister of Israel in presence. She has shared the stage with people like Bill Walsh, Les Brown, Greg Reed. She has done amazing things. How many of you would like a mentor that has done amazing things? If you would, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. All right, Alicia, do you want to say hello real quick before I introduce our first guest?
Hello, real quick. Hello, everybody. How are you?
Fantastic. How are you?
All right. Guys, I really want to express this to you. I mean, it's taken us 20 years to get where we are today, January 27th, 2024. We're going to put in literally priceless, unbelievable information for the next 2 days. So this is a 2-day live event. From the second you get onto Zoom, please know that I'm watching everyone because you are on stage. How many of you guys have ever been on a first date? Anybody ever meet somebody and right away you're just like, yeah, no, something's a little bit off with this person? How many of you guys have ever met somebody and right away you're like, oh my God, I love this person, right? So understand that if you're trying to get into show business, the same way you judge people, imagine a casting director. You're not the only one that wants to get into show business. So make sure you're here, make sure you're present, make sure you show respect. Our first guest speaker coming on is a really good friend of mine. She kicks butt in this industry. I'm not going to give away too much because she's unbelievable, but it takes a lot to get into a room with her. Okay. And we're doing it without you guys having to fly anywhere, pay for Ubers or Lyfts or anything. You guys are doing this all at no cost from your home, from your car, and you're going to get access, proximity to some of the most amazing people on the planet. So everything we're going over, mindset, everything leads to success. Do you guys understand that? So I don't want everybody just coming in with like the tunnel vision. And I kind of want to say this, Deneen, when am I going to get an agent? When are they going to talk about booking work? Why would we do those things and jump the gun when your mindset, you honestly think you can't do it, or your friends and family don't think you could do it? If that makes sense, type understood. I mean, we've had over 10,000 success stories. Does that help you? Yeah. But will it be everything for you in the future? No, everybody's different. So we've got a lot to go over, but the mindset training, it's kind of like clearing the forest. You can't build an unbelievable empire unless the land is clear. Do you guys understand that? So we have a lot to go over today. How to get an agent, what agents are looking for, what constitutes, somebody high fashion. I mean, there's a lot that we're going to go over today. So I just want to make sure everybody's taking notes and everybody's present because you're on stage and I'm watching. So great job, Deneen.
Thanks.
Thank
Awesome.
you.
All right. Are you guys ready for our first guest? Okay, I love the energy. Glad we got that down. Hovland Stillwell is an actor, singer, director, and producer whose work has been performed on Broadway, TV, film, and in voiceover. She was in the original cast of the revival of Fiddler on the Roof with Rosie O'Donnell and Harvey Fierstein, and Les Miserables with Daphne Rubin Vega and Lea Salonga. She has sung live on the Oscars and the Tonys, and has released two solo albums, as well as performing, producing, and directing plays, musicals, and concerts in regional theaters and venues across the country. Her TV and film work includes Ava DuVernay's Selma, Amazon's Crime Story with Mia Sorvino, Magic Mike XXL, Sci-Fi's Santa Jaws, Unreal, CSI New York, and VH1's Single Ladies. She is currently in the popular LGBTQ series BIFL, now in its second season, and starred in the upcoming film Feathered with Dot Marie Jones and Bruce Stern, which she produced with her spouse, who wrote and directed. Together, Team Stillwell executive produced the upcoming thriller Under the Influencer and are on the producing team of the upcoming Broadway show, A Transparent Musical. Hovland has been the voice of dozens of brands, played animated characters such as Raquel in Barbie: Life in the Dream House, Monster High, and Ever After High on Netflix, Miraculous Ladybug, and video games such as Bugsnax, Epic 7, Fallout 4, Far Harbor, Harry Potter, Magic Awakened, and Convergence, a League of Legends story. She holds a degree from NYU and has been a lifelong progressive activist. She now lives in LA and is repped by Vanguard Management. Everyone, please give it up for the one and only Hovland Stillwell.
Hello.
Hi, Hovland. How are you?
I am great. Thank you for that very warm welcome, Deneen. You're so
welcome.
lovely. It's so nice to see some familiar faces and also some new faces. So I always love coming and talking to VIP, as some of you actually in here now are in my current class that I am coaching, which is a voiceover intensive. And we've been doing that for several months, and it's amazing to watch people's growth. So you guys heard my my bio. So, some of you who obviously have been working with me for a while know me better and know kind of my coaching style. But those of you who are new, hello, welcome. I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about, what I do and kind of hopefully give you some inspiration to move forward. I think so much of what keeps an artist going, in my opinion, and I've been doing this for my entire life. I started when I was in elementary school professionally. And so much, I think, what is not really focused on, but is the people that you surround yourself with. And, I know some of you, we all here have big dreams, right? Everybody, if you're in this room right now, you have enormous dreams, and you've probably been told either by somebody close to you or maybe even your own inner fears. You're told like, I'm not good enough. Why should I even try? you know, that's only for people who are fill in the blank, you know, prettier or richer, or they live in a better place, or whatever it is, like all the things that we get in our own way a lot. And I think it's so important. And what I've really love about working with this group of people is the amount of support that's here. And you know, I know like in every class that I teach, and I've been coaching with VIP for over 4 years now. And because I kind of started during the pandemic with VIP, like, you know, most things are over Zoom, although we do have in-person events, which are always amazing. But it's so awesome to see, you know, I'll work with people and in the comments, everyone's like cheering them on, and no matter what level they're at, like in the current class I'm doing in voiceover, you know, there's people in there who have never done voiceover at all. They're interested in it, but really they don't know anything. They, you know, coming into it, they didn't know anything about it. They just were interested in it. And like, that's okay. You have to start somewhere, right? I mean, you have a passion and you have a dream, and, you know, nobody just rolls into life being like, I have my website and my headshots and my reel and like everything ready to go. Like, you have to get it going, right? And I think a lot of people kind of jump in immediately. Like I heard what Alicia was saying before about, you know, when am I going to get my agent? When am I blah, blah, blah? But it's like, you know, people start saying that before they've even taken an acting class, you know, or like, and it's like, well, it is a process, you know. I mean, you know, one of my friends and colleagues, Coleman Domingo, was just nominated for an Oscar. And everyone, you know, we've all been kind of joking with him because he's been doing this for 33 years. And he's like, oh, I'm a 33-year overnight success, you know, because he's in Color Purple now, and he's in Rustin, and, you know, he's his production company just like sold a big film at Sundance. So, you know, his career is on fire right now, but that didn't just happen. You know, this is years of working. This is years of honing his craft, working his connections, you know, all of these things. So it's amazing to see, because by the way, he's like the nicest person in the world. But it's amazing for me to watch people's star rise like that, and to, you know, become so financially successful and artistically successful. But, you know, I've rarely seen somebody just hit it out of nowhere and then have a career that has longevity. And that's really the thing with me. I grew up, to give you guys, and some of you guys have heard this if you know me, but to give you a little background, I grew up in Georgia. I was born in Savannah and then eventually moved to Atlanta. And my mother was a casting director. So this was like, you know, we're talking like the 90s, early 2000s. And Atlanta definitely had a scene, but it was not what it is now. So there were two casting directors for film and TV. My mom was one of them. And there was one commercial casting director who is still a commercial casting director there. That was it. That was the game in Atlanta. But I knew very early that I was interested in acting. And then eventually I started singing, and I was like, I want to be a singer as well. And, you know, my mother basically from an early age, she taught me, and also just because I was around it all the time, she's like, it's not, nepotism is not really a thing. I mean, it is, but it isn't, you know, nobody just hands you anything. You know, if you want to get into this, like, you're going to have to audition just like everybody else is. You know, you're going to have to do the work. You're going to have to be dedicated and take acting classes and be serious. And, you know, then when you go on set, when you eventually get the job, like, you need to be absolutely professional, you know? And so, yeah, so I started, you know, very young. And I think just the main thing is I never really had this idea that anyone was going to like just hand me anything, but I also knew that I really wanted it, and I really, really wanted to work hard. And I also think I had a unique experience in that, you know, I was aware of people who it seemed like, oh, they got this big job or this big movie or something, and then that was kind of it for them. You know, they didn't necessarily keep it going, or, you know, they thought like, oh, well, I've made it. Like, there's this there's this fantasy land of like you making it. That just isn't a thing. Like, maybe it was at one point, but it's not like, oh, you do a movie and then from there, like you just kind of kick back and like everyone just kind of walks you into your next starring role. It just doesn't, it just isn't like that. Like everybody I know who's had a long career, it's because they get really lucky, which is what I did. You know, they got really lucky. They got into a system where people were like, oh, I see you're in the game, you're working, you're good at what you do, you're professional, but then you have to work almost even as hard to get the next thing and the next thing and the next thing because people have a high expectation of you. You know, it's like I booked my first Broadway show right after I graduated college, which was very lucky, very lucky. I was super aware of that. You know, everyone I graduated with was hustling, like on the lines, waiting the equity, long lines around the corner to get into auditions. I was super aware of it, but I used it to my advantage in that, like, I didn't just kick back. Like, even while I was doing the show, I was out there like trying to do concerts and readings and meeting, you know, newer writers and being like, I'll come and read your script. I'll come and participate in this and that, because I was just still trying to like keep momentum going. And that helped me to get like my next Broadway show and other opportunities. So I think that's kind of the thing for me, is that it's so much about, you know, we talk about character a lot, right? Like, I talk in my classes here about building a character and analyzing scripts to build your character, create your character. But there's also your own inner character, you know, that I think can really take you through and can really kind of keep you going. And, you know, to like bring it back around, it's like sometimes you need that community of people around you. You need those cheerleaders when like maybe you're a little bit down, you know. I was talking to a very close friend's little girl wants to get into acting, and they're not a entertainment family, but they're supportive, and they're just like, we want to send her to the right person who's actually going to be honest, and we want to go to the right people. We don't want to just, you know, kind of guess. And so smartly, she came to me because she knew me, just like how smartly you guys have all come here, because, you know, there's a lot of people you can go to who will give you bad advice or false advice, or, you know, just lead you down a not the right path for you. And kind of, you know, the main thing I said when I was talking to this kid is she's very excited, like all of you guys are. And, you know, I know you're all ages. Another thing I love about this, you know, I teach teenagers here. I teach people older than my grandparents here. I mean, you know, this is all over the spectrum. And I think that's so cool, because being an artist is not about age. You know, it isn't about like, oh, well, you have to be young. You have to be, it just really has nothing to do with it. It's sometimes kind of weird in our industry because like the hierarchy really doesn't have to do with age, but there's something kind of cool about that as well, because somebody can be starting out at age 70, you know, but they have all of this life experience that they can bring to their craft. So, and a level of dedication because they really want it. They're like, oh, now I'm going to really do this thing I've been passionate about forever. I love, somebody said teamwork makes the dream work. Exactly. My production company is called Team Stillwell because it's, yeah, my dad was in politics, and his like slogan always was teamwork works. So, you know, so that's, I've really always felt that way too. I mean, first off, just doing anything in life, it's much easier if you feel like you have the support of your friends and family and colleagues. But even more so, I mean, everything we do here in the entertainment industry is a collaboration. You know, you're not out there making a movie by yourself. You know, you're not out there even auditioning now, because almost everything is on self-tape. You usually have to have somebody, a friend or your spouse or your parent or somebody who's there like filming you and reading with you. So literally everything is everything is a collaboration now. And I think sometimes, especially in my like earlier career, when my earlier like adult career, you know, living in New York and just it's such a grind there and everything. And I just was like, oh, I'm really doing this on my own and I have to really do all of this on my own. And over time, I think I've realized like that's really never how it is. It's just not the reality. You know, number one, you can't do it on your own and you need mentors, you need support, you know, you need people, even just somebody like think about when you're having a bad day or something. And if somebody's just like, oh, I like your hair. Like, I like your sweater is so cute. Something that's just like the most dumb compliment or some nice little, or somebody holding a door for you, or just, you know, something so small can just pick you up. And so I try to remember that sometimes in being like, oh, I need to really take that in and also to reciprocate that. Like when I'm out and about in the world, like if I think somebody has, you know, their hair is cute, I need to just say it because you never know when somebody's going to really need that support, you know? So I just super love that about this community, that everybody is just like so pumped for each other and, you know, and just really supportive. And I think that's awesome. So, yeah, so let's see, what else can I share about my life? Um, also like Alicia and Deneen, if there's anything you guys want me to, because I feel like
Do you want me to pick your brain? Can I put you in the hot seat?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you went to NYU. You went to a very prestigious school, spent a lot of money. Did you think that after you literally graduated from NYU, that it was just going to be a piece of cake? Or tell us about the grind. Tell us about what you actually had to go through. Did you have to continue classes? Did you have to invest in your own headshots? What did you do?
Yeah. I mean, I think, you know, yes, it's a very expensive school. You know, most education is expensive, you know, but also you're putting investment into your career, your life, you know. You know, yes, I absolutely had to invest in headshots. You can't, I mean, headshots are just, that's like, you can't do anything without headshots. Everybody is going to say, you know, okay, great. Like, even if they're like, yeah, I'll meet with you, or somebody's calling in a favor or something, it's like, well, let's see what they look like on camera. You know, let's see what they're, and now it's much more like we need, you know, reels, or we need examples of, you know, of auditions or something, some kind of work that they've done. And like I said, you have to start somewhere. Now, one thing I did when I was at NYU is that, you know, luckily we were in New York, and that now this was pre-Zoom, you know, pre like the internet being this accessible, right? I mean, we like, you know, we had the internet, but like it wasn't nearly like what it is now. So, you know, it was like, all right, we're in New York, and thankfully like our professors there would bring, you know, renowned, legendary people to come and talk with us and work with us. And so a couple of people, I mean, the whole way I got Fiddler on the Roof was my first show. Sheldon Harnick and Jerry Bach, who were the two writers of that show, they came down and worked with us when we were doing another one of their shows called Fiorello. Now, I was the lead female character in that show. So, you know, a lot of people just like, it was awesome to have their feedback and have them coaching us and whatever, just, you know, like it's awesome here to have awesome people coaching you. And a lot of people just took in the information and they're like, this is really cool. Now I can put that person's name on my resume and like, I'm done. But I really kept in touch with them. I was like, oh, I'd love to, you know, send you, you know, information when I'm performing. And so I was able to get like their like information, which again, now there's like, we have like social media and there's better, easier ways to reach people. But I just kept in touch. So cut to like less than a year later, I had graduated and I had auditioned for Fiddler and I had gotten a call back, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna send a little note to Sheldon Harnick. And I just sent a note and I'm like, what do I have to lose? You know, I don't have any, you know, Broadway credits at this point. If he sees it, he sees it. If he doesn't, he doesn't, whatever. And I just sent a note and it was very professional. And I said, you know, I loved working with you at NYU and this and that. I kind of reminding him who I was just in case. And, you know, saying, I'm so excited for you guys, you know, having a revival. I love Fiddler, you know, And I have a callback. I hope, you know, it would be obviously a dream come true. Hope I see you at the callbacks. So I get to the callback. It was like my fourth callback. Broadway has a lot of callbacks. It was like my fourth callback for the show. I walk in and I'm meeting like the director, and it's like 20 people behind the table. Like all the producers are there, like 4 people from the casting office. Like it is an audience in this room. Okay. And I'm like, really like, I'm like, oh my God. But also I'm ready. Like I'm prepared. I know my stuff. I'm ready. And it was like nervousness, but also like a confident excitement, you know? And I go in and the director's like, oh, I'd love to introduce you to, you know, these legends, Bach Harnick and Jerry Stein. And so he starts to introduce me, and Sheldon and Jerry like stand up, and Sheldon's like, oh, we know Haviland. Oh yes, hello, it's so good to see you. Yes. Oh, and what, congrats on what, like graduating. I mean, like it was like we were buds, you know, and everyone in the room, like who was just like looking down at they were like, who's she? Like, you know, because I mean, I hadn't had Broadway auditions, but you know, I was very new to this world. I was a newbie, you know, and I had been acting for a long time, but I was not in this circle at all. So it was just such a cool thing. And I ended up, and you know, I did a great audition. I was very prepared. I worked really, really hard. I coached for that audition really hard.
Well, I'm going to just piggyback very quickly. You
Yeah.
were prepared. That
Very
is the key term. So for
Yes.
those of you that want to be actors, what are you going to do when you actually have a real casting? Oh shit, I'm going to need a headshot. I better be prepared.
Yeah.
Because when you go for an audition, even though you networked, even though you went to a prestigious school like NYU, you're now auditioning, and it's you
Right.
against the world. And I love
Right.
the fact that you were talking about going back 4 times. You know, we deal with a lot of like snowflakes, oh, rejection and this. You had to physically live in New York City, bust your butt to even pay rent. You're going back and forth, and you're competing against everybody in your local market. Now that we're on Zoom, kids, there is no local market. It is the entire freaking world. Do you guys understand that? If you understand that, type understood.
Right.
So you're going back and forth 4 times, and the second you
Right.
walk in, you see this
Yeah, and by the
lineup
way,
of people.
Alicia, I still had another audition after this. So that didn't do it. You know what I mean? And so, and by the way, the last audition I had booked a job in this regional theater in Pittsburgh. I was doing a musical in Pittsburgh, and my agents had called like on a Friday afternoon, and they were like, you have another fiddler callback. And I was like, I do? I thought that was like, I thought I just didn't get it, you know? And they're like, no, they want to see you Monday morning in New York. And I'm like, man, I'm like, you know, I'm doing this show at 8 shows a week. Monday was my only day off. I'm in Pittsburgh. It's like a 7 or 8 hour drive from New York. I didn't have a car. You know, I'm like 21, like, you know.
No excuses, guys. You figure it the F out.
Yeah.
Do you guys understand that?
My music director, he was like, oh, I'm gonna rent a car. I have a meeting Monday in New York. Like, let's figure it out. We'll split the driving, we'll split the gas, whatever. And I'm like, and I remember saying to my agent, I was so tired, you guys. I was doing this show and I was understudying the lead character, and I was so tired. I was like, we had just
8 shows.
Exhausted.
8 shows,
you know,
1 day
and
off.
8 shows, and also like rehearsing all day to do the lead character as well. So just tired, you know? And my agents were like, honestly, you're not going to get it if you don't go to this audition. I'm like, they've seen me like 4 times. Do I really, I mean, what else am I going to do? I've done all the material 10 times for these people. And he's like, I'm telling you right now, if you want to book this gig, you know, he's like, you still may not get it, but if you want to book the gig, you got to be there Monday morning. And then I was like, okay, I'll figure it out. And I got off the phone and I figured it out. And we drove after our show Sunday night. We drove all night. We got in, I think I took a 2-hour nap. I got up, put my makeup on. I warmed up my voice. I did the whole thing. I went over there, and I like in the elevator up there, I remember it very clearly. I said a little prayer. I was like, let me just like go in and like dazzle them and be as good as I've been the whole time and more. Like, let's close this deal, you know, and walked in the room. They were all lovely. I did my thing, and I walked out and said a little prayer, you know, as I went down the elevator. And then, you know, the music director who we had driven together, he's like, okay, Tuesday morning, like he had something that night. He's like, Tuesday morning at like 3 a.m. we'll drive back. So as we're driving back, I get an email that like the girl I had been understudying was sick. So they're like, as soon as you get back to Pittsburgh, we need to like make sure you have a costume. Cause like I'd not gone on for this role. They're like, you're going on tonight. We need to like get your costume fitting and do, get all your stuff. And I was like, oh, amazing. I was super pumped, excited. And I'm like sleeping in the car. My phone rings. It's my agent. And he's like, hey. And I was like, hey, like, he's like, how'd you feel about your audition? And I felt pretty good. Like, I'm pumped. I'm going to go on for the role. Oh, great. And they're like, okay, well, cool. Yeah, we just called to ask how your audition went. And we do have some news. And I was like, oh, what is it? And he's like, you booked it. You're going to be on Broadway. And I was like, and I'm like starting to cry. And the music director, he's like, he's driving. He's like, what is it? What is it? And I was like, oh, he was like, oh.
Thank God you got in the car. No excuses. Everybody type no excuses. But I want you guys to understand that she was in a show in Pittsburgh, 7 or 8 hours away. No guarantee between gas and tolls and parking in New York City to then find a ride, to hitch a ride on a 1 day off, 7 hours, probably for a 5-minute audition, and then drive your butt back. And not only, and I kind of want to see this, not only were you kicking ass playing one character in this show, but then you were also the understudy, which meant you were learning all the lines, learning everything, and to learn the stage directions. You were essentially doing like 2 shows while everybody else was doing 1. Right. You guys understand how important that is? But the key term is professional. She was ready. Do you guys understand that? Because so many people, they hold their hand, I want an agent. Oh, does an agent want you? Just, and that's why you're here.
And also the thing, you guys, with an agent, I've had agents since this point in my life. Like I've had agents for decades, but honestly, like agents aren't out there making the connections with you. They're not sitting like all of that stuff. Like I love like Mrs. Maisel. I don't know if you guys watch that show, but like the days of like having a manager or an agent like Susie does not exist. Okay. Like I love shows like that where it's like the agent or manager is like hand holding the actor into an audition and they're sitting in with all their meetings. Like it isn't like that. Like nobody is holding your hand. Nobody is like, they're just not. They have, think about it. They're making between 10 and 20% of what you're making. So if you're not making a ton of money, they need to have like over 100 clients. They have tons of clients. And, I have great managers. They're awesome. I have great voiceover agents. Like all the people I work with are really great and they're hustling for me, but like also I'm hustling for me. I have to hustle a lot for me. And like, that's, they didn't like, even on, this is just one story. It's a good story. And it's like, because, this was like what I felt like really started like the next portion of my career, but, and I've heard that from so many people that it was like that they were like, oh, I was in LA shooting and, I had to fly back in a red eye and then go in and dance for 3 hours. And then, and I was exhausted and it's like, but those opportunities are so amazing because nowadays, especially so much stuff is over self-tape, so much stuff. So, but I hear from casting friends that they're like, oh, we'll send out appointments for people to do self-tapes. And I swear to God, like at least a third of the actors don't even send in a tape. And I'm like, what? Like, what are you talking about? Like literally just get your freaking phone out and like tape the scene, like that just blows my mind. So, it's just to say like professionalism, absolutely. But you really have to put in the effort. And that to me is self-love at its finest, like, yes, I have put in an enormous amount of hours, money, energy, everything I've got into, my passion of acting, singing, voiceover, producing, and sometimes the return is really amazing and really big, like the story I just told. And sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's a very long game. I talk about this in my voiceover class here a lot, like somebody in the class was like, well, how many times do you have to audition before you start booking? And it's like, I mean,
no one could ever give you that exact number.
Right. I mean,
Ever.
it
Four,
also,
five.
and
Like,
also like, even though like I'm at this point a very established actor, established voiceover actor, and I've been doing, voiceover specifically for about 12 years. But, just because I have 3 commercials running right now, but I'm still auditioning for 10 or 15 other commercials every week. And it doesn't necessarily mean I'm even being considered for them. Like who knows if they're even listening to my auditions, but I still have to show up. And by show up, I mean, give my best, like put my best foot forward, give my best audition, still work my butt off. And, and the return is there when it's there. But it's that much more important, you guys, now to have positivity in your life and to have good people around you, because you're not as often able to, I mean, I spoke with my manager recently about this because, they're like, part of their thing is they're like, we love people who are charismatic and actors who can really improv really well, and they're great in a room, and they're not like really shy or whatever. And not that there's anything wrong with being shy, but they were saying like it's such a different world now, because like for somebody like me, I could much more easily close a booking in the room with somebody, because I can just sit there and like shoot the shit with them, and be like, oh, like this and that. Did you see this? And, you have that 2 minutes of connection with somebody that, now most of the time we don't have. So it's even that much more important to work your craft, to to train and to work and to have people around you who support you and who work with you on your auditions, so that your auditions are so good that they can't not cast you. They can't not go, God, maybe like she isn't really right for this role, but like, gosh, there's just something about her. We have to get her in for the next thing that she could be right for. And that's kind of, I think, I mean, there's many ways that the industry is changing, but I think that's kind of one of the ways, is that there's just less interpersonal. So you have to put yourself in situations like this, that there is interpersonal, we're all looking at each other's faces in here. And it's very, I mean, you could literally be out there trying to get jobs and just, you never see anybody. You literally never see anyone's face. You're just sending auditions out into the ether. And, not only can that be kind of depressing, but also it can feel a little bit like, what am I doing here? But putting yourself in, and this is why I like taking, I mean, I'm literally after this, I'm like taking a class after this.
So
but
you never stop training ever.
Right.
You're
Yeah.
always in class. I want everybody to type always in class. It never stops.
Right.
It never stops. Al Pacino still has an acting coach. It doesn't stop.
Right.
So
Right.
you were talking about like, sometimes it's kind of sad that like you're not getting face to face with, casting directors, because now everything's going through the ether. Let's talk about voiceover work, because you voice every single time I go on Netflix and I find Barbie, I'm like, there's Haviland. Can you talk a little bit about what it's like to do voiceover work? And do you go into a studio to do that, or do you do it from home? Like, how did that kind of transpire?
So voiceover it's a little bit of both now. I mean, like everything else during the pandemic kind of changed most things. The things that are the same about VO is that we've, ever since probably the past 10 years, pretty much everybody's auditioning from their home studio. So we do talk about that in class a bit, of like, investing in your home studio and when is the right time to do that. And, all of that. Like I've gone from, when I first started, I had no investment in anything. I had a laptop and I recorded on my laptop, and it's like, you do your best, over time, I now have like a super tricked out, like soundproof, great microphone, like all of the stuff, but I worked up to that, and I mean, and you can definitely hear a difference. And like, if sometimes like on my iTunes or something, like it'll like an old audition will pop up and I'm like, oh my God, the sound quality. Oh God, but, you work up to that. So, yeah, so it kind of depends. I mean, sometimes, there's a job that I did that was for the recently for the Billboard Music Awards. I was doing like an announcing thing for them. And it was super last minute. And they were like, oh, it was literally like 2 days before the awards. And, you know, the client and I literally were in it's behind this wall is where my studio is. And we were like in my studio on Zoom recording, like I was recording it, he was coaching me, and I was doing all this stuff. And then like I was literally being the engineer and like, you know, uploading everything with the right specs and all of that. That is something that I am not a super, super tech savvy person, to be honest. So I've had to push, that has been a challenge for me, that I've had to super push myself to learn about recording specs, to learn about, you know, I have to edit all my auditions. And sometimes they're multiple files and they want multiple angles and all this stuff. So, you know, for voiceover and for on camera, that's something that, you know, I've had to really and continue to have to learn. Like when I was in school, they didn't teach anything about that because nobody was doing that. Like they weren't like, oh, you're going to need to learn how to use editing software as an actor. Like that just wasn't even at all a thing. So yeah, so for voiceover, I mean, once you book the job, it really does depend. Like with the Billboard thing, they just were in such a time crunch that they're like, your studio sounds good. Let's do that and we'll work from there. And then sometimes people do prefer that you go into a studio. I always personally, just because I love face to face, I always prefer to go into a studio and work with people face to face. But, you know, sometimes that's not possible for timing, for budget, you know, whatever it is. So, I mean, I think one of the things that I feel like helps me mentally, and also it helps, you know, potential casting people, producers, directors, that I think I really put it out there that I'm very flexible. And you know, that I'm not rigid and like, this is how I work and this is how I have to work. You know, it's like, you know what, like I can work in any environment. I can work with any, you know, like sometimes I in all the years I've been doing this, like there are the most ridiculous working conditions sometimes, just that are like in high during it, you're like, oh my God, it's literally 120 degrees and I'm wearing 7 layers of costume, sweating, and I'm supposed to be freezing. Like, you know, there's just so many ridiculous, or doing intimacy scenes where it's like, there's a, you know, grip, you're like half naked and there's a grip having to reach over you to, you know, and everyone's like laughing because it's so awkward. Like I've just been in the most ridiculous circumstances. And it's like, at the end of the day, everybody kind of loves you for like, you know, just rolling with it and just being like, listen, you know, I'm here to work, I'm here to collaborate, and we'll make it work, whatever it is. Particularly the more I've been working as a producer, and I understand like how many ridiculous challenges come up along the way that, like, as if you were just an actor, you would just never know like how many hoops. Like if you think as an actor you have to jump through hoops, producing is like just constant hurdle that you're just jumping. So, you know, honestly, like when you guys are watching like the Oscars and stuff this year and you see the producers go up and accept the awards, like I'm, you know, even growing up in the business, I didn't fully understand what producers did. And now that I know, I'm just like, give all of them all the awards, because all those people have been working their butt off, often for, you know, what they call like on spec pay. Like they're going to get paid if the movie makes money, or they're going to, you know, if the project makes money, then they'll get paid, even though they put hours and hours and hours or years into a project. And, you know, so it's just to say like, everyone's working hard. Everybody's trying to get their stuff made. Everyone's trying to have a long lasting career. Everybody has dreams. You know, I used to kind of think like, oh, there's people that are like really important people who have like already made it and already have their life is set and they're set financially and, you know, all of that. And, you know, then there's all of us who are just like trying to like get in with these people. It really isn't like that, because it's, you know, I work with Jennifer Aniston on a project and she's like the most successful actress in the world or one of them, like you would think like she has no worries. Like she has, and I even see people at that level that are like, okay, well, but everyone has an expectation of me. Like I can't just go in and like half-ass a performance. I can't have an off day at work. I have to go in and knock it out of the park. Every single take, every single scene has to be fire, So that's what I mean when I kind of said at the beginning of this, like, if you're new, people really there's really no expectations because they don't know you. Once it's like the better you get and the more well known you are, the higher the bar is. You have to keep even working harder and working smarter and working with even better people and surrounding yourself with those cheerleaders and all of that. And very importantly, being a cheerleader for others, it's that give and take. So, I mean, somebody says like, give it your all. Exactly. So, having the commitment, I mean, I think a lot of what I do when I coach, which you guys who coach with me can attest to this, like I'm very much about, Alicia and I are a little good cop, bad cop. I feel like, would you say that?
Which one am I? I'm just kidding. We've been friends. Haviland, we actually met 15 years ago, maybe
I think
longer.
something like that. Yeah.
For those of you guys that don't know, we used to have a radio show on CBS. So Haviland was one of our guests and it was so cool. But again, talk about networking. You got it. This isn't just like, let's take a selfie and let's pretend to be friends. We're legit friends outside of here. And I think it's so important. 15 years in the making. How many of you guys love that? I love it. And I love the fact that you're on here and you're in LA right now. You're working on so many big projects, but it starts with first just getting to know you, seeing your values, your why. I mean, even though your mom is like a really good friend of ours and she's a top casting director, she said to you, I can put you in front of the right people, but you have to do the rest. And I love that because you guys are getting priceless information today at no cost. How many of you guys feel that trajectory just right? You're now on a path to greatness because you're no longer alone and you have proximity to somebody who starred in Les Mis and Fiddler on the Roof on Broadway. And now you do voiceover work and acting and producing.
Yeah. So,
and I absolutely love this.
I love it too. Yeah. I mean, so, when I'm coaching, like I've had a lot of different types of teachers and coaches, and I know to me, I like to meet you where you are. There's so many different levels here, and really in every class I've been in, there's different levels. Even when I've taken acting classes that there's like crazy requirements to get in, you have to have, you have to have casting people. I mean, I took a class where it's like, you had to have like 3 casting directors write you a note to get in. And like, and you went in there and like everyone in the class was like, half the people in there were like famous household name people. And the other half were like just working actors, but like everyone was really good and was like auditioning at a certain level. Amazing experience. But you better bet like everyone was nervous going into that class because, if you're already like a big star and you're taking acting class, like everyone in there is going to expect like all your work that you're coming in to do is going to be amazing, without the lighting, without the hair and makeup, without the edits, like just your straight up work. Like you're going to come in and you're going to be obviously memorized. You're going to have done your work. You're going to be prepared and you're going to show up like ready to get better. That's really the main thing I ask with my classes here. I'm like, show up prepared and ready to work. And I can work with that. Like we can waste time and you can take your 5 or 10 minutes that I'm going to be coaching you in this big group class. And we can just waste time while you like basically do a rehearsal and I kind of just watch your rehearsal. Or you can have done your work outside and put in the effort and put in the work and come and be like, I feel like the work that I've done I've gotten it all the way to where I can go. Now I just need direction. Now I need some coaching. And that is my favorite to work with because I'm like, okay, you've already kicked ass. You've already done your work. You have any question I could ask you, either you have an answer because you've already thought about it, or it's like, oh, right, based on all the work I've done, that even causes me to think more about something else. you know, I don't like to tear people down. It's not my style. I don't, you know, there's plenty of people who are like, you know, you suck and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And like, I just am not like that. Cause I'm like, if you're here, you're wanting to get better, you know, like you don't think you're perfect and don't need any direction. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing with art. Like, nobody is ever, you know, I don't know if you guys like Indigo Girls, but there's this great song that Emily Saliers, one of the Indigo Girls, wrote. It's called When We Were Writers, and she's talking about like the writing process. It's a really good song, but it's also kind of funny. And there's a line that she's like, we will never be finished. Like, it's so true. Like, as a writer, it's like you keep tweaking and tweaking and tweaking, and you're like, you know, and somebody will be like, oh, give me your script when you're finished. And you're like, is it finished? Like, you know, you'll send it off and then you're like, God, I should have changed that one line. Or like, does that scene, should we have cut that scene? You know, and the thing is, with that example, even like when you're on set shooting the thing, it's still going to be changing. The lines are still going to be tweaking, you know? I mean, that's one of the coolest things too about working with people like, you know, like sitting there and doing scenes with like John Hamm and Jen Aniston. Like, those two are freaking incredible to work with, you know? And like, you know, they're sitting there like adjusting things and making it work and working with the writer and the DP and whatever. And it's like things are evolving all the way up to the moment it airs on television. It's always evolving, it's always changing. So that importance, I keep coming back to flexibility, but that importance of being flexible is so key, you know, because I've worked with actors before where, especially like, well, in film and theater, I mean, I did a movie with an actor one time who, I was the lead of the film, and she played a very large part, and we had a ton of scenes together. And I could tell like a few days in, I was like, oh, she's the type of person, like she's memorized her lines exactly in a certain way. Like, you know, she's decided how they're going to sound and like the rhythm of them. And that's how she's memorized it. And that's how she's going to say it, which is like, you know, and the director would be like giving direction, like, oh, let's try it this way. Or why don't you change your blocking a little bit? Or, hey, can we like, you know, kind of you guys rapid fire, like giving specific things, which most actors would be like, yeah, let's do it. Let's play. Like, this is playtime, you know? And she just had such a hard time with it. It was so rigid. Like, that's not how I practiced it. That's not, you know, and it kind of like super threw her off. So everybody was just kind of like, okay, so we're just kind of stuck in like, this is how it's going to be, you know? And I think so I encourage that as well. Like, be prepared for that, where it's like, you memorize the words, but you know, like, you know, and that's definitely in voiceover too. It's, you know, never just decide like, this is the way I'm going to say it. Like, it could be, you know, honestly, there's one spot that I went in for that was Xfinity. It's running right now. It's been running for like a year and a half. And I went in and I swear my agent was like, this is a weird audition, but all they want to hear is ow, OW exclamation point. And I'm like, okay. He's like, just, you know, give like 5 or 6 like ows, like in different inflections. I didn't know what the context was, anything. So I just rapid fire slated my name. Then I was like, ow, oh, oh, ow, ow. You know, like I just kept doing a bunch of them. I booked it. I'm still getting paid for this spot, you guys. And it was a 10-minute session. Okay, this is one of those crazy like blessings. It was a 10-minute session. They had me do like 8,000 ows, and then I was like, ouch, and then I was like, oof, and like all of these different ones that they were just coaching me through. But I went in there and I was like, this is so weird. And like, even like the engineer and the director, they're like, this is so random and so weird, but like your audition was great. The client thinks you're really funny. And like, it seemed like you were up to play and like up to have fun, and like that you would come up with cool stuff on the spot if we give you a little bit of direction. And that's really what that session was. It was just like, I probably gave them, you know, 500 takes of different sounds, you know, and they felt like, then they were like, oh, let's just play, let's just add things. They started just adding things. And I think now like they've ended up using my voice in like multiple spots because they're like, oh, we have so many different options here. So yeah, so it's just really cool. It's a really fun business. And you know, I know that when you're first getting into it, it can seem daunting. And especially nowadays, like, you know, a lot of things are in the process of changing right now. And with like social media being what it is. But the exciting part of that is we do have a ton of opportunities to create things on our own. I mean, you know, I'm sure most of you or all of you know there was a strike for almost all of last year, starting with the writer's strike and then the actor's strike. So most of us really didn't work or even really get to audition much. I was still doing a little bit of voiceover, but you know, from like May until November of last year, like there just was like no work and no like auditions, like there was just nothing going on. But in that time, I shot some short films, you know, and one of which I wrote and produced, and we just finished it, I think, hopefully this weekend. So we're going to start submitting it to film festivals. So, you know, and then another filmmaker who had networked with me from a film festival and met me that way and was like, hey, I've written this thing for you where I play a mermaid. It's really fun. So she's like, I'll fly you up to, you know, San Francisco. And we did this mermaid short. So there was still stuff going on, but that was because, you know, of networking. That was because of like continuing to just want to work and want to do stuff, regardless of if it was going to be a huge paycheck or not, or whatever, just to keep things moving. And during that time too, I just decided, I was like, I'm going to start kind of like casually TikToking, because several of my characters, especially my voiceover characters, are very popular with Gen Z and the generation younger than them. And I started noticing like a lot of sounds that were being used and used and used were my voice, and I was getting zero credit or zero anything from them being used. And I was like, oh, my nieces and nephews were like, oh, this video that has 500 million views is like just a girl lip syncing to you. And I'm like, and nowhere on there do you see my name. And I'm like, they're like, you just need to get on TikTok. So I did. And then that kind of became a whole other thing, which has become a whole new outlet. And now is like, you know, resulting in like influencer deals and like, you know, branding deals and stuff like that. So again, that's just something that I was able to create. Now, in my case, it was based on other work that I've done, kind of flowing into this naturally. But that's, you know, just to say like, you guys have that opportunity also to, you know, make your own stuff. And now, you know, in a community like this, you're meeting people and networking with people who are like-minded, who want to get their careers going, you know, and and not just getting their career going, but like keeping your creativity going. I think, you know, there's two sides to everything, right? There's like the business side, like obviously you gotta make money, you gotta pay your bills, you've got to keep things moving there. But then also there's the creative side that's, you know, you need to keep being creative regardless of, am I getting paid today to be creative or not? You really need to encourage yourself to be creative every day, because like that is gonna reward you in a different way than simply financially. Like that's going to reward like your soul. You know what I mean? Like I'm sure we've all worked plenty of jobs that like we get an okay paycheck or a decent paycheck, but like the job we don't really care about the job. Like we just, you know, it's like, okay, this is a money job. But you know, with creativity, it's like you can get so much out of taking an acting class or something that's just like, oh, this just feels good. Like this just feels like I'm in my flow, I'm in my zone, doing what I was born to do, you know, or what I, you know, or what you're realizing now you want to do. Like, I think that's so cool. And it's so brave of all of you guys to, you know, to be here and to put yourself out there and to acknowledge that you have a gift and that you want to answer this part of your calling. And so, you know, there's plenty of people in the world who will tell you, you know, to just settle to just settle for whatever is good enough or this or that. But, it takes courage, and it takes a lot of courage to be like, yeah, no, I want what I know, and I know I should be doing. I want to really pursue the thing that I know, even though it might be hard, it might not be like the easiest. I still want to pursue it. So I'm here. I am here for you guys, and I know I'll see some of you in my next VO class, and we have more stuff coming, which Deneen will tell you all about later. But yeah, it's going to be an awesome year, and I'm excited to be working with you guys.
Well, we're excited to be working with you, and thank you so much, Haviland. I was listening behind the scenes, and so many times I think, like, I've had those money jobs too. Like the job I had before this, I was like, oh yeah, I'm good at it. I make money, but oh, this doesn't serve my soul or my bigger purpose. And I love that you are always moving forward with that, but then you're also growing too. Like, thank you so much for being a great example for all of us, that you have to keep growing and evolving. And I love that. And I love the TikTok story too, because I remember when we were in Beverly Hills, one of our channels was like, my daughter's such a big fan. It was like such a great moment.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. And that's become a thing too. Like I was at the mall a couple weeks ago, and there was like this group of like 13-year-olds, I'm guessing, like walking through, and like, I literally, like, one of them was like, like because I was bullied as a kid, I'm like, oh, why is that girl laughing at me? And like, I was like, oh my God, it's TikTok, and they were like getting out their phones and stuff. I'm like, oh my God, it's the TikTok thing. Like the children, they love the TikTok. But it's just to say, like, lean into the thing. Like, this is what I'm working on. Like, lean into the things that are giving you positive feedback. Like, lean into the things that make you happy. Invest in the things and the people and the activities that make you happy and fulfilled, and, and where you make other people feel good. Like, that gives me a lot of joy, knowing that, like, I make people laugh there, and it's funny and it's silly and it's entertaining. And like, that is joyful for me,
That's awesome. Well, Haviland, thank you. So I know you have to get to class too. She's telling you always be in class. Literally, she has to go right from here to class. So
yeah,
thank you so much for being here today. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you for all much.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys. Have a great rest of your weekend.
You too. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. How awesome was that? Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much did you just learn? Oh, 10. Okay. Like, woo, awesome. Elizabeth, you're my vibe person today. You're right in the middle of my block. So I'm like, oh, love that. I love how every time we do one of these boot camps, there's my vibe person is like always shows up. Reginald, you're a total vibe today too. So don't take it personally. I know you can't see my thing here. Awesome. All right. Well, we're going to keep this going because we understand that, I understand that time is your only non-renewable resource. We want to make sure that we're making the best use of our time, correct? So let's talk about how many of you now have a little more belief in yourself because you just learned from Haviland. Like, how many of you, if you have more belief in yourself, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. And I want to ask you that as we go through the day, how many of you get a little more belief, Like, we're layering this. It's like the lasagna effect. Alicia likes to call it the lasagna effect. We're layering knowledge upon knowledge upon knowledge. So what you're going to get is we're laying knowledge upon knowledge upon knowledge. You're going to get the confidence. You're going to get more belief. You're going to start saying, wow, you're going to start thinking differently because you're like, wow, you know what? I can do this. And that's our goal for you. All right. So I'm going to introduce our next speaker because we're going to keep this going. Are you ready? Hold on. I need energy. Every syllable. Are you guys ready for our next speaker? Yeah. Drum roll, please. I love it. Awesome. All right. So our next speaker is Michael Famkin. He is a visionary entrepreneur and investor who has founded and funded companies across entertainment, technology, and social impact sectors. As a Broadway investor and producer, he has been honored with over 38 awards, including 6 Tony Awards. In 2013, he achieved the rare feat of winning the Tony Award for Best Play. Beyond Broadway, Michael is the founder of Truth Management, one of the fastest growing talent management firms in the USA. Through Truth Management, Michael has empowered models, actors, and musicians to unlock their potential and connect with top influencers in the entertainment industry. His firm has catapulted talent into major TV shows, film, and fashion shows. An innovator at heart, Michael has over a decade of experience pioneering new techniques in online marketing and brand building. He is regarded as an expert in leveraging digital platforms to build influence. In addition to his entertainment and business ventures, Michael has dedicated himself to social impact programs, including Operation Underground Railroad. Through strategic partnerships, his initiatives have helped rescue over 3,500 children globally from sex trafficking. Michael Fonken's unique synthesis of entrepreneurship, entertainment, marketing, and philanthropy make him a one-of-a-kind business leader. His ventures span industries, yet are united by his core vision of empowering people and ideas. Everyone, give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Michael Fonken.
Hey guys, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
All right, good. All right, guys, you guys are in for this weekend's a really great weekend. We have some really great people coming up today, all day, and then definitely tomorrow too. So make sure you're here for both days because everything we go over kind of like builds upon step by step. So I'm going to keep the ball rolling because I have a lot of information to go over with you guys. So I haven't seen you here since the new year. Happy New Year. And let me pull up my screen. Okay, here we go. All right, so first of all, we're gonna go over a lot of stuff over the weekend about modeling, about acting, agencies, literally the A to Z of everything that you need to be successful in the industry. Like literally, if you take in-depth notes and you really pay attention on everything we're doing, it literally is providing you for a blueprint. So what I'm going to go over today is like I always like to kind of start off sometimes with like the results, right? Like what do you do once you reach that certain level of success? Like what are the next steps and so forth. So what I'm going to kind of do is I'm going to start off with kind of like where I want you guys to be, and then we're going to kind of work our way backwards throughout the weekend. So with that thought in mind, and if that's like, Mike, that sounds crazy, don't worry about it. Trust the process. We know what we're doing here. We've been doing it for 18 plus years, so we're really good at it. So what we're going to talk about next is going to be tips and strategies for following up with agents and casting directors, the $1 Million Blueprint to fame, fortune, and living the dream life. And just to make sure that you guys can all see my screen. Reginald, can you see my screen? Just give me a thumbs up. Perfect. Okay, good. All right. Thank you, buddy. All right. So we're going into the matrix, guys. So get ready. Got a lot of information to go over with you today. So the first thing is when following up with casting directors and agents and so forth, there's a difference between being persistent versus insistent. When it comes to following up with agents and casting directors, it's important to strike a balance between being proactive and respectful. So it's really important, like when you have the right tools, the right resources, the right training, people will be magnetically drawn to you, right? And a lot of times when people first start out, they're very eager, they're very excited, and sometimes they get to be a little bit insistent on getting seen and so forth. So you want to be persistent and just, for a lot of our talent, sometimes, especially we do live events. We've been doing live events, for over 18 years. For a lot of our talent, sometimes it's a matter of being seen a few times, right? Sometimes that agency wants to see you and they're like, okay, great. This is somebody I can work with. I don't have an opportunity right now in front of me. But then all of a sudden, 2-3 months later, there's that opportunity that pops up. So I kind of want you guys to understand that, like, never believe that there's not an opportunity. It's just a matter of being persistent with this. Okay. And we're going to kind of go through over all the steps and so forth. I'm going to give you guys a lot of tips in this presentation today. So always maintain a professional and respectful tone in your follow-up communications. Avoid being pushy or impatient, right? So it's always nice to be polite, right? You'll catch a lot more bees with honey than with, vinegar, right? The old saying. Learn to speak into other people's listen. That's a really important one. A lot of times, when you're a talent, right, there's the conversations you have on set or in the audition room with other talent, right? They're kind of going through the same world that you're going through. They're going through the same steps. They have the same pain points. They have the same excitement levels. that's one type of listen, right? The issues that go on, you know, the conversations you may have at work is different than the conversations you have at home with your family or your wife or so forth, right? Each person has a different listen. So it's the same thing. What you need to start thinking about is, how do I speak into an agent's listen, a casting director, a client? Each one of them is going to be completely different to what they're looking for and what they want to hear, right? Like a client's really, they're talking to your agent, right? So they're saying, okay, how is this person? Do you think this person can play the role? Do you think this person has a strong enough, training and so forth? Do you think they can handle it? Do you know what their schedule's like? Are they going to be able to be away for 3, 4, 5, 6 months? Right. So clients has one type of listen. An agent, it's going to have a different type of listen. So you need to start kind of thinking about, okay, how do I speak into that other person's listen, right? What is it that they want, right? What is it that they're looking for? It's not about what you're looking for, right? When you change your story and you change your words, things will change very rapidly, right? It's figuring out, how do I appeal to this person, right? Because at the end of the day, everyone has their favorite radio station. And I learned this a long time ago, probably over 20 years ago, right? And it's called WIIFM. And it stands for, the acronym WIIFM stands for What's in It for Me, right? And what it references is the underlying motivator that drives people, the logical and reasonable questioning of what someone can gain by taking a certain action. So, right, so you got to think about, like, for an agent, what is it they're looking for? They're looking for quality talent. They're looking for talent that they know are able to be booked, that is able to bring money in. Tanya always likes to say when she comes on calls, she sees talent as dollar signs, right? What is the value of that person, right? There's a dollar sign on Tom Cruise, right? He has a certain dollar sign because he has such a career track record, or a Denzel Washington or something. So again, you have to realize that when it's, just the way you are, well, I need the job. I want the job. Okay, great. What is it that they want? When you kind of start switching it and realizing that everyone has a favorite radio station and combining that concept with talking into people's listen, it makes you a lot more attractive. It gives you a lot more charismatic personality, and it gives you a lot more power, especially once you're in proximity to the right people. So WIIFM is based on human nature, right? Everyone wants to gain something positive by doing something such as, financial rewards, right? If I invest in the stock market, I want to see it go up, right? Or recognition, right? I'm a performer at the end of the night on Broadway, the sound of the audience clapping, right? Personal satisfaction, right? I feel great accomplishing this, right? You're putting together a Lego set with your kids or something, right? It's human nature. It's what drives people, or tangible results, right? When we start our weekends off, right, Deneen always goes over success stories. She gives everyone access to the Trello board, right? We can see hundreds, if not thousands, tens of thousands of success stories, because that's what drives us. So what drives us is the results, right? We're a very results-based driven company. Everything we do is based upon results. We invest in Broadway shows. So there's expectations of the results of a profit being made on a show, or investing in a movie, and the quality of the movie and a return on investment, right? So it's the same thing, right? When you look at it like at that way, and then you start questioning, well, how do I make that happen? How do I bring something to the table? I didn't know what to bring, but I brought this, right? So when you understand, it's just human nature. That's all it is. It's not that somebody's out to, get something over, right? It's about what people they just are driven this way. It's just what's built into people, right? Strive not to be a success, but rather to be a value, right? Albert Einstein has a little AI created image of Albert Einstein if he was an actor, right? So it's strive not to be a success, but rather to be a value. So when you start saying, what kind of value do I bring to set? How do I become the best type of person on set? How do I become the best type of person to work with an agency and so forth? You guys all saw, Haviland when she speaks, right? She's a phenomenal speaker. She does voiceover and acting. She's a producer now. She's producing a Broadway show, right? So she's built up this career, and you feel it, right? If you were a client and you were looking for somebody, blonde hair, blue eyes, with that type of look, for a role, you would feel comfortable, right? You don't even have to be a casting director or an agent. You just feel her presence, right? She's built that up. This is not something she was born with. This was something that over time she's learned to do, right? Her mother's a very successful agent based out of Atlanta. She actually created the entire Atlanta market So when you see, Disney movies and all these different, films and TV shows and so forth shot in Atlanta, you can thank Haviland's mom. So she's grown up in that world her whole life, right? She's very influential, but she's learned, she separated herself and she's able to do great things on her own, right? So you feel that in her. So you don't want to help losers, right? You want to help winners win bigger. And that's, and sometimes when I first heard that, I was like, but I love helping people, right? I go to church every Sunday. I love giving back. When we host events, we'll always do sponsorships for, feeding the homeless and, Ronald McDonald House. And we've done all these amazing things. We have a big event planned. I'm actually going to be announcing the dates in a few weeks in Cancun, Mexico, later this year for our Rising Star Academy, which is our online training program, where you get to work with people like Haviland and so forth. But we're doing this thing where we're going to be going there and helping build a school for arts and entertainment, right? So there's a difference between helping people who are actually in need versus helping somebody who's chooses to be helpless, right? So people want to surround themselves with winners. They want to help winners win big, right? You guys are all here. You guys are all in the winner's circle, right? You showed up, right? You got up early, you took a shower, you got dressed, you had breakfast, you're taking notes, you're excited, you're engaged. So you always want to remember something. When you become successful, part of your moral obligation is to help others, right? To be able to give back and to help people who may not have the same opportunities that were granted to you, right? A great story is being able to overcome obstacles, right? For those of you who had the opportunity to, read Finding Fame, you saw some of the obstacles the company had to overcome. And people love that story of the person who's the underdog and they achieve greatness, right? They achieve something that people didn't believe in them. And I want you guys to realize that, like, the people who don't believe in your life, that'll become a part of your story. When I first started, people didn't believe in me. My own family didn't believe in me, but I still achieved this. I still overcame this. So I want you guys to understand something. People want to help winners win big, but they don't want to help people who just don't want to help themselves, right? People who are just always consistently making excuses or whining, or they're stuck in their own echo chamber because, even a drowning person, if they're not willing to be pulled out of the water and to work with you, they'll just pull you under. And it's something, it's really powerful when you realize that, to start separating the people in your life that you just know are not going to change. One story I like to always tell about my cousin, one of his closest friends, his name was Russell, great guy, grew up in Queens. Man, every day after work, he used to like to hang out at this Dunkin' Donuts. He was like 20 minutes from New York City, and he was never in New York City in his entire life. And it was really interesting. We always kind of joked about that when I was a teenager. But like, I don't know, 20 years later, me and my cousin were kind of riding around. We went back to see the old neighborhood, drove by that Dunkin' Donuts. Guess who was still sitting there? Russell. Like, he just never left it. Like he just went to work, went to Dunkin' Donuts. That was his life. And so, something like that, like, they're holding you back, right? My cousin chose to go on and do great things and so forth, right? He became a police officer and a sergeant and all these great things. So I just want you guys to understand that, the difference between the two, because it's really important, okay? So people are generally motivated by self-interest and are more likely to engage with or support something if they perceive a personal benefit or value in it, right? I want to help you get signed because there's a benefit there. It's a success story. It helps the company grow. It's the same thing with an agency or a casting director. They want to help people when they know it's also going to help them, right? You're the right person for the job. It makes my agency look good. It makes the casting director look good. Then the client's happy and then they refer more business, right? So same thing, right? Speaking into people's listening, understanding human nature on that. Casting directors have the important task of conceiving and executing the array of to-dos involved in hiring talent, right? That's their job, right? They're very busy, whether that's searching for a specific look, communicating with agents, negotiating terms and rates, or getting someone paid, okay? It's a big job that takes a lot of time, focus, and patience. Okay, agents are no different. They work tirelessly in finding you opportunities, right? For those of you not familiar with the company, we own a company called Truth Management. We started now, I think it's going to be going on 4 years. We're a mother agency, so we represent talent. We place them with larger agencies. We get them out on different opportunities and so forth. We give them a home base, right? So they have that representation, right? Very successful, very good at what we do. We'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow, right? Now, before we get started, this is the most important part. Okay. you need to have a plan, right? You really need to have a plan, okay? You know, so many times I used to like to say, you know, we'll jump off the cliff and we'll build the plane on the way down. And it's possible, but a goal without a plan is just a wish. You really have to have a plan. Because if you don't, right, I like to call it interstellar confusion, right? Imagine building a Lego set with 7,541 pieces, but without instructions, right? You'd start off feeling like a confident architect, but you'd end up like a confused squirrel in a hardware store, okay? Everybody's laughing. Problem, that is how aspiring talent go day to day, right? So for a lot of people, you don't realize it, like you just don't have a plan, right? And it's good that you guys are here because you're learning. Remember, we just started. This is all today's about foundation, tomorrow's about transformation, right? But again, for most people without a plan, you're just like, well, what do I do? And for a lot of people, it's just, well, Mike, yeah, I got it, but how do I begin? And that's what we're going to learn throughout this whole weekend, right? So having a plan is crucial to success because it provides clear direction, motivation, and a structured path to achieve one's goals. So what I'm going to cover today, right? We're going to talk a little bit about the Dream 100 for models and actors. We're also going to talk about creating a system for success. And then we're also going to talk about the ultimate guide to following up in the entertainment industry. Okay. So you guys ready? If you're ready, give me a 1 or 1 in the comments. There's my good friend, Tony Robbins, right? The one and only. So Dream 100 for models and actors. So the Dream 100 strategy involves identifying and targeting the top 100 influencers, casting directors, agencies, or brands that can significantly impact your career. As a model or actor, create a personalized list of industry professionals who align with your unique brand and style. Develop tailored strategies for enabling engaging with each, such as attending events where they're present, leveraging social media connections. The focused approach can increase your visibility and chances of landing impactful roles or modeling assignments, okay? So first thing we have is what's called IMDb Pro, right? So this is what we use. This is what a lot of our talent will use and so forth. Pretty much any agency in the world will use it. It's an Amazon company, right? So it's owned by Amazon. A lot of you guys are always confused about like, but Mike, how do I find castings? How do I find information? I see, everything I see online, it's fake and so forth. Yeah, I agree. So you need to go to the source, right? It's like a business. There's what's called SAG-AFTRA for actors. So it's the Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Radio and Television Advertising. We'll talk about that tomorrow, but that's called the union. A lot of you guys probably heard about the strike and so forth, and the strike just ended, right? And everyone's getting back to work. So there's a lot of opportunities right now in the industry that will continue to be, with the explosion of streaming television. There's so much content. There's more content now than ever, right? And it's just going to keep growing and growing and growing. But these types of films and movies and TV shows, they don't advertise online. They're not looking for newbies. They go through agencies, right? They go through casting directors, right? Those types of jobs are never posted online, right? They're done through what's called breakdown services. So it's actually it's something agencies will only have access to. So you have to be like a licensed agency to have access to it. For the SAG-AFTRA jobs, you have to be a SAG-AFTRA franchised agency. Tomorrow, you guys will get to talk to a SAG franchise agency. So this is somebody who has access to these jobs. When you see these jobs online, you know automatically they're fake because they can't be posted online. It goes against the principles. It goes against the rules to be able to have access to it, right? It's that simple, right? And SAG now, they just put out a ruling where, like, for a lot of these sites that charge money for castings and so forth to have access to that game is over. Like, that's not allowed anymore whatsoever. So yeah, you guys should celebrate that, because now that means anything you see, 100% that it's not real, right? So now how do you overcome that, right? You're like, Mike, but I'm brand new. How do I overcome that? Great, I'm going to teach you. So I'm going to teach you guys what I do. So as an agent, when I'm sitting down with Ryan, right? So I'm going to take off my Mike, event hat. I'm going to put on my Mike agency hat, right? I just started a brand new agency and I need to know what's going on in the industry. So I'd go to IMDb Pro, which like I said, is owned by Amazon. And you do have to pay for it. It's a pay for service, right? So I have a paid account. I think it's like $80 for the year or something like that. So, it's worth it. I'm going to show you guys why it's worth the investment for that. So you can see here's Creative Artist Agency, right? So I can log in and I can pull up any agency in the world. Like I can pull up every legitimate agency. I'm going to be able to show you guys how to pull up productions and so forth. So what I'm teaching you guys here is how to build a Dream 100. So I want you guys to say, okay, Dream 100 is, to give you the exact from my definition, is this is what my goal is. My goal, if I was an actor, honestly, my goal, if I was a full-time working actor, my goal is I'd want to work in a movie with like a Denzel Washington. I definitely want to work with like Martin Scorsese. I'd want to work with like Leonardo DiCaprio. Like I'd want to work in a movie that I know is like gonna have such a good chance of winning an Academy Award. Like that's my goal. So that's where I'm going to start with. I'm going to start with that as my, that's step 100. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to work my way down. Okay, well, great. I want to work with Scorsese. Who would I have to work with, right? So I'm going to start trying to connect people, agencies, and so forth. So IMDb Pro is so great for putting this puzzle together. You can see, you can pull agencies, right? So right here, I pulled Creative Artist Agency. So you can see there's their phone number, their email, right? Their website, where they're located. You can see some of the talent. So now I can see who they actually represent. Right, I can see Brian Lord, right? He's one of the top executives there, and so forth, right? And I can see some of the people that they represent. So I can go in and I could do searches, right? I could search in there not only for agencies, but I can also see like some jobs that are actually being posted there, and so forth, right? So you can see here, so I pulled up some paid union jobs, right? So you can see here, you know, this is right before the strike when I put this together. So there's not like a ton, but you can see some stuff here. So like here, supporting male. So there was 60 paid jobs that were in there at that time. So you can see these were shooting out of Atlanta. So they were looking for a male between the ages of 50 and 70, right? So here's like actual breakdowns, right? So I can actually see some breakdowns. And what these are usually films that they might have been looking for somebody that maybe an agency couldn't get them. So it's just something that, you know, for whatever reason, they're still searching. A lot of times you can, you know, when you're doing casting, you can call several agencies and you just can't find the right person. A lot of times that happens with kids. A lot of times it's really hard. Casting directors always have a hard time finding that perfect kid, because usually what they're looking for is, especially when they're doing a movie where their person's older. So now you got like, say, you know, Julia Roberts. Well, you need somebody to play the younger version of her when she was 12. So now you got to like find a 12-year-old who kind of resembles what Julia Roberts looked like when she was young, right? These are like the things casting directors worry about and do all day, right? So IMDb Pro, not only can you pull up agencies, you can pull up jobs, right? But then you can go in and you can actually pull like productions. So like right here, I just did a wide search. So when the day I did this search, and it changes day to day, but you can see here at that day, there were 12,391 results. So that means that, and I pulled in for movies and pre-production. So these are all films that are in pre-production, right? I'm not interested in a movie that's shot last year. I'm not interested in a movie that's shooting, that's already filming and cast. I want to know what's in pre-production, because that means the casting process is just beginning. That's how I submit talent. Does that make sense to everybody? Right? If that makes sense, just okay, good. Right? So you can see here, I pulled up like Avengers Kang Dynasty, right? I love Avenger movies and Marvel and all that cool stuff. I'm like so excited for the Fantastic Four and all that when that comes out. So you can see here, so I can see the writers, Michael Waldron, I can see the producer, right? Marvel, you know, obviously it's a Marvel Productions, Walt Disney and so forth, you know, Superman Legacy, Lethal Weapon, Fantastic Four, and so forth. So I can pull up these, and then from there, right, I can then pull up who the writer is. I can pull up the producer, the casting director, the production designer, right? I can pull up everything and then have access to that, right? So like right here, so I saw the casting director for this is Sarah Finn. That's actually one of the people we work with. So I was excited. So then I can go and I just click on Sarah's link, and then boom, I can see now, okay, great. I can see all the awards she's won. I can see all the other projects she's done. I can see the people that she's credited with and the people that she works with. So all of a sudden, like let's just say, like, you know, my goal is to be in a Marvel movie. Great. One of my top people on that top of that list is going to be Sarah Finn, because I know she's casting for that. So now I'm going to say, okay, great. Let me start following her, right? So I'm going to pull up her Instagram. I have her phone number. Now don't start emailing these people, just to let you know. Oh, hold on, we'll teach you guys about that. Because if you just reach out to her cold, she's gonna be like, well, you don't have an agent. Why are you reaching out to me cold? Right? It'll hurt you. But what I'm teaching you guys is like, I would follow her on Instagram. So then now I can see the different things she's doing, right? I see the people she's working with. You can see here, looks like she's doing casting because she's working with Godzilla versus King Kong, right? wow, that's pretty cool. I think that's in post-production, which means they've already finished filming that. So that means that's something. If I saw a casting for Godzilla versus King Kong, I'm like, wait a second, I know that's fake. The movie's already been filmed, like it's already in post-production. Just because it's not out in the theaters doesn't mean it's now post-production. Means they're doing colorization, they're doing final edits, they're boosting the sound. Maybe they have to do some voiceover stuff because something didn't, the director wanted to change something. They're getting, all their toys together, the marketing, making all the deals with the theaters, streaming services. When will they come out on Disney? The DVD packaging, and all whole world, like a whole thing. Like think about all those different people and jobs. I can find all of this on IMDb, right? So now I start following her. See, it's really important for this kind of stuff too, for guys, just let you know, for like your social media algorithms too, because when you start following people like this, Instagram and TikTok will start showing you more people like that, right? So now I can go in here and I start, there's Luis D. Esposito, right? Producer, second unit assistant director. Boom, I can click on him, start following him, seeing what he's connected to, right? So I can just keep digging deeper and deeper, right? Even for here, right? I can see for Sarah, right? So Sarah actually has her own PR company, right? She's a huge casting director, so she has her own agent. She has her own, people that manage and as her team, right? So I can see her public relations company is Mortimer Public Relations, a boutique agency specializing in publicity for film and TV and film creatives. How many of you guys probably didn't even know, never heard of this company before till just now, but yet here they are, right? So my whole point is this not only works for following and learning about producers, directors, production assistants, advertising agencies, makeup artists, right? You can take your Dream 100 to a Dream 1000, to a Dream 10,000, to a Dream Unlimited. But when you start focusing on that Dream 100, it's like the perfect sweet spot to start understanding the relationships and people that you need to have in your life to make your dreams come true, right? It's the beginning of a plan. So the Dream 100 is I'm putting together this plan of people that I'm going to start following. I'm going to start learning about. I understand now what movies are coming out, what TV shows are in pre-production, and so forth. Okay. So here's another one, right? So I can, here I spoke about him before from CAA, right? So here's Brian Lord, right? So I can see right here. So I can see, so like, look at the people he represents. Margot Robbie, Brad Pitt, Vanessa Kirby, right? So you can see he's also on the board of trustees for the American Film Institute, right? So you can see, he doesn't have his direct email there, but this is somebody that he doesn't have a really huge social media presence, right? He doesn't need to have one. That's not his lane, right? But at least now I know, like I realize, okay, great. If I was trying to follow a career like Brad Pitt, all right, well, Brian Lord is the person who's his talent agent. That's somebody I'm going to put on that Dream 100. I may not be ready today to be represented by Brian, but I want to know what he's up to. I want to know that's what I'm shooting for, right? When people went to the moon, it was called a moon launch. They're aiming for the moon, right? We're going back to the moon next year. So it's like you have to have a goal what you're shooting for, right? So Brian Lord might be somebody who's that top 100. He's okay. This is my goal, is to get to him. Here's the great thing: when you start putting this into action, he may be the final step, but you know what? When you follow a plan, you follow a process, things start getting. You start getting not only motivation, but you start getting momentum. When you start getting momentum, all of a sudden you may be an event with him in Hollywood, or you may be somewhere where he's in the room. You may now have some credits. You may be in the union. Like all of a sudden, things start happening because you put it into place to happen, right? So again, IMDb Pro. Here you can see I'm on there, right? You can see some of the stuff that I've done. Target, right, which we did last year. You can see Behind the Ropes was a documentary we did with the WWE and so forth. So this is when I teach you guys stuff. This is stuff that I use. This is stuff that I use. Ryan's using, Allie's using, Danine's using. Everyone we work with is using. You can see Jam Murphy, right? So you can see my connections, right? Automatically, I didn't put this together. This automatically connected me with Thomas G. Waits, who's the producer of Target. So all of a sudden now, even if you were following me, it opens up. There's Vincent Pastroni, right? He's a producer. He's an actor. He's a writer. He's working on a new horror film. Tony Daniels, you got a lot of you guys who've been on our calls before know Tony, right? Tony does voiceover works. He's the voice of Tony the Tiger. He's the voice of Gambit from the X-Men, right? So he's also a producer on the movie. He's an actor and so forth. He did crew. So he also does production assistant work, works behind the scenes and so forth. So again, IMDb Pro, see, like you start building this network, you start learning, okay, these are the people I need to have in my life. These are the productions I need to follow and so forth. So that way, again, you're starting to build a plan together by doing this. Okay, so as a model or an actor, create a personalized list of industry professionals who align with your unique brand and style. Develop tailored strategies for engaging with each, such as attending events where they are present or leveraging social media connections. So what is a magazine masthead? Some of you guys might be like, Mike, that's cool for actors, but what about models? Okay. So a magazine masthead is, right, so the term masthead is used to describe the page inside a magazine that lists important information about the publication. This includes the names of staff members, contributors, the publisher, contact information, subscription details, and copyright notices. It's essentially a one-page informational overview of the publication and everyone involved in its creation, often found towards the beginning of the magazine, okay? So when you open up a magazine, that first thing you see, the most of you guys, I want to be a model, and you picked up a copy of Vogue and you went right past the first page. Well, guess what? This was the most important page because this is listing everyone who's involved in the magazine. This is your Dream 100 right here, right? So it's the same thing. And, you know, not only it's available online too, right? So you can see here, like I went to Vogue, right? And on Vogue, it has like the list of the studios they were working with, had a list of the photographers they were working with, the writers and all that. So automatically I can start building a Dream 100 of people that are already working in the industry through the magazine, right? And even on Vogue, it was actually cool because I went to like Condé Nast's website and it actually pulls up all the different brands that they have there. So Condé Nast owns Vogue. So if you go to Vogue.com, you go to the bottom, you'll see it's owned by Condé Nast. I went to the Condé Nast website, and then I was able to pull up all the different brands that they work for, right? So, you know, when I start asking better questions, I'm going to get better answers, right? So for a lot of people, the mistake that they'll make at the beginning, like these are some of the brands that work with Vogue, right? They're advertisers. So for a lot of people, oh my God, Mike, I'd love to work with those companies. I want to work with Rolls-Royce. I want to work with Louis Vuitton and so forth. So the question people will always say is, well, how do I work for that company, right? How do I get that job? How do I become, you know, the American Girl, you know, campaign or so forth, right? We get asked that all the time, and it's okay. It's okay, but it's the wrong question. A better question is who is the art director, right? Who is the makeup artist, the photographer? Who is the agent that represents that model, right? A lot of you guys like know Jan Murphy. Jan Murphy is represented by Wilhelmina Models, right? I know that. I work with her. For a lot of times people like, they'll ask her, well, how do I get to be a model like you? Well, who does she work with? Who's her agency, right? Who's the production assistant, the lighting director, the stylist, the assistant to the director, the advertising agency, the production team, right? There are so many connections to be found and followed up with, right? Research their social media, follow, like, comment, right? Because when you follow somebody, so, you know, Instagram says, okay, that's cool, you're following them. When you like their post, Instagram goes, okay, well, that's an extra point. That's cool. But when you also leave a comment like, oh, great job, great photo, a simple comment like that trains the algorithm to show you more content like that. And then it starts introducing you to other people that you might not even realize, right? So what you want to start doing is like building this Dream 100, whether you're an actor, whether you're a model and so forth. And the information is there. It's just asking better questions and knowing where to look for it, right? And that's what this weekend's about. And like I said, we're going to go through all this. Like, so do you like think, well, Mike, how do I know what type of acting do I qualify for modeling? We'll talk about that. I think we'll actually talk about that later today. Okay. All right. So again, interactions, right? Who a user interacts with, the type of media, popularity. So this is how social media judges things, right? You know, who are you connected with and so forth and so forth. So the post that you're seeing is based upon what the social media platforms feel you like, because they want to keep you on the platform as long as you can. So if you're not seeing things that are related to the business you want to be in, it means you're just using it for fun, right? Maybe you're seeing video games or you're seeing cats or puppies, or, you know, even on my TikTok, I follow like an octopus, right? I just every day I always wonder what this octopus is about. right? I follow these 2 golden retrievers. They're like amazing, right? So it's stuff, yes, I use it for personal stuff, but at the same time, I always make sure to interact with people in business and so forth, people that we're working with and so forth. I'll always go through and I kind of see who they're working with, who's clicking like on their posts. So the more time you spend on this, the more you can train your social media algorithms to show you more of the content you want to see, legitimate content, real content, okay? Social media algorithms can be a powerful ally in growing one's online audience. Think of it as a virtual matchmaker designed to match users with content that suits their interests. Just as a matchmaker strives to make meaningful connections, algorithms analyze user behavior, interactions, and interests to understand their context, preferences, and deliver personalized content. They're trying to keep you, engaged, right? Other things to think about is like colors, like when you're using Instagram or you're using TikTok or you're using any social media platform, do you have colors that match your brand, right? So like if you're creating content for yourself, have you ever taken the time to think about colors? Colors have meaning, like subconsciously, colors like give feelings and so forth. Like red is like energy and excitement and so forth, right? Purple, creativity, right? Quality, royalty, and so forth. Blue, intelligence. So I want you guys to think about too, like how can you add, like when you're playing with filters and stuff, you shouldn't go too crazy with filters, but if you have like a logo or you're branding stuff, like what are the colors you're using? What are the colors that represent you and so forth, right? How does the world see you on social media, right? Do they see you as positive or negative, right? If I went through your social media account, do you have too much promotional content on there? Are you just consistently, promoting something for whatever reason, right? Are you very political, right? Are you out there stating your political views or your religious views? A lot of times you won't see the other side of the story. Just to let you guys know, if you're clicking like on one side of the story, you may not see the other side of the story, because the social media platforms will keep showing you what you want to see. So you get yourself into an echo chamber and you don't even realize there's 2 sides to the story. As a talent, as a model, as a professional, as a business owner, look at yourself as a business owner. You want to be openly and fair to everyone. You shouldn't really be choosing sides. In your own personal life, it's great. And yes, Mike, I know people have Brad Pitt may post something, or you'll watch the Academy Awards and people have a voice there. They've reached a certain level of success that their voice may have some relevance, but sometimes it can work negatively towards you, right? Sharing viral posts all day, it doesn't help you. It really doesn't, right? So sharing, just because somebody's saying to share it or click on it and share it, it's those little things that are trying to go viral, it's not helping your brand or your business, right? Any negative, right? Being negative, derogatory content, airing out your dirty laundry on social media, it's not going to make you look good. You've seen how many times it knocks people down. Like you have to be above, like you have to be the brand that stands above that. You have to have people that want to look up to you as a leader, right? Be careful with spelling, grammatical errors, being inconsistent. Like every day you kind of switching content up. Like you need to create a journey that people can follow you on. You guys getting some great notes today. You can go on Twitter and like you could take some of your notes on Twitter, go on, X, right? It's called X now, but you can take some of your notes as like little short sentences, put it up on Twitter to keep your notes there, then take a screenshot of your X account of that little note, and then use that as an image on Instagram. So all of a sudden now it's like you're putting out content that brings value to people, and it's also showing people like a journey that you're on. Hey, I'm an aspiring model and actor. I was just on a boot camp today. These are some of the things that I've learned. Like you can go do a live, but like these are like just showing people your journey and being transparent with it. I'm starting this journey and I don't even know if I'm going to make it. I'm struggling with learning where to go. And so like just sharing things like that. And, believe it or not, being open and honest about where you are and where you're headed, the obstacles you are coming, makes you real. Like casting directors appreciate that. Understand something. People need to know. Everyone has to start someplace, right? And casting directors are fine with people who are brand new. Agents are fine with people who are brand new. That's what they do. Like they find brand new people and they help them get to that level of success, right? Everyone's on a different part of the journey. And then, of course, making sure you credit content. If you work with a photographer, a makeup artist, you want to credit them. It's like very in poor taste not to credit the people you've worked with, and not to celebrate them, right? You see, we celebrate everything. Like we're great at celebrating people's success. Doesn't matter how small it is or how big it is, we celebrate. If you're on our Instagram, you'll see 3 times a day, every single day, we're celebrating somebody else's success. We don't make it about us. We celebrate others because that's what we like doing, right? That's our why. That's what drives us, right? Little golden nugget of wisdom. To succeed in the competitive fields of acting and modeling with reputable companies, right? It's essential to have a well-crafted resume, comprehensive training to showcase your skills and experiences. For those of you like want to work behind the scenes or even pull up, I just showed you guys IMDb, right? Which is a paid for site, $80 a year, I believe it is, owned by Amazon. But there's entertainmentcareers.net, right? So this is great too, because you can go there and they have like assistant jobs, personal assistant, production assistant, remote internships, social media. This is all related to companies like Warner Brothers, Disney, ESPN, HBO, ABC. So you're not going to see like fake stuff on here, right? So, but again, these are things where you need to have some type of training. You need to have a resume. It's not just, okay, great. How do I do that? That's what we're going to come in. We're going to show you guys how to do that. But I want to show you guys what's possible, what you can do, right? Some of you guys have a strong resume already. Some of you guys have been on set. Some of you guys are production assistants, certified production assistants. So always, reminding you there's tons of opportunities out there. You just need to know where to look, the right places, right? Tools you need in 2024 for social media as a model and actor. So we'll go over some of your tools, right? Here's a great thing. This is free. They also have a paid version, but you can download it for free. It's called Captions. I believe the paid version is like $54 for the year. This uses artificial intelligence. So when you see those cool videos where they have the words, transposed over them, this will do that all automatically. You can also put a teleprompter. So you can actually put a little script in there. So if you're talking about things you're not comfortable on camera, okay? Here's a great reason to go live, to do videos, to perform your monologue online. You put yourself out there and you get better at it. And I don't care about the one troll who says you suck. It doesn't matter. Delete and block him, right? Like, it doesn't matter. Don't ever let anyone else's thoughts about you control your life. It has zero power over you. Zero. Trust me on that. So many people worry about what others think about them. Has zero power. There's nothing there. Like, it's you thinking about it. Who cares what they're thinking about? It doesn't matter what they're thinking about. It really doesn't, right? So, but Captions is a great tool. We use it all the time. You'll see a lot of some really great content coming out from us in the next few weeks, and it's all based upon utilizing captions and so forth. So, and it also will correct your eye contact. So if you're kind of looking a little bit off, you can actually use the AI. So it's like perfectly aligned with your, so if you're reading something, you're not looking up, it'll actually fix your eyesight. So great free tool to use, highly recommend it. Most of the big influencers, this is one of the softwares that they use. So again, they have a free version, and I think it's $54 for the entire year. Which is if you want to produce a lot of content and make your content look really good and sharp, Captions is definitely awesome, right? And it's speak it, caption it, right? So you can actually, it'll take, like I said, it'll take your audio and then turn it into captions. So it'll do like the overlay, and you can pick your own colors and brands and all that, so forth. Another cool thing is Canva. Canva's free. You just, I believe you can sign up for it, or if you have a Facebook account too, it'll log in off your Facebook account. But Canva is like great for making like cool quote cards, making those cool little images that you see influencers and people use. There's all kinds of templates there. So like, if you're doing a photo shoot, you can, add some little bit of stylization to it. So again, making sure like you understand like the colors and so forth that you may want to use. Google Drive is another free thing. So we talked about Canva. We talked about having captions. Google Drive is free. Google Drive is great because you can keep all your files here. Like, this is like really important. Like, so your headshots, your monologues, your snapshots. Ryan calls you, or an agent calls you, and he's like, "Hey, can you send me over, 2 headshots right now?" Instead of like trying to scroll through your phone for 3 years, like having it on Google Drive, which works on both Android and iPhone, you can keep everything organized. So Google Drive is just a great way to keep yourself nice and organized. With all your files and folders and so forth. Because, as an actor, you're eventually going to have multiple reels. You're going to have multiple headshots as a model. You're going to have different photos in a bikini, photos in a dress, something sporty, something dressy, something elegant. You can break all that down and keep everything nice and organized. Linktree is something we recommend. They have it's a free also, there's no cost in this. They have a paid version, it's a little bit fancier, but the free one works great. So so a lot of times when people go to your social media, they have no way of contacting you. Like they may send you a DM and it's going into your stranger danger box, or it's just like a little bit, it's like, don't people like, slide into my DMs is like what 14-year-olds do with each other. Casting directors, producers, again, speaking into their listen, right? Remember that everything I'm teaching you guys is designed to speak into casting directors and agents' listens, not into your listen, right? So Linktree is a way, it replaces your bio on all your social media accounts, so you can create where you want to send people, right? So so here, I'll give you an example for Deneen, right? So if you go on Deneen's Linktree, you'll see it pulls up. You can get a free copy of Finding Fame, right? Free copy of the book. You can pull up her manifesto, her resume. You can it links to her truth management profile. So now people know she's represented, not only as a model and actress, she's also represented for our Speakers Bureau. Obviously, she's spoken, people such as Russell Brunson and Mark Victor Hansen and Les Brown, right? So not only does she host the events, but this is a part of her resume, having the opportunity to speak from stage, right? She's spoken all over the world, Deneen, right? She does other things other than this. She handles agency services, right? You can pull up her LinkedIn, her Facebook, her Twitter, right? So this is cool because now people can learn more about you. So as a casting director, as a producer, as an agent, as a client, I see you're a professional, right? You're speaking into my listen, right? So you can see even for her, right? So a lot of people when they're brand new, the one thing I always hear is like, I'm getting all this fake stuff being sent to me, right? Deneen doesn't hear that. Here's the reason why. If you look at her, you can see public figure. For all bookings, contact agent@truthmanagement.com, right? Boom, at Truth Management. You can see like the people that are represented by Colby Models, right? For all bookings, contact Colby at Colby Models, right? So when somebody who's trying to take advantage, when they see that, they're just going to move on, right? And plus, it's not your responsibility to deal with that. It's your agent's responsibility to deal with that. So again, from a client's perspective, I'm speaking into their listen. So it's something even for Deneen, I see she's a professional. I can read about her. I see she works with VIP and she works with Truth Management. I can see all these different things she's done. So having a LinkedIn profile is super powerful, super powerful. It's something that all of our talent are required to do, to set up, okay? So you can see when I click through, right, I can pull up her resume. I can see all the people she's worked with and the images. I can see what her expertise is, speaking topics, accomplishments, and so forth, right? Recommendation videos. And these are all things for those of you who are like brand new, you're like, holy cow, Mike, I don't have all this. Great. Tomorrow we'll talk about working with us and we do all this, right? You get to meet all these people, you get to go on all these adventures, you get to have all these things, right? Certifications and working with Hovland and working with all these cool people. We instantaneously build this credibility and proximity when you work with us, right? So again, you can see also pulling up, her LinkedIn page and her Truth Management, her profile, her photos, her, shoe size, bust size, and all that. So again, showing professional, right? And I could show you this for 1,000 of our talent, but since Deneen's talking to you guys all day, showing you that it works for Deneen, right? Another cool thing too is like is AI, right? You guys really need to get familiar with AI. We use ChatGPT. It's free. There's also another program called Claude. But you can see right here, I can go into ChatGPT, right? And I say, write a 30-day calendar for social media for an aspiring model or an actor. ChatGPT, okay? Great. Creating a 30-day social media calendar for an aspiring model and actor involves a mix of content that showcases talent, personality, networking, and industry relevance. Here's a basic framework you could adapt. So actually, ChatGPT, look, boom, literally took 5 seconds, right? And I do a whole training on this, guys. For those of you who are with us, we're actually going to be doing a really cool training with one of our partners who's huge in the AI division, owns a really big AI company. He's going to be training our talent on this. But what's really cool about this is like, I don't have to think about it. Like I can like literally, and then I can take day one, and then I can ask ChatGPT to kind of write a post for me for that, right? So like, there's no excuse like why your social media is not banging. Right? Like why it's not on its A game, because there's so many tools. And I'm going to tell you something, this stuff is getting really good. Like this was like, so this is a photo created by Dolly. This was like from 6 months ago, right? So this is like, if you said, put a photorealistic photo of, you know, a girl, this is what it came back with, right? It obviously looks fake. It looks like a cartoon, right? It doesn't look real, but this is where the technology was 6 months ago. This is where the technology was 3 months ago. Okay. So yeah, it's still, she's a little bit off, right? It's kind of looks, you know, kind of looks realer, but she still looks a little bit off. This was from a week ago. This was from 2 weeks ago. Okay. This one here is getting harder and harder to tell the difference between an AI image, an AI video, and a real person. So understand the technology. Don't see the technology as a threat. Understand it, because that's a part of understanding the industry that you're in. And I've had long discussions with a lot of top agencies. There's no threat to the modeling industry with this. Okay, maybe in 10 years, but not currently. But I just want you guys to always be aware of the technology. Never fear it. Learn that it becomes a part of your life, right? It's no different than a cell phone didn't exist 20 years ago, right? But now it's a part of your life. It's the same thing with AI. Most of the stuff with AI will be built into a lot of things. It's very good at being a personal assistant. It's not going to take over the world. It's not no threat. That's just media hype. Don't get caught into that. It's just a tool. It's like, think of like Alexa or Siri, but like 1,000 times better. Like where it knows you, it understands your routine. It can help schedule appointments. It can call the doctor for you. That's where AI is headed. At the end of the day, it's a business, right? It has to show a profit, right? It has to show a business model where people can subscribe to it and pay for it and so forth, right? Being an AI in video games is going to be huge. So like you now can interact with characters in video games as if you're talking to a real person. So there's a lot of cool stuff on this. Like I'm not going to go into details, but I tell you there's some cool stuff on the horizon with this. The more you can learn about it, the better. Don't ever feel you're too old or you're behind the times. You're not. This technology is always changing very rapidly. Really cool things that you can do with ChatGPT is it's great at writing emails. Woo! ChatGPT is so good at writing emails, right? So you can see here, if I went on I got to meet with, Haviland, or I met with somebody, a casting director, right? Or, even if I was on a Zoom call, I'll say, hey, I was just on a Zoom call with a casting director. Can you write me an email showing my appreciation? Here are some of the things that I learned about, right? So, hey, dear casting director, I hope this message finds you well. I wanted to extend my heartfelt thanks for the opportunity to audition via Zoom yesterday. It was a privilege to present my work to you and your team, your professionalism and the warm atmosphere you created, right? So forth and so on, okay? So, these are things you can use, like a tool, right? It's a tool that you can use. So like, hey, you can write the email and then cut and paste it, put it into ChatGPT and say, make this better, right? When I was listening to, Mike's very analytical. He loves, taking things apart. Write me an email that a person who's analytical would appreciate. ChatGPT will do that for you, right? And then boom, click send. Now all of a sudden I'm speaking into their listening. See, again, really realizing the tools that are out there and asking better questions. How do I use them better for myself? Okay. Other things you can do with ChatGPT: content creation, curation, right? It's great for suggesting blog articles, social media posts. Now it can create graphics, right? It can do graphics for your social media. It can edit videos. You can analyze your audience. Like you can ask ChatGPT, I want you to write 30 posts, or I want you to write a post a day for 30 days about me and as aspiring model and actor, but my audience is casting directors and agents looking for new talent. It will write posts around that, right? See, I want you guys to understand, like, there's so much that you can do, right? You can create monologues. Like our talent just did a challenge last week where they had the AI create monologues for them based upon characters they created. Those monologues were incredible. Like they were phenomenal, right? So it's like having like your own personal writer working for you. But it's a two-way street. You got to communicate with it. It doesn't read your mind. You have to tell it and break it down exactly what it is you want it to do, right? There's another thing called ManyChat. ManyChat it's a $10 a month. It's a software that you can actually plug into your Instagram, and you can plug it into both your Instagram, Facebook, to your Messenger, and it'll actually automate responding back to people. So if you have like a lot of people that are just like hitting you up all day, so like when you're an influencer and you got like tens of thousands of messages, there is no way to have somebody go through that, right? So here's something like again, like a lot of you guys, there's a little bit of advanced stuff, but I just want you guys, remember what I said, we're gonna talk about where I want you guys to be. And we're gonna show you guys how to get there over the course of the weekend. But something like this is like there's software to automate responding to messages, right? A lot of times you see companies, when you talk to them, you may think you're talking to somebody, something seems a little bit off. It's probably because you're talking to their ManyChat, to their bot, and so forth. But as AI is getting better and better, you won't be able to tell the difference. You will not, there's going to be zero difference between talking to a real person versus talking to the bot. You're probably going to prefer talking to the bot because the bot will have the entire database of information to answer every single question where a human might not. Okay. A bot will be able to have, so that's coming. Like this is something that will replace customer service. So if you're in the customer service field, this is the future. This is 1 million times 1,000,000% will be all bot and AIs, because the amount of data that they can shift through is just astronomical, right? Like you can literally take an entire encyclopedia, feed it to ChatGPT, and then have a conversation about it, right? You can feed it a book about Napoleon and then sit there and talk to ChatGPT as if you're having a conversation with Napoleon, right? You can ask ChatGPT to be a casting director. You can go in and say to ChatGPT, I want you to play the role of a casting director, and I want you to ask questions as if I was interviewing with you for a movie. You can role play this, right? So imagine coming to one of our events, or you're coming out, you're going on an audition. You can role play before you got to the audition to go back and forth with the AI, and it will keep up with you. It'll keep up a very strong conversation, right? Here's another thing. A lot of times for a lot of you guys like that follow influencers, you'll see they have like huge amounts of traffic. Okay. They're getting traffic because they create clever content, but the content that takes off only goes so far organically. So let me just explain for those of you that are new. Organic traffic means that if I have content on Instagram that it'll show it to my friends first and family. If they click like and share it, it'll then show it to 5 people who don't follow me. If those people like it, then it shows it to 5 more, and so forth and so on. So if you're getting like 1 like, 0 likes, 2 likes, it means that your content, that even your friends that are following you don't like your content. It means you need to rethink your content, right? Being honest with you. But when you have something that takes off, how influencers do this, they'll spend $1 a day, and what they do is called the boost a post. So you can see, like you'd have to set up a business account. So for most of you guys, you might not see this on your Instagram or TikTok. There is a little sub link on side of the settings where you can change it to a business account. You put your credit card in, and then you spend like $1 a day, and you can boost your post. So then it's seen by hundreds and thousands of people. So if you know you got great content, this is how it's done. Mr. Beast does this, just to let you guys know. Mr. Beast will spend a portion of his budget per month to boost and run ads based upon content he saw take off. So I'm just teaching you this, guys, just so you guys, I want you guys to know how deep the rabbit hole goes. I don't want you to ever go online and see something and not understand it. Wow, this person's got 5 million followers. Wow, man, they're doing something right. Yeah, they're doing paid advertising, plus they're doing really great content. They're sticking on brand. They're speaking to people's listen, and so forth, right? These are all things, we do a whole training on this called social media domination. I go really deep on this and so forth. But again, for us, we've been doing this for so long. I invest $1 million, I invest probably $1 million every 2 years in learning this stuff, guys. I'm in a lot of masterminds. I work with some amazing people, myself, Alicia, Deneen. We have some amazing people we're going to be working with in 2024 and beyond. All the things we learn, we bring back. So when we talk, because we understand this is a business, right? It's not just about modeling and acting. Getting you guys to get great headshots and photos, that's easy. That we've mastered. It's how do we really get you guys to be that level where people want to work with you consistently, and to really create like success stories over and over again. You should have a home studio set up, especially if you're doing reels for auditions and so forth. This is some stuff, and I'll drop this later in the Facebook group, and we'll get you this, guys, because I know it's kind of, maybe if you guys want to take a screenshot. This is all stuff that we use. This is all stuff that's very inexpensive. You need to have lighting. You have to have light. Light makes it right. And like a backdrop of some sort. So that's a great one. It's $42, right? It's black. You set it up. You bounce some lights off of it. So when you're doing audition tapes and things like that, you're going to look like, you saw how good Haviland looked. Anybody notice how good Haviland looked on screen, right? She's got like 3 lights set up. She's got a backdrop going on, right? She's got like a nice little mic set up, a tripod. which you can get like a little stand for your iPhone camera to put it on. You don't need to get a professional camera, right? You can see they have 33 bucks for that. Plus it gives you like a little discount, say $4, right? So these are all things you can get that's very inexpensive. Like actually, if you do the math here, I think I tried to keep this like at like under 120 bucks or $130 to get everything that you needed. So when you're doing self-tapes or doing auditions, you have everything you need, very inexpensive. And that tripod right there, it's a great one. That's a really good one. I actually have 3 of those, really good. Same thing for the light kits. We have like 6 of those. They work really, really well, right? So to be a professional, you need 2 tools a professional uses at the end of the day, right? You know, obviously these are all things that we go over and train in our Rising Star Academy. For those of you who are familiar with the 21-day challenge, for those of you who are brand new, you guys will learn about that tomorrow. You'll have access to all of that. You know, even for those of you, if you're in the Facebook group, there's actually a handout for the whole weekend. At the bottom of the handout, it gives you guys access to a ton of free content, photo shoot prep guides, interview guides. There's a whole guide on there for ChatGPT. I've actually wrote out all the prompts. So everything that I went over, just so you guys know, you can cut and paste my prompts. There's like 100 of them inside of that document. So for those of you that aren't in the Facebook group, maybe my assistant can drop that either now or later so you guys can get into the group. Look for the itinerary for the weekend, has the whole itinerary. And at the bottom of the itinerary, there's like 30 guides or like I think there's like 3, 6, 9, 12 different guides that are in there that are all free content that you guys can utilize to, you know, really have a strong understanding and foundation of the thing, right? So again, you know, don't feel like I know I'm going on a lot, so don't have analysis paralysis and so forth. You guys, just like I said, it was, you know, I just want you guys to just understand, like, there's a lot you guys can learn. You know, here's some of the new movies coming out from Marvel Studios, right? Again, these are all films you can pull up from IMDb, the producers, the directors, and so forth. Obviously, you need an agent to be submitted for them, right? So our goal by the end of the weekend is we're going to kind of sort through people, see who's paying attention, who's not, who's on board, who's, you know, falling asleep at the wheel, to see who we want to represent, right? Who would we want to recommend to people like Ryan, to Tanya, to all these different agencies and companies we work with, right? So again, you know, time is your most valuable asset, right? That you don't own, right? You may or may not realize it yet, but how you use it is don't use your time. How you use or don't use your time is going to be the best indication of where your future is going to take you. So I appreciate you guys. I want you guys to know, like, I appreciate you spending your time here. Money is always replaceable. You can always make more money. People always worry about money. Time is your most valuable resource, right? I try to maximize every minute of my day because I know how valuable time is, right? And I also understand, even though I may sound like I'm overwhelming you, your unconscious mind is picking this up, right? It's learning, it's staying in there. And just as you keep learning and doing repetition, that's how you start remembering things, right? Difficulty is a skill, right? As you get better at things, it will become easier, right? When you practice things. So even learning your first monologue, being on set the first time, working with Ryan, working with Alicia, working with our different speakers. First time, yeah, it's a little bit scary, but over time, you get better at it. All of our talent will agree with this. They get better and better each time they're on set and so forth. And at the end of the day, you want to, you know, break your old habits and you will start getting new habits, right? You know, the things you would, if you weren't living the life you were living, you wanted to live, it means that the things you're doing right now are just not working the way they should be, right? You know, this is proven. Alicia and myself, we've been doing this for 18 years. Here's a little back, you know, picture of her on set recently. We have some amazing things we're working on 2024. I'll go over some of them tomorrow, but the opportunities that is in front of us, this is going to be the best year ever, not only for us individually, but as a company, as a team, and for all of our talent and so forth. And at the end of the day, the secret of success, you know, is putting in, you know, it's a combination, right? It's putting in the hard work. It's having the education, right? And so forth. And it's, you got to see it from the right perspective, right? A lot of times people have a very poor mindset. Oh, it's about connections. That person has money. I don't. That's you making excuses, right? It's being resourceful, right? Just because I don't have the resources, but I become resourceful. I reach out to people. I work with the right people. I'm willing to invest in myself over and over again, even when I don't have the finances. I figure it out. I work at it. I do whatever it takes to get wherever I want to be, right? Because at the end of the day, you know, it's about a hero's journey, right? For those of you who are familiar with the film industry, right? There's what's called the hero's journey. All great films have a journey that people go on. If you think of Star Wars, or you think of Lord of the Rings, right? You know, Luke Skywalker, right? He got a calling, right? He was called to go on these adventures. When Ben Kenobi first comes, he says, no, I can't go. I'm here, my aunt and uncle. Then they're killed. That pushes him forward. Then he meets mentors. He has to go and destroy the Death Star and fight Darth Vader, and he comes back transformed. Great movies follow this. It's called The Hero's Journey. I'm not going to go through all of this today, but I want you guys to understand, I want you to see your life that you were called here for a reason, right? There was something that brought you here for this weekend. You're meeting mentors, right? And you go from the ordinary world to the extraordinary world. Right now, you're living in the ordinary world, right? But then there's that world outside of your everyday, right? So many of our talent, they found their why at these events. There's a reason you're here for the next 2 days, to find your why, to find your place in the industry, to go on this journey. And the only thing that could ever hold you back is fear, the fear of the unknown. But sometimes you have to face that. That's what creates a great life. That's what creates a great story, right? If all the stories just began and ended, they'd be boring. Your life, your journey, the things that are holding you back right now are going to be the things, when you overcome them, will inspire people in the future. Your story that you have right now, no matter how hard it is, when you shifted that, I will overcome this, I will do whatever it takes, I will reach that next level, you will inspire people. And when you start telling yourself a different story, you're gonna have a different outcome, right? Even somebody like Wendy, you guys will learn a little bit about her tomorrow. She's consistently working, she's on set, her background was a nurse, right? But she found her why, she went out there, she created an impact. And at the end of the day, it's about a mindset, right? It's having a positive mindset, guys. Every day when people say, how you doing? I'm living a dream every single day. I always keep my mindset high. It doesn't matter what's there. To me, there are no problems. There are obstacles that I overcome. Every day I expect 20 problems, 18 little ones and 2 big ones. That way, when the problem comes in my door, I go, there you go, you son of a gun. I've been waiting for you, right? It's just an obstacle for me to overcome. I don't allow the problems to hold me back. I don't allow anything to hold me back. I've trained myself to do this. I've invested money into working with coaches and so forth to learn how to do this, okay? And it's the same thing that we help you guys with. So again, part of our academy and so forth. You guys will learn about that a little bit tomorrow, okay? But I just want you guys kind of start the weekend off. I know it's a little bit overwhelming, but I hope you guys learned a little bit about this, and it kind of gives you a path now, right? Some ideas and so forth, and inspiration. Trust me on the process. By the end of the weekend, this will all make sense. But I'm going to turn this back over to Ms. Deneen, because I know we have our next speaker coming up shortly, and you're going to love him. If you guys love the movie Clerks, you guys are in for a big treat today. And for those of you, Mark Christopher Lawrence, my God, his presentation today is going to blow your mind. So we got a full day ahead. So let me turn this back over to Ms. Deneen, and I'll be back later, guys. Bye, guys.
Hello, hello, hello. So, how much did you guys learn? I love asking that question because it's like a loaded question, but let me ask you a question. Like at the beginning of the day, I told you that you would be growing, you would be expanding. How many of you are experiencing the expansion now? If you're experiencing the expansion, let me know. Right? And like, what is one thing that you've learned that Mike went over in his presentation? And again, that's kind of like asking, hey, who's your favorite child? And I understand it's not a fair question. Okay. But like in the comments, what's one thing you learned from Mike that you're going to start applying? And here's the thing too, we talked about this earlier, and you're not going to manifest it by hoping and wishing, like action. 2024 is a year of action. So what is one thing you are going to start taking action on now? Like I'm talking like now, not tomorrow, not Monday, but what is something you could take action on now? Doing a dream to take action. A lot of willful thinking, experiencing. Yeah, you know what? You should be feeling a little bit overwhelmed. That man gave you a lot of value in the last like 70 minutes, right? That's a lot. And here's the thing. If we just gave you like little tidbits, you'd be bored. You'd be like, oh my God, I can do whatever I want. But the reason that we overwhelm you is this. Because the more information we throw at you, the more it's going to stick to you, stick in your brain. That's why it's so important for you to have these handy dandy. How many of you took so many notes? Your hands are like Denise, I thank God you're talking because I need a handbrake. Because I know that's how I am. Whenever I'm at an event, whenever I'm on a Zoom call, I'm like taking notes, like, hold on, can you pause and say that again? Hold on, I missed that point. Right? Am I the only one that can't write fast enough? Even like when I'm talking to people and I'm interviewing them, like, hold on, can you give me your life history again? Because I missed age 7. Can we go over age 7 again? But the point I'm trying to make is this: I want you guys taking notes, I want you learning, I want you growing. All right. So Alicia, what were your thoughts on that last presentation?
It was amazing. I have no words. How much let me ask you guys a question. How many of you guys are surrounded by people, naysayers, people that aren't in show business? They've never achieved great things. A lot of times it's because they're afraid to try. It's easier to blame life, society, money, right? How many of you guys have friends that honestly, every single time you say anything amazing, they roll their eyes? I call it the Eeyore syndrome, right? So it's time to take you out of that environment and put you in a highly successful one, right? How much are you going to thrive with all successful friends? Are they going to let you fail? No. I'm going to tell you right now, the 2 main reasons why talent typically fail getting into this business. And I drew a picture real quick, Deneen. 2 main reasons why talent fail. One,
We can't hear you. You're muted.
thank you. Why would you ever take advice from people that aren't real working actors? They're not real models, they're impersonators. So when you're trying to get into show business, it's important. This is why we do these calls, so that you're getting access to real people that have done extraordinary things to show you, hey, not a magical unicorn. We've overcome these obstacles. Let us show you the way. But how many of you guys are guilty of this? Getting advice from people that have never been in show business and they're telling you how this business works. If that's you, I know Allie's famous art. You know it, Lauren. If that's you, type that's me. Because honestly, Michael's presentation, if I were to put a value on it, I know what we spent. We spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to even surround ourselves to get us out of like these mindsets. So if that's you, well, now we're going to put you a successful one. And that's what this whole weekend is about. Now, second reason why talent fail, again, Lauren, this one's for you. Because if this is you and this is where you want to go, nobody gives a shit. You're one of a billion. And that's the truth. No matter how much money you spend in training or classes, you're never getting in front of the right people. So how amazing is it that this weekend, you didn't have to leave your couch. You're talking to real people in New York, real people in Florida, real people in California at no cost, people that legit want to help you and are passionate. Because I'll tell you what, this business, sometimes I think to God, like sometimes I think there's something wrong with me because I wake up going, yes, it's not a job, it's a passion, it's a lifestyle. So I really want to express that to anybody on here, that you could do anything in the world that you want to, but you're going to need a mentor. You're going to need some kind of navigation device. And most of all, you're going to need to take advice from real people that have done. And that is everything, right? Don't try to reinvent the wheel. Our next guest speaker coming up, listen to what he has to say. He's worked with some of the biggest names in show business. So your mom, your dad, your barista at Starbucks, tell them I said to shut the hell up next time they try to give you advice on how this business works. Because this weekend, you guys are live. You can ask questions and we're going to get them answered this weekend. So that's it. That's all. That's what I had.
That's awesome.
And
I
you're
love
welcome
that.
for the kick-ass artwork.
Yep. We're going to start an art gallery with your artwork, I think.
No.
Yeah.
Hi,
I think-
Ryan Martin. Okay.
Awesome. All right. Okay. So how many of you feel like you need to get up and move around a little bit because you've had a lot of information thrown at you? Anyone? Okay. Well, I do, and I've been standing on my feet. So I forgot to tell you guys at the beginning of the call, this is not a pants for you party. I need everyone to stand up. Like, Denise, your jokes. I'm taking my show on the road too, everyone. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to get ourselves stretched out a little bit and move around. Okay, you can go get gas in your car. That's fine. Stretch out just a little bit. Move around. Move around. Okay. Now we're going to do my favorite thing. Are you guys ready? It's time. We're going to do the Running Man. Okay. So what I need everyone to do is I need everyone to face to their left. Put your left foot forward, your right foot back. And what we're gonna do is this, watch my arms. Hold on, I'm gonna lower this a little bit so you can see my arms. What you're gonna do is you're gonna move your arms at a 90-degree angle like so. Okay? And this is what you're gonna do. You're gonna move your arms as fast as you can for 15 seconds until I say stop. Are you ready? Get set and go. And stop. Woo, how do you guys feel? You feel good? You feel a little more energy? I know I do. Okay. But we can't be half-baked. We have to bake both sides. So now what I need you to do is face to the left. Put your left, or yeah, face to the right. Put your right foot forward the opposite way. Just turn around. I don't know my left from my right at this point. We're going to do the same thing. 15, as hard as you, I want you to go harder this time. Okay? Ready? Get set and go as hard as you can. And stop. Woo. You feel good with the cardio? Elizabeth's like, Deneen, I didn't know it was going to be exercising. I would have worn my exercise clothes. All right. Everyone, you can take a seat and grab some water. This is my small water bottle for the day. Only half a gallon today, so you guys are safe. What was that? Oh, I thought I heard something. Okay, everyone take a sip of water. Or a chug in my case. I love water. All right. Okay, so our next guest is going to be on in a couple minutes. But you know what I'm going to do? Is it okay if I go off script for 2 seconds? Is that okay with you? Because you know what? Thanks. I was going to save this presentation until tomorrow, but I'm going to do it today and tomorrow because you know what? Well, I'm the person who's hosting the event at the moment. So if I want to brag on my talent, I'm allowed to. Somehow I don't think I'm going to get in trouble for this. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to share some more success stories. And again, the reason I'm sharing these stories is not because I want you to be impressed. I want you to be inspired. Type inspired in the comments.
What? Yeah.
What is going on?
I don't know. Is everybody on mute?
Yeah, I have everyone muted.
It's weird. I don't know.
Interesting. Okay, so the reason I'm sharing this is, again, not because I want to impress you, but I want you to be inspired by some stories of people that literally started just where you, maybe not even as far along as where you are. Okay. So this is my second presentation on talent success stories. And again, they all started out on a Zoom call. So Candace is on here and I just want to brag on her for a couple of minutes. So when we first met Candace, she was not in necessarily the best financial situation. Okay. She has 2 amazing kids. I kind of call them they're like my niece and my nephew, but she was not necessarily in like the most amazing spot. But you know what? She knew that this is something she wanted to do and she kept persevering. Like if any one of you has an obstacle, you can I'm not asking you to share it, but I can tell you that anything that you've overcome, Candace has overcome about 500 times that. And so she came out to our event in Hollywood last year. And she met an agent and she got signed by her agent. But this is, again, about her being persistent. And amazing thing happened. Not only, so she wanted to do this. And she's been doing little things like building up. And she's definitely an example of someone who listens to what Mike says. So a presentation that Mike did not too long ago was telling talent how they can actually start booking work outside of like being on set through a website called Gig Salad. And Candace started doing that, right? So not only is she a model, not only is she an actress, but she's also a musician. So she like literally soaks in everything that we say and she applies it. Not only is she an actress, a model, a musician, she's also does Brazilian jiu-jitsu, which is pretty crazy. But the other day I got this text message from her and I was like freaking out. She's like, Deneen, I'm on set. I was like, oh my God, that's great. And she was on she was on a production at Disney Studios, right? And not only that, like she also has been booking different music videos. She's just consistently moving forward, And yesterday or 2 days ago, I'm lost. I'm in a time warp right now. But I also got a message from her that Wilhelmina Models in New York is interested in working with her as well. And this is from someone who, when we first met her, like she knew this is what she wanted to do, but her persistence has paid off. And I can't wait to hear more about that later, but persistence pays off. And she is one of those examples. Here's another, talk about persistence. Here's another one. This is Wes Poss. So when he first started working with us, it was probably like a little over 5 years ago. And how many of you have family that just doesn't support you? Like his families to this day they still don't support him. Okay. When he came to his first event, he grew up outside of Atlanta. He was booking like a lot of background work in Atlanta. He was he was on the set of a movie. Then he came to our event in Atlanta. He was like, I shot a movie on this set. We're like, that's pretty cool, right? So he's another one. Like he knew that this is what he wanted to do. His parents were not supportive. They still aren't. And honestly, when we first met him, like his confidence level, I was like, I didn't put up his first photo shoot, but when his first photo shoot, I was like, are you sure you want to do this? Like, are you sure? But he did, and he has pushed through. So he had the opportunity to you're going to meet her tomorrow, SAG franchised agent. And the first time she met him, she saw his passion, but she saw that he needed to work. The second time she saw that he got better, but he still needed some work. She saw him in New York in December of this year, and she was like, I'm signing you. And it was amazing because this is something he wanted. Like he believed in himself. He's put in the work, right? Like he moved to New York. And then a couple days ago, he signed his paperwork for SAG. What? Yeah, and I want you to think about that. Why not you? Wes had no one to believe in him. I love him to death, but he was very socially awkward when he first started, but he grew through it. And now look at him. I can't wait to see him. I know that he's going to be one of those people that I'm going to be watching TV. I'm like, oh my God. And then I'm going to text him, be like, how dare you not tell me? But I want you to know, like, this is what we do at VIP Ignite. It's not about us doing the work for you. It's us giving you those opportunities, us giving you the training that you need to move forward, to elevate your success. Wendy Fowl, like when we first met her, she's still a nurse by trade. Okay. So if you have a job that you love, you don't have to give up your job to do this. Do I want you to be full-time? Absolutely. But that's not something, if you're thinking, okay, I want to do this, but I love my profession. This is something else I want to do. You can do that. She's a nurse. She books work all the time. When we first met her, like she wouldn't even get on camera. I didn't know she had a voice for like the first 3 months. Remember, Alicia? I was like, does Wendy talk? Like, is there like, what's going on with her? But now, like literally, she's been in a ton of independent films. She's been at a bunch of film festivals. The films that she's a part of have been winning awards. She's writing, she's doing all types of things. By day, she's a nurse. She helps people. But now she's like doing amazing things. So again, if you're someone you're like, I love what I do, but I want to do more. She's a perfect example of that. And then this is Kaylee Clay. When we first met Kaylee Clay, like again, talk about lack of confidence. Like the first time I wasn't there the first time that they met.
I was.
Tell
It was
them
the
about
mother on the interview, and I was like, well, this isn't about you. It's about Kaylee. Where's Kaylee? Oh, she's nervous. How are you supposed to go through an audition when she's not even here? And Mom, you're the one answering all the questions. So it was a little bit aggravating, but she was adorable and she was so nervous, Deneen.
Yeah.
And when she ended up coming out to LA, her mom walks in and I recognized her mom from the Zoom. I said, where's Kaylee? Oh, she's in the rental car. I said, well, is she coming in? What is she doing? She literally had a hooded sweatshirt on. You can ask Mike. And she pulled it really tight so nobody could see her face. And I was like, okay, this girl, she's cute, but there's something about her. Like how could we ever submit her out to a casting? And her mom said she really wants to do this. This is all she talks about, but she doesn't have the confidence. Does that make sense? She doesn't have the confidence. And I'll never forget, she put this red dress on and she came back and she had her hair and makeup done. And sometimes there are overconfident people, and then there are people with zero confidence, like zero. And we're talking like small town Louisiana, like farm, right? Getting on a plane, going to Los Angeles, those like, and especially for her, getting a chance to live out her dreams. Like that's it. I hate to say it sounds scary, but it is freaking scary as shit to invest money in a plane ticket. Your mom's there, and and her mom was so helpful. But when Kaylee first got her photo done, and usually, Deneen, I'm going to be honest with you, the number one reason why talent gets scammed in this industry is because they run out and they get photos that they want to see. Well, there's 17 different types of modeling, kids. Like, you don't just hire a photographer based on your specifications and what you want to see. You got to get a photographer that works with real brands and celebrities because they know what a casting director wants to see.
Yep.
Do you guys understand the difference? If you understand, type, I get it. And the reason why we're going to have you keep typing stuff is so that we can make sure you're retaining this. So for anybody on this call running out and getting photos done, it's almost like you're self-diagnosing, like you're WebMDing. Stop doing that. You might as well just set your money on fire, because if you're running out and getting photos that are done incorrectly, you just wasted time and money.
And
So-
not only
Yeah, go ahead.
And not only that, but those photos, not only are you wasting time and money, but are they building up a confidence to get you to this point? Because this here is a girl who, like, I'm going to tell you
People can get
one more.
confidence. I mean,
Yeah.
from anywhere, but even when you get those beautiful photos, where the hell are you going to post them? Facebook, Instagram. Real castings aren't posted, guys. So when Kaylee got her first photo shoot done, literally the photographer, all of our photographers are amazing. They talked to her, they walked through it. We had the former art director of Vogue there styling with her, talking to her, literally from top to bottom, like going over why he chose these things, what he was accentuating, because honestly, it's a blueprint for success. And those photos ended up booking her work. Booking her work. And Deneen and I, we were so scared to see what she was going to actually be like on a casting. And she did great.
She killed it.
She did great. Yeah.
She not only did she get amazing photos that are booking her work, but she's also represented by one of the biggest commercial print agencies in LA. And when she first met the agent, and this, I alluded to this earlier, he told her she needed to lose 5 pounds and she hyperventilated. She was like, what?
But you're looking to get an agent, and an agent almost like you with a credit card going, to buy produce. You're only going to pick people that can qualify. Like, it's your money. And an agent is going to submit you out for castings, and they know that maybe that may help you, right?
Yeah.
Do you guys understand that?
So
like when you're on a flight, like they're going to adjust the elevation based on, anything. They don't want turbulence. So we don't want any turbulence in your career. So sometimes we have to do some adjustments.
Yeah.
And if you said she had to lose 5 pounds and she was upset about it, well, then she picked the wrong career, because that's what it's about.
Yeah. But what she did was she had the resilience to do what he recommended. And now he represents her. And 2 of these photos are from a magazine that she was in. She's recently booked a 5-figure job.
This is all she does now, guys.
She's also getting married in a couple months, which we're really excited about too. So you can have it all. That's the point I'm trying to make here.
She has a New York and an LA agent. So she moved to New York because she met her agent through us, who happened to be a New York agent in LA because we brought him over. But then she started doing Fashion Week. She started doing a whole bunch of stuff. And for those of you guys that don't know, New York City is so expensive. She was able to survive 100% based on her modeling jobs. And now she could book work $10,000 a day, $20,000 a day, but you need an agent to get those jobs. And I want you all to type the following comment. It all started on a Zoom. Every single one of these success stories, that like no one had to pay for travel today to come meet with us. Nobody had to fly to New York, Orlando, Miami, LA. No one had to fly anywhere. It's all on Zoom, but you have to start somewhere. And it all started on Zoom. And now she lives in LA full time, and she books work consistently.
Yes, she does.
all the time. And she's so sweet to tag us, invite us to her wedding. Because, and I think about this, had she not come on our Zoom call, and again, she's married, she's getting engaged, or she got engaged to her high school sweetheart, it would have just been a wrap. You guys know this, right? You marry your high school sweetheart, especially in Louisiana, you start popping out kids real quick, and it's
Yep.
that I could have done it. She came on
She
a call
did.
that changed her entire life.
Yep, she did it.
And now she travels around the world. And that's
Yep.
exciting.
Yeah, it is exciting.
And I'm sure when she told her friends, they all laughed at her.
They
Who's
did. I
laughing
was,
now?
I actually did a podcast with her friends in the car, and they thought she was crazy, but okay. So this can be, the question I want you to ask you is, why not me? Why not me? And this is one last one. This is Scott Irwin. So when we met him, he was an accountant. Now he is booking work consistently. He was recently in Babylon. How many of you saw the movie Babylon? So I'm going to tell you a really quick story about him. And then my next guest is waiting, and I don't want to keep him waiting much longer. But when we met Scott Irwin, he was an accountant. Can you say rule follower when you hear the word accountant, right? So the way he got booked on Babylon was he was one of the only people that actually read the whole casting sheet. And he literally, one of the things he had to wear was like a wife beater. So he had to like get like the white tank tops. He didn't own any. So he literally stopped the Target and black socks, a white wife beater and black socks. So he literally stopped the Target on his way to the casting, and he got cast for multiple different scenes as multiple different characters in the movie Babylon because he followed directions, because he was one of the only people. How many of you can follow directions? If that sounds like you, type me in the comments. Because
Denise, I just did a
sometimes
whole
that's the
video
only thing
about
that's
that.
between you and success is
Yep.
following directions.
I did a whole video about that, Deneen, in the Facebook group. Can you call me? What's the address to, the Zoom call? It's a Zoom call.
Yep, you
You
just
have
go on
to
Zoom.
follow
And you
directions.
know what? The awesome thing is everyone here, they all figured it out. So give yourselves a round of applause for figuring it out.
How many of you guys know this is a 2-day event? If you do, type 2 days. And we're not done until we're done today. It's like being on set. And I'm sure our next guest speaker can attest to that.
Yep.
What's it like
Awesome.
working with Kevin Smith and Ben Affleck? When are we done? I'm sorry, did you have somewhere else more important to go? Shush, this is your last job, right? Yep. So if you're really
Honestly,
serious about doing this, you're in the right place.
If anyone's asking that, Jemima can send them home now, but we're not
Yeah.
going to do that. All right.
Well, not yet. Well, they are.
Are you
home.
guys
That's the
ready?
best part.
Are you guys
Yay.
ready for our next guest? First of all, do you feel inspired by the stories that we shared about our success stories? Why not me, right? Why not me? Okay, so let me introduce you to our next guest. So excited. All right, so our next guest is Brian O'Halloran. He has been working in the film and theater industry for over 35 years. He started performing in live theater in high school, but it was his first film being Dante Hicks and Kevin Smith's 1984 cult indie hit, Clerks, that is the role that he is most noted for. Brian has worked with some of the film industry's best, such as Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, George Carlin, John Leguizamo, Rosario Dawson, Ali Sheedy. Brian has been in over 50 TV and film productions, such as Kevin Smith's Clerks, Mallrats, Chasing Amy, Dogma, Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, Vulgar, and Clerks 2. He was most recently seen in the Kevin Smith film Clerks 3. He has worked with director M. Night Shyamalan on The Happening and director James L. Brooks' comedy How Do You Know? His work on television includes Kevin Smith's TV show on AMC Comic Book Men and Clerks, the animated series on ABC. He has also been a voice on the Pokemon cartoon, TV, and movie series. Brian has attended numerous film festivals around the world, including Cannes, Sundance, and Toronto. He has been a jury member and awards host at the Nashville, Long Island, Humboldt, and Phoenix film festivals. In the past few years, he has jumped to the other side of the camera as a producer and executive producer involved in the development of a number of new plays and films. He also continues to work with production companies to produce and perform in theater productions. When not working on film and TV, when not working on films or plays, he can be seen around the world at various Comic-Cons and comedy clubs. Everyone, give it up for the one and only Brian O'Halloran.
Wow. Thank you for that introduction, Deneen. I
Hi,
really
Brian.
appreciate it. Good to see you, Alyssa, as well.
Good to
Hi.
see you.
By the way, the film came out in 94, not
Nine,
80.
oh, I said 84. I heard myself
All
say that
right,
wrong. I'm
that's all right.
sorry.
We are celebrating the 30 years of Clerks this year.
That's awesome.
It came out at the Sundance Film Festival in January of 94, picked up by Miramax Films back then, and then distributed that following October. So we are in a celebratory year for my film career. My acting career, as you stated, goes earlier than that, doing live theater, which if you're here also wanting to get into acting as well as the modeling career, theater I find to be the absolute gymnasium for actors. It's a place where you get the feel of taking a character from beginning to end all in one evening. You get to hear if you're doing something right or wrong by the response of a live audience. It also trains the mind and the body that you got to keep going. There's no stop. Oh, can I do that again? You're in front of a live audience. You got to figure your way out of that. So that's my love has always been theater, but my bank account likes doing TV and film. Um, so thank you so much. Last time I spoke was at the New York event, the live event, at the end of November, early December. I see some familiar faces here on screen from some of the people I met that evening. I'm really, really blessed to have Ryan and Deneen and Alyssa actually invite me back for this. I thought I was going to be blackballed and never be brought back again. Um, but I'm glad.
Never, never.
Never.
I'm kidding. I kid. I kid.
I kid. I
But
kid.
I remember that evening, the dinner, but also the all day workshop that I was a part of as well, with some amazing, absolutely amazing writers that were there, some directors that were there, producers who were there, agents who were there, and gave very amazing, frank, absolute truthful information that young people coming into this, and not so young people, but people getting into this industry need to hear. I was overhearing the last 10 minutes of the last session, what Deneen was talking about the hustle, about hustling and getting to the go-sees and getting to the auditions and going and putting yourself on self-tape and things like that, and doing the work behind it. They will get you the bookings, they will get you the introductions, but it's you as the performer who needs to do the work. When you get a breakdown from whatever you're going to be putting yourself on tape for, and you read into the description of something, you need to put into that the work. You need to be that character. Um, I recently saw an interview with Bryan Cranston, and he had an amazing story about what clicked in his head about being frustrated of not getting work. First of all, if you're in this industry, you better be able to take the word no 95% of the time. No, you didn't get the role. No, you're not quite the type we're looking for. No, you don't mix with the co-star that we're trying to. No, like, and you may not even hear that. That's the thing about auditioning for things, is you'll never, if they want to work with you, you will hear from them. Don't call us, we'll call you old adage kind of still runs true. And it's not, don't take it personally. Sometimes it's just maybe your height, or just maybe that day just didn't work out, but it's not for you. But the work you should do shouldn't be less because of that. It shouldn't discourage you not to put in the work behind it. But the story that Bryan Cranston talked about is not to go into these auditions or go put yourself on tapes with the auditions like, I need to get this job. I need to get this job. You have a job. Your job is to prepare, to get the material ready, and to perform. If you're an actor wanting to get into this industry, you're an actor. It's a matter of what audience are you in front of. And when you're putting yourself on tape. You obviously don't have the casting director in front of you. Some of these are on Zoom live when you've gone past the self-tape part of it. But your job every single time is to know the lines, come in with a character that you think your performance should be, what you as an actor are uniquely qualified to do with this character. Not so much, oh, I think they're looking for this, as much as this is my portrayal of this character, and come in, and your job is to perform in front of them. And if they like it, they will hire you. That doesn't mean you're acting for your job. Don't let that stress get in your head, because you may have 4 or 5 auditions, if you're lucky, a week to put yourself on tape. And sometimes there'll be weeks where for some reason there are no calls for anything. And you gotta, work the job that you were working and doing it. But that doesn't mean on your day, on your time off, you're not putting in that work, reading other things, watching other movies, going to live theater and seeing other tremendous performances out there. Because we are actors. We are developing our skills based on what we've observed in our own lifetimes. I'm a big fan of method when it comes to acting. So there are different things as an actor that I rely on, muscle memory, emotional memory, the magic word of if. If unleashes so many things on the imagination, that what if I did this with the character? Or what if I did that? We were talking about earlier of why not? Why not me? It's the same thing. Why not can I make this choice? Why not give this character a lisp? Why not give this character a bit of an accent? Why not make this character more demure or angry? The choices are yours. It's something that you can bring to a character that, yes, casting directors have an idea of what they're looking for. But to make a casting director go, oh, I didn't think of that. That's kind of cool. That's kind of unique. May push you through then to the actual producers or the actual director to then have the one-on-one Zoom meeting. And it's interesting. Why did you make that choice? Because that's what acting is choices we make to make sure we can portray a real feeling of these characters. I do have the chat open here on the side. If anybody has a question, I believe we also have the hands. Do we have hands down there at the bottom of where you can raise a hand if you want?
We do
Uh,
have hands.
Okay, so if you want to ask anything at any point, by all means, raise a hand. When I got started, there was no self-tape. It was all live action. It was all go see an actual casting director or casting director's assistant who then puts you on tape. And these were tapes, that then would get, if you would get called down, they would then move those ones who were in the callback series to producers out in LA or producers here in New York. Then they would go through it and then you'd get a call back, usually days later. But today's technology, you guys are great. You have a very easy way of doing it, in a sense that immediacy is a good thing to have. You can send your file out. By the way, when you're sending yourself tapes out, try to keep them under 100 megs. Or 100. I forget what it is. Don't make them large files. You can make them into smaller resolution files, just not to the point where it distorts you, because they may not be able to download a huge, don't shoot yourself in 4K. It's not worth it, first of all. And the files are tremendous. And that's not going to get you the gig, is because, oh, look at him. He's so clear. I could see every pore. That's not going to work for you. So just a little tip there. Someone has asked, what's the most difficult thing you've learned starting off in theater and that you now feel is more comfortable for you to do or take on? Thank you, Ilya. I appreciate the question. In the beginning, it was being in front of a crowd, being confident that I'm going to remember my lines, knowing that kind of shock, you know, you're in a safe space in rehearsals. You're working with your fellow cast members. If you're working on a production for 2 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever have you, you get to know those, you get comfortable. And then you have, you know, dress rehearsals, which usually they'll say, look, if you have some friends who won't be able to make the run and they want to come to a dress rehearsal so we can have some fresh eyes to give you, if it's comedy, to give you laughter, if it's suspenseful drama, to have that type of feeling. So getting comfortable with an audience at first, but that now I'm tremendously comfortable. I've done plays in front of, you know, 2,500 people. I've done comedy shows in front of a couple of, like, another 1,400 people. So it's that type of crowd doesn't bother me anymore. I'm about to go on a cruise. Kevin Smith's films are known as the View Askewniverse, and they've arranged a cruise askew from Miami to the Bahamas in the end of the month of February, and I'll be performing in front of a whole cruise full of people. So that I'm glad I was able to get over. But that just comes with the confidence in what you're doing. If you know the material you're working on and you have the confidence, being in front of people hopefully becomes easier and easier. Now, that's not to say I don't get nervous before I get into it. To have nerves, I think, is a good thing. When it becomes oh ho hum, I think that's when you're shortchanging your audience. So there you go for that. Angel said, I loved meeting you in New York City. Your advice meant so much to me, and I've kept it with me. I've started to experiment a little with video creating lately with it. That's good. As we talked earlier, Deneen talked earlier, learning the technology, knowing the technology, being able to edit and stuff like that. That's good. You need to be able to do that. Our world, as you can see right today, even if people are afraid of technology, they won't get on a laptop. They won't be able to know how to do Zoom, things like that. And there are still people out there that don't. It's weird, but it's true. What kind of acting would you consider to be the most important at auditions? Kingston asks. What type of acting would you consider is the most important for at auditions? You know, it depends on the auditioning. Like theater is, as we all know, is a little bit more broader, a little bit more bigger, because you have a presence that has to come over the footlights. The audience doesn't have the assistance of a camera to be able to zoom in, and where we could talk really soft and the camera will come in and get that emotion. While theater, you have to be bigger. So for television and film, remember, especially if you're putting yourself on tape, the camera is going to catch subtlety. There's more room for subtlety in television and film because the director is going to frame the shot the way he wants it, or they want it, excuse me. While theater, you're on a huge stage in front of hundreds of people. You'll be mic'd, hopefully, so that you know, if you do whisper, it's caught. But facial expressions, gestures are usually larger than life, just slightly for live theater. What's a tip for not messing up? Preparation. Straight up. Prepare. Don't be giving me your weak ass stuff. You put in the work. Not to quote RuPaul, but you gotta work. Put in that work, hands down. Go in prepared. Take that time. I know we all have lives. We have our regular gigs, we have our regular jobs, we have family, we have rent, we have, you know, pets, we have things like that. We have spouses, we have kids. Got it. Then you got to make your priority and put in that work. And then when you're confident in that, even if you slightly mess up, this is the best thing I love about live theater. You and your castmates on stage may know he dropped a line or he forgot a line. But if you have a way, if you know the material the way it's written, you'll be able to pick yourself up right from there. The audience, the best part is the audience won't even know it was messed up. And that's the best time to get around. How do you not mess up? How do you merge yourself into character you are not familiar with or complete opposite of you? Back to that same word, work, research. You know, I did a film where the character was assaulted by men, sexually assaulted by men. Thank God I've never been sexually assaulted by men or women for that matter. But I did the work. I went to groups, was allowed. I talked to the administration of a mental health place that helped men go through that crisis. Not a lot of men actually report that, first off, and did the research of what mentally does a victim go through? What kind of trauma do they then put upon other people because you carry that trauma with you, and then incorporated in that into the character. And so it's a film called Vulgar I did. And it's a scene that people, whenever they meet me and they go, oh, that movie Vulgar, that scene when you get back to your apartment, oh my God, it was so crazy, crazy, like real. And it was because I did the work you put into it. I mean, 80% of the time, you're portraying things you are not really. You know, a lot of people on these medical dramas, they ain't doctors, but they got to talk the jargon. They got to move. They got to know what to grab, you know, what a medical equipment. They got to turn and know, like when they see a number, that's making it feel like they are doctors. Same thing with the fireman shows, the cop shows. Going out of space. Come on now. There ain't that many people who've gone to outer space for real. Same thing. You got to learn to be an astronaut. You got to learn the technical jargon. You got to learn to know how to put that helmet on right and lock it in. And, you know, Matt Damon did a brilliant job in The Martian. You thought he was growing potatoes out of his own shit. You were like, yo, man, that guy pooped in his own and ate his own potatoes. And that's just because he put in the work. They went to NASA and they studied and stuff like that. When you get on bigger budgets like that, they do that. But a majority of the time, you're on films, independent films especially, they don't have that budget to allow you to go to boot camp or go to, you know, the police academy or things like that. So then you got to put in that work. And you got to respect yourself to do that. If you're not performing for yourself, first off, to make it real for yourself, it's not going to translate over the camera. It's not going to translate through the lens. So the prime word again, work, preparation. Does breaking the fourth wall only exist in popular genre of film at all? No, it actually, breaking the fourth wall was a common thing in Greek theater. They had a thing called the Greek chorus, where a scene would happen, and then this chorus of people who would sing songs while scenes are being changed would tell, like, sum up what was going on in the past scene. It was almost like closed captioning back then for the people who couldn't hear well. So turning to the camera, like very popular in The Office and Parks and Recreation, things like that. Breaking the fourth wall in film is becoming more and more common. Especially when we have a society where we're constantly on phones that, you know, you're looking at people talking right into the camera, and it's become a common way of seeing things. Thank you for that question, Kingston. Deanna, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. That's a very good phrase. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Absolutely. I agree with that 100%. Like Criminal Minds, like the Chicago shows. Yes, Chicago shows get taught by actual doctors, firemen, PD to make it authentic. Correct. They're a major, you know, a large budget studio, you know, broadcast television show. They can afford that. Plus, you also want to make sure that they actually have big fires on those sets. They want everybody to be safe. So training legally covers their butt, but also makes the show that more authentic. And that's the thing that should be prime for an actor is authenticity. You know, being authentic, first of all, to yourself, and then taking your authenticity, putting it through this filter of a character, and then coming out the other end as a character. Some of the greatest actors I know that I see all the time, they're not household names. They're character actors. They're like, there he is again. Oh, there she is again in another thing. Oh, there she is again in another thing. You know, how many TV commercials do you still see that same woman who does all these commercials? She has a unique look and she has this unique take on things, but she gets the gig because she has that kind of uniqueness to her. She filters like, oh, it needs to be a goofy customer to do this and then come out the other end. And she puts her spin on like, oh, I didn't think about it that way. And she gets booked. Vanessa asks, I love comedy, thriller, and drama. How do you know that theater was your genre? Well, there is comedy, thriller, and drama in theater. So it all depends on what you want to do. You know, if you have a really great comedic timing, trust me, comedy is the hardest part of acting, I think, personally. I don't think everybody can do comedy, unless you're going to be the straight guy in a comedy. And if you're that kind of, hey, what's going on in here? Why did you let the dogs in the house? Now look at my cake. You know, you could be the straight guy in that, but to be comedic, to be the comedic kind of role is very tough. Drama, and here's the thing too, great directors, good directors can try to help you so far. And then the rest is to you to be your authentic self in that character. And I think when you're authentic, you can almost do anything. What's your take on dress code for auditions? Should we always go comfortable or costumes reflecting our character? I just put myself on tape for a movie where it had to do with hockey. I didn't put on a hockey outfit, but I put on something like this, like just a sports kind of thing, and just to subtly put in sports. Now, if you're going to audition for, like, say, a doctor, don't go out and get yourself the white coat. That's a little heavy-handed. But put yourself in for men, put yourself in a tie. For women, put yourself in a business kind of look, you know. If you're doing something else, if it's subtle helps if you have it. Don't go out buying stuff. Oh my God, he's a this, that, she's a this, that, the other thing. Don't go out and do it. Like, don't be walking around with a gun. It's a cop show. No, don't. They understand it's a self-tape. What habits and practices have helped you maintain longevity in my career? It was awesome to meet you. Yes, Solange, awesome to meet you as well in New York. Longevity is I still am in love with it. I'm in love with the business. When you don't feel it, when you don't got the energy, take a break, step back. You're doing nobody any favors. If you're gonna muddle through it and you feel like I just don't got it, give yourself that break. Give yourself that self-help. Give yourself that kind of thing and go out and see other work. That's the other thing I love to do. And the best place, not only just studio films in regular movie theaters, if there are film festivals in your area, especially, go to them. Go to them. Here's the reason why. Filmmakers are there. The actual filmmakers are there because they're hoping to come home with an award. The actors are there who are going there to network for other films. So that's the one thing I recommend is going to film festivals. You'll be able to see how the sausage is made, how when a film is made, how do we get distribution? How do we get in front of people? And you never know. You may impress someone who is a writer, who is a producer, who is a filmmaker, and may want to work with you, may want to take your information, may want to say, hey, I have something at the end of the year. You know what? Let me get your email and we'll be in touch and blah, 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 blah. But you also get to see films that don't get the ability to be out there in the mainstream theaters or on Netflix or don't get picked up, but are still really good films and got really great acting in it and got really great cinematography. And a lot of times films that don't get picked up are usually films that are, ooh, that's a little challenging for our network. Or, ooh, that's a little challenging. They're tackling subjects that you don't see mainstream films tackle. That's why I enjoy independent films. So that's how I keep it fresh for me. Going to events, supporting my friends in the industry. I don't have jealous love for anybody. Do I see friends who do really, really well and things like, man, God, I would have loved to have had that. I do. But do I go like, man, you don't need that. No need to that. What you put out karmically, I believe in it. I've been in this industry over 35 years. I see mean people who get successful. Ooh, man, do they burn in flames, like come down hard on certain things. Or people don't back them up when they are in rough times because they're not nice. Another rule I have, try to be nice to every single person. There is no job in making TV, film, theater that is beneath Nobody. I don't care who you are. There is no job from the person, the PA who just got to set that day and they're from Kansas City, Missouri, whatever. Everybody's there to do one thing, make this production good, make it great, get it done. So they all have jobs. So I'm always, that's my Irish Catholic parents just beating me when, you know, you can beat kids without having a call to some agency. But, you know, that's how I lived. That was me in the 70s. I deserve some of it. But that was the kind of thing that I'm respectful to almost everybody and anybody I can meet, because everybody has their own issues. Everybody has their own lives. You don't need to dogpile on it. You know, just do your job, get there and be done. I got burnt out with my music, so I understand it gets tiring. But if you want to take a break, hang on, let me see if I can get this back. If you want to take that break and come back harder, yeah, it's just about, you know, refueling, getting that passion back, getting back that love. So taking a break, getting back to that subject is the type of thing you want to do. Who do you model your work habits from, if anyone? It was a pleasure meeting you in New York. Reginald, nice meeting you as well. It was great meeting you. Who do I model my habits from? That is a good question. I noticed that, like, George Carlin, the late great comedian George Carlin, I got to work with him in a movie called Dogma, a really great film. He put in work ethic that I've never seen. Now first of all, everybody knows him as a stand-up comedy, you know, comic and an actor. He would say to him when you met him, I'm a writer who happens to tell his stories in front of an audience that are funny or thought-provoking. He had an amazing work ethic that I thought he would get up in the morning, physically go to the gym, he had his lines down immediately. And he's the type of guy who would literally have to write his lines out to memorize them. Everybody has a different technique of memorization. I personally like audio, so I put myself on audio, and then I listen to it like a song. Like I'm a big music lover. I have music playing all the time around me in a car, when I'm at home, whatever, on the plane, whenever I'm flying somewhere, I have to have music. Even when I do my Comic-Con appearances, I have a Bluetooth speaker behind my table. I have to have music. That's how I live life. So I can learn my lines by listening to them as well. So, and a lot of the times I'll redo them as well because, ooh, that was a bad take on this line and I don't want to learn that habit. So I'll go in and re-record it. I mean, that's the greatest thing about technology today is everything can be edited quite easily. So, George Carlin was a great person who I learned a lot of habits from. There's a lot of other friends that I've worked with in theater who I've learned from. Good habits are good to learn. Bad habits are good to learn not to do. You can see bad habits. A majority of my learning was from things not to do, seeing things badly done, or seeing people just not respect the work and be like, yo, I ain't doing that. Nope, that ain't gonna be me. You're not, no, I'm not, you're not suckering me into that. I'm gonna do this way and it works. Willow asks, what was your greatest obstacle in acting you had to overcome before your success? Confidence in myself, the biggest obstacle. I was my biggest critic before I became my biggest fan. So in doing that, learning to not listen to that voice, to listen to like, yo, I need to keep pushing myself. And it was validation from critics when critics actually used to go to community theater and do reviews, other people encouraging me, things like that. So the biggest obstacle was my own self-doubt. But once I knew I had a toolkit of skills that I could bring that people enjoyed what I do for them, the confidence continues, the confidence to get bigger. Now, do I still have self-doubt on things? Oh, absolutely, all the time. Do I let it affect me as much? No, because I don't want to sweat that anymore. I don't want to sweat putting me down. You know, I was fortunate enough to start my career before the internet. So I didn't have the constant, streamings on the phone and posts and negative thoughts that people just love to just rail on you. So those are the type of things that you got to block out. There's a lot of jealousy, a lot of naysayers out there, and people who just don't understand. I remember when Deneen was talking about, the model who her friends from the Midwest who she was doing this, and they didn't believe, that she was modeling and she was doing this, and they're friends, and you gotta be prepared to just, nod your head and go, yeah, all right. But also remember them. Yeah, I remember you. I remember you. You said nope. But then we get back to, why not me? Why not? What makes you better than me? Not much. I can tell you right now. I'm gonna concentrate on me. I'm gonna make me better. Be prepared to when I go into those auditions or when I go into that, that go see or those self tapes. If I'm confident in me and they can see that I'm confident in me, they'll go, you know what? I can direct him. I can direct something like that. You want to be able to be able to be put into a situation where they trust you. When they can trust you, oh, this guy's good. Oh no, I like this. We need this guy. Did you see that? Frank, get in here. Did you see this tape? Look at this guy. Yo, he looks like he's about to break some tables. That's believable there. Something of that nature. You want to be able to do that. What do you think about going to college for traditional training? Currently, I go to CUNY Queensborough Community College for acting. Avery says this question. Avery, what an amazing question. Yes, it is worth it. It's absolutely worth it. First of all, you're learning proper technique. You're learning proper history of theater. You're learning, once again, if you're in a community college, you're going to be putting on a production, a play production, or TV or film. You guys are going to be making a student film. You're going to be able to have a safe space to make mistakes. You're going to have a safe space for a mentor to guide you through those obstacles. So I absolutely believe that coaches, theater courses or film courses in a college, in a university are really great. I was stupid and young. I went to community college in Middlesex County College in New Jersey, took all the theater I could there. They didn't have a film program at the time there. And then I was like, yo, no degree is going to get me a role. And I left. Stupidest thing I ever did. I should have done that. I should have finished it, which I'm still young enough. I can definitely go and take those courses and get a degree and then maybe teach. Who knows? But definitely learning and having that safe space was immeasurable to me. Because that's the only thing too is, and usually the college realm, you're not just, I'm here for the acting. Call me when it's time to be on stage. No. They're telling you, grab this paintbrush, you're building sets. Grab this drill, you're building sets. You're helping with lighting. You're learning how sound design is done. And to be honest with you, as an actor, I loved it because guess what? Not every time you're going to be on stage. There's not going to be a role for you, but you still could be part of the production, being the lighting operator, being a set designer, being the prop person, being costume help, whatever it needs. And when you learn those jobs and you're on stage as your main thrust as an actor, you'll be able to spot when something's wrong. Oh, whoa, that light's not on me, man. You want me standing here, but it's pointed 10 feet away from me. Can we refocus that if that's going to be there? Like, you'll be able to know for you what's wrong. Same thing with costumes. Like, I have a quick change in between these two sets, these two scenes, and I only have 30 seconds. This has to be Velcro back here. I'm not buttoning, or we need a dresser, a person to dress me. You'll know this when you learn those skills. And then if you want to become a director or if you want to become a producer, you'll know what it takes to put on a production, and it opens your mind. And then you won't be able to be taken advantage of because you'll know these jobs. And what's the best thing to do but then know everything that goes on in the industry that you want to be a part of? It's truly good to do that. So thank you, Avery, for that question. That was a great question. Is Stanislavski method considered Is Stanislavski method be considered when creating monologues, or would you consider finding one? Stanislavski, the method, as everybody knows it, is an amazing tool. There are basic categories for Stanislavski that are always great. If you want to go through Stanislavski method, I like to lean upon it because there's so many things about it. And I'll give you just some brief basic categories of what Stanislavski is about. Action. An actor must always be active, externally or internally. One can be immobile externally, yet actively psychologically. Having inner action. All action must be justified. It must have a purpose and be logical. So action is always going on with someone in method. If you're actively listening to someone, in your head, in real life, you're thinking, correct? You're thinking about a response like, oh, listen to this bullshit. Like right now, you're probably saying this entire hour, oh, listen to this guy. I'm just kidding. If the magic word unleashes the imagination and starts the actor towards believing in what he or she is doing and stimulates creativeness. So I said that earlier, the word if, just like why not? What if we did this? What if I did that? The choices are endless at that point. Given circumstances, all the conditions in which the actor works, the plot, the environment, the lighting, the people, an actor must become familiar and be part of this environment. Exactly what I was saying just earlier. If you know where you are on a set and you see, take it all in. Take a look. Oh, all right, there's a car there. All right, there's a storefront there. Ooh, there's a outdoor garbage pail here. Know it because you can refer to it at any point if the dialogue presents itself. Know your awareness. It's like being on a New York City subway. Be aware at all time what's around you. Oh, there's the guy mumbling to himself over there. Oh, there's the guy eating Chinese food. Oh, there's 4 rats fighting over a pizza. That kind of thing. You want to be aware of your circumstances. Imagination. This must be alert, rich and active so that the actor can interpret the lines and fill them with meaning that lies behind them, otherwise known as subtext. So once you get into that focus of the script and you're learning what the words are and what the meaning of the lines are going on, you want to have that imagination to bring some subtext to it. Concentration of attention. This keeps the actor focused on what's occurring, helps them relax, and helps direct the audience to where their attention is wanted. So yes, so being constantly actively listening. If you're constantly listening, and you'll know, especially in live theater, if someone has dropped a line and you got to pick them up, if they go what they call deer in the headlights, where they just look at you on stage going, oh my God, I totally forgot. You better be able to know what their lines are, or at least where the story goes, to actively help them. And you can only do that by concentrating, by being active in it. Relaxation of the muscles, unless tense muscles are relaxed, an actor's normal mental activity and therefore the spiritual life of the character he portrays or she portrays is impossible. So yeah, so just being loose, stretching. You don't have to be a dancer to stretch. Actors stretch all the time. Vocal exercises are done all the time. You want to be able to do anything, move anywhere. I think when you go to classes for motion, I think is amazing. Just like vocal classes for people, for singers, I think movement classes are really good. People who do yoga, keeping yourself supple and moving is an important thing to do, especially if you want to get into like physical kind of movies, like action movies or things like that. Like, those guys who are in Chicago, Fire and all the, all those medical dramas and cop dramas, they got to be fit. So it's always good to keep your body in those type of things. And I'm just going to briefly go through the rest of this. Feeling the truth and belief. If an actor, while carrying out an action, uses logical consecutiveness, justifies everything with the help of if, and thinks of a given circumstance, they will not overact, and their action will be truthful. Without forcing themselves, they will believe in what they are doing because they will be doing it as if it was real life. So you have to believe in what you're doing is really going on. Going back to the medical dramas, if you're giving CPR, now, yes, you don't want to really compress another actor's real chest, otherwise you will send them into cardiac arrest. But doing the actions, walking into a room with a gun and checking your six and looking around, things that you'll be trained to do, hopefully, doing it, believing you're really doing it, conveys it across the screen, conveys it in a theater across the stage. So once again, it's about being real. Emotional memory. Now, this is huge. Emotional memory, stimulation of an actor's emotions through recall of experienced ones. This is huge. If you have these experiences, to come back and put them out there. If you've had unfortunate death in your family, a passing of a loved one, and you need to get into that mood, that is definitely something to draw back on. You know, if you've seen someone get hit by a car and that shock and horror, that's something to rely on. If you've experienced childbirth and you know that feeling of, oh my God, the elation of childbirth, all your life experiences, everything is open, totally open. You need to open yourself up to get those emotions out there. Now, like I said earlier, I never experienced a sexual assault, thankfully, but I found people who did and listened to them, actively listen to them, ask the questions of them, and get that information from them. So these are all the type of things that Stanislavski, to go from Kingston's question, is to be considered. I love Dogma, one of my faves. Thank you, Solange, for that wonderful, kind words. Kara asks, writing is another dream of mine. Had a class in film writing in college and then taught it in high school to students. George, with 7 words you can't say on radio. Yes, George Carlin's famous 7 words. Yes, writing. Writing's another thing that is a very strong discipline. Where I have friends who are Pulitzer Prize winning writers. I have friends who are Oscar Award winning writers. It's not an easy job. Some people are blessed with that talent to stories to come to them and flow quite easily, but they still struggle as well. But one thing is consistent from the Oscar Award and Pulitzer Prize winning writers to just writers who write stage plays to writers who just write comedy monologues for stand-up comics. One thing is consistent that they all tell me: they write every day. Very little, or sometimes a stream of consciousness comes over them and they're writing for 4 hours straight that they go for a week and a half of nonstop writing. But one thing they do, write every day. Even if it's just a text to yourself on the phone. It's a thought. If you have a unique thought that you want to bring out, write it down. Same thing as an actor. Same thing as a model. If a thought comes to you about your career, don't just go, oh, I'll remember that. No. Write it down. Text it to yourself. I know WhatsApp has that now where you can text things directly to yourself. Do that. That's it's just a simple text. Oh, don't forget to think about that pink dress I was talking about. Like you had seen a pink dress somewhere that you wanted to wear for a shoot or something like that. Or, oh my God, I had that idea about that joke about the pizza and the 2 guys fighting over the pizza. That type of thing. Write it down. So if you're getting into the writing game, and I applaud you, because as we just saw this past year, when the writer strike happens, nothing happens without writers. Nothing happens without words being put to the page, so to speak. So as much as I'm an actor and I love performing and I can, free roll with the best of them, improv with the best of them. It's nice having some amazing words to say. It's nice to have some amazing stories to tell. So getting into the writing game, if you're going to do that, definitely write every day. I'm going to skip a little further here. I learned so much from you in New York. Oh, thank you so much, Yasmin. It was a pleasure meeting you. It was a pleasure meeting you too. What are your thoughts about props when making self-tapes? Should we not act them in them, or few do have it? Props, if they're simple, they're fine. If you're, auditioning for a nurse or whatever who having a clipboard and just referring to it to check things off while talking is one thing. Although you got to be careful. Some casting directors will think you don't know the lines and you're using it as a cheat sheet. Smoking, maybe. It's always tough. The one thing though, about smoking, and I learned this from a course that the great Michael Caine, Alfred from the Batman movies, for those who want to know who Michael Caine is, had some really great lessons about props. And here's just some 10 quick lessons he had. When speaking to an actor off camera, look into one eye and stick to that one eye. Don't be doing this. It's distracting to the actor and it's distracting to the audience. So pick one eye and stick to it. Film acting is in large part reacting and listening. What I had talked about earlier, actively listening and reacting to what your co-star in the scene or your fellow actor is doing. 3, while rehearsing something with a fellow actor, if a crew member can come up and recognize that, let me say this again. While rehearsing something with a fellow actor, if a crew member can come up and recognize you're rehearsing versus having a real conversation, then you're not doing it right. In other words, if a crew comes up and thinks the conversation you're having with the fellow actor is, oh shit, no, I don't want to interrupt that, as opposed to rehearsing, now you got it. Now you're in it. 4, an actor relaxes in front of the camera by concentrating and knowing that you have no enemies on the set. Everyone is on your side and doing their best to make you look your best for the movie. So remember that. It's another way to be relaxed. Everybody behind the camera and in front of the camera with you is on your side. You're in a safe space once again. Creating magic, having that opportunity to create magic like this is super rare. So many people, so many millions of people can't do it, who panic. I can't speak in front of people, never mind act in front of people. So if you have the ability, you're way ahead of the game. Now hone it. It's like young people who can play certain sports at a very young age, who then, through practice and those long days at the gym, long days on the ice, long days on the field, hone it, get those opportunities then in college and then get their opportunities in professional sports. People see the game and you'll watch a player play a game for an hour and a half and they may do well and they may do bad, but you don't realize there are years of practice behind all of that. And that includes us. We have to put in the work. Gets back to that original word I said earlier. The camera catches everything you do. So don't be able to play things subtly. This is for TV and film, especially. Little looks aside when someone's talking in a scene, or little just gestures with the eyebrows, or a little inhale. It's subtle, but the camera will pick that up because if you're actively in that situation, you would in real life react that way. So going to props, if you're going to smoke on screen, you must plan it absolutely perfectly. Don't mess it up for the continuity because they'll do many takes and they'll do coverage of the other actor and they'll do a wide shot where you're seeing a cigarette being drank or a drink being drunk and you'll catch it. Nerds who like to catch the goofs and things like, oh, look, the glass was full when he first started. Now look, when they cut back, it's halfway down. So you want to make sure you have all that down to a science if you're going to use props. So Michael Caine, some amazing information from him, another fantastic actor out there. Everybody has their own. So, my God, so many messages. I want to get to them all. Let me see if I can go there. My biggest enemy, and after 25 years on this earth, is learning to trust myself. Yes, Marie, is to trust yourself. There is an instinctual essence to us as actors where you want to trust yourself. But then we have people to guide us, directors, to go, well, yeah, that choice, you're going a little too far with it, or that choice is not appropriate for this moment for my vision of what I want to do. And you can have a conversation with your director about it. And sometimes you can convince a director to take your choice and sometimes not. And the great thing about film and television is you may have the opportunity to get multiple takes. And usually great directors will go, they'll take the takes that they want to get And then they'll be like, let's do one for you, or let's do what you want to do and do a take. And it's your opportunity to convince them that your take, your idea of what you want to do is where we should go. And sometimes you win those bottles and sometimes you don't. So, I said this when we talked in New York, the mediums of an actor in film, television, film, theater, and then voiceover work as an actor. Television is the writer's medium. A TV series needs writers to keep writing scenarios for episode after episode after episode. So if you're going to be a writer, that's the medium you want to get into because you can take characters for long stretches. Film is the director's medium. That's where a director can take a story, cast his film, direct the film, frame up shots in the editing suite, then take the best takes he wants. You may like take number 3, but he takes take number 4, or number 2, or whatever, because of his reasonings. Oh, the background was the perfect timing. The car came by just as he was saying this. Those are the choices a director makes. That's why they get the big applaud when it comes to, best director and stuff like that. While theater is the actor's medium. Now, you're in rehearsals. Yes, you have a director directing you and stuff like that, and you have a choreographer and you have all that stuff. But once you go live, once that curtain goes up, like I said earlier in this hour, there's no stop, cut, let's do it again. It's you and that audience and your fellow actors. And you need to carry, and you get to take that character you're playing from the beginning to the end, a perfect rounding out of the story in one evening, as opposed to film where you can shoot most of the time out of sequence. You'll shoot the middle of the movie first, and then the end of the movie next, and then the beginning at the end. And sometimes it's only due because of locations or certain actors not available till this certain time, things like that. So you have to learn a character to know where they are in that arc. And then fourthly, voiceover work. Voiceover work is really great work. It's good for people who can do amazing voices if you want to get into the animation game or the video game, that kind of thing. But then there are people who are amazing just voices, who can just be on the radio and you're like, ooh, I love the sound of this person's voice, or audio books, or voiceover work for TV commercials. Maurice LaMarche, also known from Pinky and the Brain fame, he's done so many commercials, TV commercials, that you don't realize it's him because of his range of voices. Billy West, the red M&M guy, who's also on Futurama, who's also on Family Guy, things like that. He's another, he's the Mel Blanc of our generation, I always say. He's another amazing talent, and he's a voiceover guy. So those are the type of things as performers you can get out of doing that. I'm seeing the time is getting on 3:01. I want to say, first of all, I want to thank Deneen and Alicia for having me here this afternoon. I always enjoy my time speaking to people coming up in the game and doing it. They've been giving, the few times now that I've sat in on quite a few of their courses and of their live events, there's never been one time I've said, well, this is a bunch of fucking bullshit right here. I've never thought, because back in the early days of the game, there are scammers out there. There's no doubt there are scammers even out there today who will take your money and never give you anything, and you need to buy these photo packages. Nah, these people are legit, which I appreciate. And being 35 years in the game, you kind of pick up on stuff like that. I'm really good at sniffing out bullshit. I think that's another
So
thing.
are we. You know that. I appreciate that.
No. So I want to thank you all for coming and for listening to me this hour. I know you all have a long weekend ahead of you. Thank you for taking the time out of your weekend to be a part of this, but also thank yourself for giving yourself this time to learn this, to put this in you. I hope some of the information that I expressed over this past hour, something sticks to you and helps you move forward, or at least makes you recognize things when you see it. Yo, that's what he was talking about when he said that. All you can do, and I'm going to say it again, is you have to put in the work. Straight up. Put in the work and the rewards will follow. It may not be immediate, but in the long term, you'll see where it comes.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Brian.
Brian,
welcome.
Brian, I have
Thank
a
you.
quick question. Do you
Sure.
remember when you got your SAG card and what job got you into
Sure.
SAG?
I've been a member since 1996, and it was the film Chasing Amy got me that. I did Mallrats, which was a Taft-Hartley, and then when we did Chasing Amy that followed, that was the one that got me my SAG card. So I've been a member ever since 1996, when the dues were very reasonable back then. The initiation
Now it's
was
3 grand, 3 grand
yeah,
to join
now I'm like,
SAG.
yo,
Yeah.
that's not that's a hill. Today's day and age, that's a hill. No, I think I paid 1,200 when I joined. But it is a union and an organization that's vital, especially today's day and age with AI coming into this. It's something that is necessary. Now there are great non-union producers, non-union films out there. And I've worked on non-union as a producer with other things. So I don't behoove people that they need to join the union immediately, because I didn't immediately. So there you go.
Thank you so much, Brian. That was amazing.
Welcome.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
And funny story, really quick, guys. So we had a big dinner at Carmine's in Times Square with Brian O'Halloran, and we had one of the head coaches from Stella Adler, who works with Ryan Gosling and Leo. And it turns out that on the busiest night of the week, like a Friday night in Times Square, the general manager is a huge fan of Clerks. And he shot a video for you using my phone, and he was like, oh my God, Brian O'Halloran. And it was such a surreal experience because we know you as, an actor and a friend, but like he was such a fan. And I'll never forget, we had so many desserts. And I mean, if you've never been to Carmine's, it's big, like family dishes. And you literally walked over, we had all these desserts nobody touched, and you started handing them out on the floor, and the guy's like, dude, you're from Clerks. And I'll never forget, like, just the faces of people just in awe of you. So I thank you so much, because it was a surreal experience for us to watch that in real time, and that was really cool.
Yeah, I'm very blessed over the years. People who have seen the first couple of movies,
It's all
who've become
classic, yeah.
fans. It's come circle, and I appreciate it. It's a film that's in the American Library of Congress. So,
Wow.
when the planet is bombarded by a meteor and we have to start civilization again, Clerks is literally one of your choices to entertain yourself.
That's badass, dude.
Thank
That
God.
should be,
Thank
like,
God
top
that's one of
10.
our choices.
Yeah, that
Awesome.
is super cool.
Well, Brian, thank you
Thank
so much
you.
for sharing. We appreciate you so
Everybody
much. for
have a
spending your
wonderful
time.
weekend. Thank you for having me on, and good luck with the rest of the courses this weekend. Put in the work, people.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
How incredible was that? Okay. Now that he's not here, I can embarrass myself. I'm not even supposed to be here. I've been
Are you-
holding that
are you
in since
quoting
he
the
said
movie?
yes. Look, I'm not a nerd about, well, that's not true. I'm very much a nerd, but like that
When it counts, you're a nerd, and I love that.
those movies got me through my high school years.
Chasing Amy, Mallrats, come on.
I know.
Okay,
No.
so which one would you guys prefer? I mean, I know our next guest speaker is coming up now. Would you prefer to take acting advice from friends and family that have watched Chasing Amy, Mallrats, or would you rather talk to one of the stars? Which one do you think would help you more, family or real industry experts here at VIP Ignite? Come on.
Exactly. Now let me ask you guys a question too. Speaking of hearing and learning from real industry experts, if you're a part of our Rising Stars Academy, type a 1 in the comments. Let me ask you guys a question. How would you like to work with someone like Brian O'Halloran on a regular basis? With that, do you think that might be cool?
To
How
add
would
his
you like
name
him
to
to be
your
one of your new
resume?
coaches?
Shit. I mean, that's priceless to add his name to your resume. And imagine he's working on a project and he just happens to be talking to Ben or Kevin Smith. Oh, I have somebody in my class I would love to submit. Perfect. Can everybody here type proximity, proof, and power? It's the 3 P's: proximity, proof, and power. Those are the 3 P's.
Yeah.
That is priceless.
Yeah. What if I could make that happen? Do you guys think I have the capability of making that happen? Yes. Okay, if you're excited about that idea, let me see how excited you are. Because we also have our next guest here, and I want him to know how much energy you guys can bring to this call. Awesome. Oh my gosh, that's so amazing. It's like the gift that keeps on giving being here today. Awesome. All right. So that was amazing. Now we're gonna move on to our next favorite cult classic. So I remember, I'm gonna tell a little backstory, and he's probably gonna shake his head when I tell this backstory. But I remember when I had first had the opportunity to meet well, I haven't met him face to face yet, but my first opportunity to meet him and start working with him, Alicia was like, "Oh my God, Deneen, you have to check out this show, Chuck." And I was like, "I have to check what? I don't want to check out another show." And she was like, "No, you really have to check it out." And I did. And how many of you have ever watched a show where you like push play and then it's like 3 days later and you haven't eaten, you've had a glass of water and you're like, "Oh crap, how did I get here?" But you're at the end of the show. That's how I was with Chuck. So let me introduce our next guest to you. Our next guest is Mark Christopher Lawrence. He has been nominated for 2 Emmy Awards for his work on the short film The Flourish and on his co-produced short Stacks. Mark Christopher Lawrence is a recipient of the San Diego Critics Circle's Craig Knoll Award for Outstanding Actor of the Year. He's a national headliner that has worked with the likes of Sinbad, Jerry Seinfeld, Rodney Dangerfield, and Jeff Foxworthy, as well as having headlined clubs and colleges and churches all over the USA and Canada. Mark Christopher Lawrence has garnered many accolades for his lead role in a film for the holiday season, Bringing Back Christmas, which is streaming now on Amazon, as well as the lead role in the PureFlix.com miniseries Fragment Oblivion. Mark Christopher Lawrence is best known for his series regular role as Big Mike on the NBC TV series Chuck. He can be seen on the Tyler Perry TV drama All the Queen's Men, streaming in its 4th season on BET. Also, he can be seen as a guest star on the sitcom Sprung on Freevee TV. Mark Christopher Lawrence is in pre-production on several projects as a writer and/or producer. Also, do not miss Mark Christopher Lawrence's dry bar comedy special, Mark Christopher Lawrence, Clean Out of Compton. Everyone, please give it up for our very good friend, the one and only Mr. Mark Christopher Lawrence.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
We're doing phenomenal. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm good. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Welcome to the first 2-day Model and Actor Boot Camp of 2024.
We didn't even mention Emmys. I mean, dude. Hi, Mark.
Hello.
Nice to see
I
you.
did.
Happy
It's
New
at the
Year.
top
Oh,
of
you
my.
did?
It was at the top of the
Oh, okay.
intro.
I was just like, oh my goodness. How did we forget that? You look great.
We
Hi,
didn't.
sir.
So
We're coming out to San Diego soon.
I hear. That'll be great.
Woo. Yeah. We're coming out to see you. Okay, continue.
Well, I guess I'm here to talk about at the core of it, longevity. You know, creating a legacy through faith and comedy and acting as your voice. And so I started as I thought about this topic, I started thinking about what each piece is. What is faith? Faith is trusting in something. And for me, I put my faith in God. But there's different types of faith. I mean, we have to have faith in ourselves, and in this industry, there are if you're a religious person, there's pros and cons to having faith in the workplace, or using the workplace as a place to demonstrate that you are quote unquote a Christian or whatever your religious beliefs are. So typically, I just go to work and do what I do. And if it comes up with someone where they need prayer or something like that, I'll pray for them, because I kind of pray for everything that I do, before I do it, while I'm doing it, because that just helps me. That's what faith is for me. So in a nutshell, faith is complete trust in the process. And when I say process, I mean every aspect of your career, your training. You have to trust your training, trust the people that are training you, the people that are giving you the tools to put in your toolbox to be able to be a successful actor, comedian, model, singer, whatever it is that you do. you have to trust that process. You have to trust that the people that are training you are putting you in a position to be successful. Once you get tools in your toolbox and you start going out to work, then it becomes another thing. Now you have to put trust in directors. For me, I don't get a lot of notes from directors because I've been doing this a long time, and it's very rare that directors give me notes. And as an actor, you feel like, wow, I know I'm not exhausting it all, so I need a little help in this section or whatever. And you have to trust that the director sees that you are doing a great job, or you're delivering what he's looking for or she's looking for. So you have to trust those directors. You have to have faith that they're on this journey with you in this project. I remember my very first theater acting job, my very first professional theater acting job. It was Antony and Cleopatra at the Los Angeles Theater Center. And I auditioned and I get the job, and we'd have notes at the end of every rehearsal. And the director, Sir Tony Richardson, never gave me any notes. And then one day I was really frustrated because, Shakespeare is a big sandwich to eat, right? So as everybody was leaving, I just sat there, and he comes to me and he says, "What's the matter?" I said, "Well, you never give me any notes." And he says, "Because you don't need any." He says, "Trust your instincts." He says, "Your instincts are great." He says, "You're doing a great job." He says, "If I had one note to give you, it would be sometimes I see your technique. So get rid of all that stuff that you're learning in school. I don't want to see it. Just apply it to the work." He says, "And sometimes I see it, so I don't want to see it." So you have to trust that the directors are doing you a right turn. Everybody that's working on a project wants to succeed. Everybody that's working on a project wants to make sure that all the pieces are in place so that the project will be successful. And then you have to trust your team. Who is your team? Who's surrounding you that helps you do what you do? Who are the people that in your day-to-day, who are those people that you can have faith in and believe that they are with you every step of the way? Who are those people? Surround yourself with people that are like-minded, people that want you to succeed, people that want you to do well at what you're doing, or what you're trying to do. Who is that circle for you? I like to surround myself with people that aren't necessarily in the industry. My closest set of friends don't do what I do, and they don't really care about the industry. They care about me, and that's who you need to put into your circle. People that care about you, people that are going to hold you accountable, people that are going to encourage you, people that are going to let you know when you're way off track. You got to have a circle of friends that keep you grounded, because in this industry, your head can explode to enormous sizes because of your seemingly success. But I tell you right now that Hollywood will chew you up and spit you out. Some of the greatest comedic minds of all time were the Three Stooges. And toward the end of their career, when Hollywood was done with them, they didn't even let them come into the studio to get their stuff. They put their stuff out on the street, on the curb, and they could pick it up from there. So trust and believe that you need a circle of friends, a team around you that are going to help you succeed, in not only in your chosen profession, but in life. You need that. Finally, as we talk about trust, faith, as we talk about faith, you have to have faith in yourself, faith in your ability. You have to believe in you. Does that make sense to anyone? If you don't believe in yourself, nobody else is going to believe for you. You have to make sure that you believe in you, no matter what others say about you. John Houseman, who was a very famous actor, director, when I went to USC to study acting, he was still the director of the department, and the first thing he said was, "Make sure you don't take the critics' words to heart, because critics are just that. They're critics. If they could do what you do, they wouldn't be critics. So you have to believe in yourself, no matter what others say about you." I had an instructor tell me one time, he says that I'd be nothing better than mediocre community theater. And and then I said to him, "Well, why are you teaching? Why are you not out there doing it?" I said, "No matter how mediocre I am, I'll continue to work hard and position myself to be better and better and better, and I'll succeed." And he says, "Well, I wasn't prepared, and my partner on the show that I was on was frustrated because I didn't know my lines." He said, "So then I just gave it up." I said, "See, that's the difference between me and you. I'm never going to give it up. I'm never going to quit." I said, "I won't be reduced to teaching." I said, "If I teach, I'll teach because I love it and I love to see others succeed." I said, "I won't be reduced to teaching. I won't bring people down because I have my own failings." So no matter what people say to you, push past it and keep going. Here I am 38 years later. Well, actually, then I was still in college. I hadn't started working professionally yet. So 40 years later, I'm still at it. So no matter what people say about you, don't take it to heart. Use it as fuel to fire you up, to help you have faith in yourself. I never gave up on me. I don't give up on me. In any sense of the word, I believe in me, and that's where you need to be. That's where you have to put your mindset. Have faith in yourself. I want to shift the conversation a little bit to comedy and acting, because our topic is creating a legacy through faith in comedy and acting as your voice. We want to talk about this for a bit. I started comedy in the 11th grade. I was 1981. I've been doing comedy since 1981, and professionally as an actor since 1986. And comedy and acting, if you're a comedian, if you're an actor, that's your voice. And it takes a while sometimes to find your voice. We have to figure out as a comedian, how do we get our point across on stage and let people know where we're coming from in a comedic way. And once you figure out what your voice is on stage, then it's easier to write for yourself. Like right now, I know if a joke is going to work as I write it down, as I put it on page, as this joke will work, because I can hear my voice in it, my comedic voice, which is subtly different from Mark Christopher Lawrence in real life. When I'm on stage, it's a heightened version of who I am, and that's my voice. That's what I use to engage people. And as an actor, it's sort of the same thing. You're playing other characters, and you're using words that were written for different characters. And so how do you let your voice come through in that? I always bring a piece of myself to a character. When you're working on characters for a play or for TV or for movie, the author gives you who the character is, and sometimes we don't know who that character is because we haven't had an experience with that character. I've never really met a pimp, but I played 2 pimps in my career, and in that you have to bring a piece of yourself to it to help you be real. But then on the other side of it, you have to bring elements to it that are not you. I think my heart is much softer than that of a pimp. So how do we maintain our voice as we work? And I think part of it is we want to be able to convey the story in a way that our humanity is still intact when the job is over, and you also want to invade in a way that people don't see you in it. Although you're bringing a piece of yourself to the character, the best compliment I ever got was from a friend that I've had since childhood. Came to see me in a play and said, every time you were on stage, I never saw you. It was always that guy. And that's the best compliment that as an actor that you can get, is that you've done your job so well that somebody that knows you, have known you all your life, doesn't see you when you hit the stage. So you've touched people. That's what happens with theater and film and TV. We touch people in very intimate ways, and that's part of what your voice is in acting. Are you communicating to people? Are you affecting people in real time? I did comedy one night in Eureka, Missouri, and it was during a time when Chuck was still on the air, and I had a week where I worked on Chuck and Heroes for a whole week, and those episodes had played right before I got to Eureka, and we did a Q&A after the show, and someone asked me, well, after seeing Heroes, they said, well, if you had a superpower, what would it be? And I said, I would want to heal people. Even if it meant that I could only go around the world for a year and heal people, I would want to do that. And even if it meant that I was going to be dead after that, I would still want to do that. And this lady stood up in the audience and she said, you are a healer. She says, I haven't been out of my house in 6 months, and somebody coaxed me into coming out here tonight. She says, and after listening to you do stand up and laughing so hard, she says, I feel like I can go out again tomorrow. She says, so trust and believe that you are a healer. So my voice touched people. We have no idea with television and film or even voiceover. I was listening to the voiceover guy earlier, how we touch people. I had a very similar experience with a voiceover piece. This lady left me a message on my inbox on my website, and we touch people with our work. It's your voice. Your career is the springboard for your voice to affect people in real time. As people watch your work, we affect people. So it's important that you train to be the very best that you can be so that people can be affected. Your career, comedy and acting, is your career. It's the body of work that you accumulate. I look back on my career and I always say, my work is not done. I'm still cracking away at it. I'm still jumping through the hoops. I get a lot of offers, but I still have to audition. And as you jump through the hoops, I sometimes get frustrated that I feel like I should just be getting all offers, but there's a process to it. And when I look back on my career, I have a career that people would love to have, but I'm not satisfied. I'm still hungry. And I think in order to build our legacy, we have to listen to our voice. We have to use our voice to affect people. We have to use our voice to communicate. We have to use our voice to affect change sometimes. Sometimes your voice is activism. If you look at Harry Belafonte, for example, he affected change, and his acting career was his voice, the platform that he used. So your career is important to build each little piece. Early in your career, I'm gonna encourage you to don't turn stuff down early in your career. You never know why God puts you somewhere. You might be in a room that God is trying to reach someone, and he's doing it through you. So early in your career, don't turn things down. Go ahead and take jobs, build these little pieces, because cumulatively they become part of your body of work. And that's what you're looking for. You're looking for a way to build a body of work, and using your work as your voice helps you immensely. I speak at a lot of schools to kids and young people. I say young people now because I'm going to be 60 this year, and because I've had the career that I've had, it affords me the opportunity to be able to go into schools and talk to people, because my voice lends itself to be I guess the easiest way to say it is there is a certain amount of credibility that comes when you've had a career like mine, and to be able to go in and talk to young people about their careers and about their life choices and things like that. That's what this whole comedy and acting thing is all about. It's about being able to use your voice in ways that you never thought possible. You know, I've been in so many schools and talked to so many people, and even stopped on the street and talked to people in the airports, and it's because of what I do, and it's your voice, and what all of that leads to. All of that leads to legacy. You know, what does legacy mean? You know, creating a legacy through faith and comedy and acting as your voice is, as you've built your team around you, and you've trusted, and you've built your voice and your body of work, and your career is thriving, and then we start thinking about legacy. It's like I never thought about legacy early in my career. I never thought about how I wanted to affect people, what I wanted to leave people. You know, what does legacy mean? I think the dictionary says that it's what we leave behind for people, meaning stuff. And in our case, in this case, in terms of what we're doing here, as artists, as creatives, legacy is what we leave behind for others in terms of our body of work, and in terms of our activism, in terms of our faith, in terms of things that people can cling to help them get through life, and to help them get through their career choices. Like for me today, this is part of my legacy, to be able to talk to you and give you some insight, and give you some encouragement, and give you an opportunity to start thinking about how you will conduct your career, how you will push your career to the next level, so that you can leave something behind for someone else. We want to leave behind things in terms of tangibles for other artists to do what you do successfully. And that's the path that you're on right now. And how well you do that is up to you. You know, you have to do the work. I heard the gentleman before me say, do the work, do the work, do the work. There's no substitute for doing the work. Trust and believe that when you go to an audition, when you submit for an audition, a self-tape or whatever, trust and believe that there are people who have done the work and are ready to go. What you want to do is you want to be able to be ready to go, submit your audition, and know that you've done the work, and that it's so good. They're not choosing because of how good you were, how good the other person were, or what the other person looks like. They're just making a choice because now they have several people who could do the job, and now it's just a matter of, you know, what it looks like. And when you don't get a job, don't take it as negative. Don't take it as you got declined, or you got rejected. Understand that they just made a different choice. I never take it personal. It's not about how I feel. It's about what they're trying to do with their project. And sometimes we're not the choice. They choose something different. I'll tell you, I auditioned for there's a show called Franklin and Bash. And I came in, I was prepared and had a great audition. But before I went in, I heard the casting director say, "Hey, Ernie Hudson is coming in. Isn't that fantastic?" And she was so excited that Ernie was coming in. And my first reaction to myself was, well, am I not sitting here? and But it made me relax because they were so excited about Ernie. I was like, well, if they want Ernie, they don't want me. That's the choice that they would want. But it just relaxed me. And I went in and my audition just knocked it out of the park. And I didn't get the job. And Ernie got it. And then about 3 weeks later, they just offered me another job. Because I was prepared. I did the work. I affected them in the room enough that they wanted me. Ernie was a bigger name at the time, and I understood that what that meant. Here was a movie star coming in to do a TV show. But it didn't diminish who I was. Didn't diminish my faith in myself, didn't diminish my voice, didn't diminish what I was adding to my legacy. And it actually did add to my legacy because they gave me an offer, right? So very simple terms. I mean, we are here for a very short time. Time is fleeting. I remember being in a commercial audition one time with a bunch of friends. We're all auditioning for the same parts, and we've sort of come up together through the ranks, and we were all there auditioning for the young dads. I think I was in my 30s at the time, and we looked down the hall in this commercial casting place, and there was probably like 6 or 7 different rooms going at the same time, and there were a bunch of young guys like in their early 20s, in sweatsuits, And I said to a friend of mine, I said, look down there. I said, see, that was us yesterday. So your career path changes as you age, as you get to, you're the young hot athlete, and then you're the young dad, and then you're the father, and then you're the grandfather. So embrace change in your career because that's part of your legacy. Embrace it. Do what you can do while you're young. Do all those things that you can do. All the physical stuff. Like right now, it's like somebody says, "Hey, Mark, we have this really physical thing for you to do. It's going to be fun, blah, 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 blah." And I'll look through the script and see what physical thing they want me to do, because some things I'm incapable of doing anymore. The mind is willing, but the body may not be there. And Fragment Oblivion, I had to do some MMA training and boxing training and all that before I went to do the work. Because first scene in the movie, I'm having a fight with 5 guys. So once again, the faith in my team to get me ready to do that. But at this age, there's limitations to what I can do. I can't do a full split anymore. So if there's something where I'm dancing, they want me to do a James Brown split, that ain't happening. Because if I do a split now, we need a crane to get me up. So we're here for a short time. It's a fleeting moment. It's like all these things that we do in our life go by so fast. My first job was 1986. It's 2024 right now. And it feels like it was just yesterday that I did my first job, Hill Street Blues. First audition for television was Hill Street Blues. Years ago, it changed the way we watch television. And here we are all these years later, still at it. Embrace that. Because you're just building, you're putting elements into your legacy, things, building blocks, things that help us affect others. What do we leave for others? Hill Street Blues. I see somebody said Wild Hill Street Blues in the credits. In the chat. Hill Street Blues changed the way we watch television. It changed the format of all cop shows. Years later, I did Terminator 2, changed the way we watch movies. The special effects in Terminator 2 were groundbreaking. That morphing had only been used by Michael Jackson prior to that. So our legacy is important, and here's the thing: it's like for some people, it's not good to think about legacy early on. Just think about being the best at what you do, and your legacy will build itself. Think about being the best at what you do. Your legacy will build itself. I heard a preacher one time say that we are born and then we die. And everything in between is seen on your tombstone. Born on such and such a date, dash, died on such and such a date. That dash is what we have to be concerned with. What did you do with your dash? Think about that for a second. That dash is your life. That dash is your career. That dash is your legacy. What did you do with your dash? I think the most important thing that we can take away from this conversation today is that. Did we go out and do things that were just for us? Or in the process, were we trying to help people? Were we trying to elevate others? Or were we trying to leave something behind for others to see that will help them on their journey? And I think that's where a lot of us go astray. It becomes so much about our own self and our own ego and our own striving to get what we can get. And if you think in terms of, I'm not just going out here to get something, I'm going out here to give. People ask me all the time, do I prefer stage or TV or film? And I always say I like it live because we can affect people in real time and get real feedback right now. As a comedian, you go out and you're on stage by yourself and right now if you suck or not. And if you're sucking tonight, can I fix it in the next couple of minutes and change it and grab this audience in the next couple of minutes? And if not, let's say you have a night where you just completely bomb, but you got to go back tomorrow and do it again because you're doing the whole weekend at a club. Can you fix it before tomorrow? That live energy, that is what fuels us. Especially me. It's like if I have a joke that doesn't work tonight, tomorrow I guarantee you it's going to work. I'm going to figure out what happened, why didn't it work, and also I'm going to figure out did it not work because I'm just trying to do it for me, or am I trying to affect somebody? And usually when I'm trying to affect people, I'm trying to affect somebody in a positive way. I mean, that's at the end of the day. If we want to be good people, if we want to be people that people want to seek out and see what they did with their dash, we need to try to affect people in positive ways. As an actor, a lot of times we don't have control over what we're doing in the project. Sometimes the director sees a role a very specific way and they want you to play it that way. And that's your job. Your job is to give them what they want. But within that, you want to be so good that people that see it, that it affects them. I did Pursuit of Happiness with Will Smith. And I was doing comedy on a cruise ship. And right as the movie came out, and they were playing it on the cruise ship in different languages in a loop. So any given time of the day or night, you could turn the TV on And there it was. And I couldn't really leave my stateroom because every time I left, people would stop me and say, "Why didn't you give him that money?" Which is really interesting to me because one, they really believed that I was the guy, which means that I've done my job. If someone walks up to you and think you're the guy that you played in a movie, you've done your job. Be the best that you can be. That's going to help build your legacy. You know, I think now that as I think about legacy, as I think about how I'm affecting people, because I'm at a point in my career where that's important to me. Early on, it's just about building your career, building your body of work, which equates to what your legacy will be. And now that as I think about it, as I'm actively thinking about it, what do I want people to say when they see what I do? And it's two things. One, I want them to say that, wow, he was very good at this. And two, I want them to say that when I met him, he was the nicest guy. He took time to stop and talk, sign an autograph, take a picture or whatever. You never know what someone is going through. So on your journey, know that the fans are who make you who you are. Without them, you're a nobody. Nobody at all. You're just a regular Joe. And I conduct myself as a regular Joe, especially when I'm out in the streets. I want to be approachable. I want people to be able to walk up and say, "Hey, I saw you in this thing and I loved it." And to be able to have people, want to take a picture with you, that's grace. So give grace in return. Take the time. How long does it take to take a picture? Split second. What does it cost me? Nothing. So as you start to blow up, please know and understand that the people who watch the shows that you do, who watch the films, who come to see you doing stand-up, those are the people that we're trying to affect. Okay? That's important. What did you do with your dash? As you create your career, as you take the time to build your body of work, as you cling to the faith that you have, especially the faith in yourself. At the end of the day, what did you do with your dash? It's very simple. I think we can open it up to questions and see if anybody has anything that they want to ask at this point.
Hey, Mark,
Okay.
somebody just asked, I'm an aspiring comedian. Any advice?
Yes. Foremost, write every day. Every single day, write something. I try to write a joke every day, and I'm a storytelling type of comedian. It's like my jokes are based on my life, and I'm a storyteller. So what I do is I find stories in my life and tell those stories. So everything that I say on stage, every joke is based on a true life experience. There's something true about everything that I do. Some of it is embellished to make it funnier. Some of it I tell it just the way it happened and it's funny. So write every day, and then get on stage with what you've written as often as possible, because the more you're on stage, the more comfortable you get, the easier it is to connect with the audience. And that's the job. You want to be able to connect with the audience so that you can be funny for them, not for you, for them. That's my advice.
All right, let's see. What is your advice? This is Kia Johnson asking. What is your advice for anyone who is pursuing their dreams after a decade or two or more and just not knowing where to start, what to do, etc.?
here's the beautiful thing about this industry. We can start anytime. I was working on a commercial probably over 20 years ago, and there was a lady who was the grandmother in the commercial, and we had a conversation, and I asked her how she got started. She says, well, I had a career in another industry, and I retired last year. And a friend of hers asked her to take her to an audition. So she drove her over there, and she went in and sat and waited for her to do her audition. And while she was waiting, casting came out and saw her and said, are you ready to go? And she goes, oh, I'm not auditioning. I just dropped a friend off. And so casting said, well, you should audition. She said, you look great for this role. And she said, well, I don't even know how to audition. But they brought her in anyway and talked to her and then gave her the lines to say. And they had them on a card, and she read them off the card, and she got the job. And from that time to the time that I worked with her had been a year. And in that year, she had done 8 national commercials. She had done 2 films, and she was recurring as the grandmother on Family Matters after her other career. So you can start anytime. So my thing for you would be get you some training, get prepared, and then go to work. And don't let anybody tell you no. Just keep going.
I wonder what her friend thought of her booking all that work and what happened from that.
Well, I asked her, I said, was she salty? She says, no, she was happy. She said, because she said that she didn't have an actual good audition, but, you know, I mean, it blew her up. So there you go. And they're still friends, apparently.
Can you talk about a little bit about how the industry has changed for you since the pandemic with all the self-tapes? Do you prefer like the old school way, driving into LA and auditioning live, or do you kind of like living in San Diego and getting to do it all through Zoom and self-tapes? Are there pros or cons for you?
Yeah, here's the thing. The pros for doing self-tape is that I can do as many takes as I want. And usually I have a friend, you know, we have a studio down here where I'm starting my podcast, and we will do as many takes until both of us are happy. So, you know, my friend David is kind of my outside eye. And if we're not both happy, we just keep going until we get one that we like. And then we'll send that in. The thing I miss is going into the room because that energy is different. You know, when I think that my regular everyday personality when I walk into the room is powerful. You know, when I go into the room, I bring a certain energy. In fact, Denzel Washington and I had a conversation on the set of Crimson Tide. I said to him, I said, Denzel, I said, I'm actually better looking than you. I said, you just carry yourself like you're the best looking guy in the world. He says, yeah. He says, and it's that attitude that you have to take into the auditions. He says, if you walk into there like they're not going to see anybody better, then you will book 90% of the stuff that you go in for. He says it will greatly increase your chances. And once he told me that, I noticed an instant uptick in my booking rate. I bring this confidence, and there's a fine line between confidence and arrogance. You know, don't be arrogant, but be confident in yourself. Believe in yourself. And I take that energy into the room, and there's energy that comes back from the room. That's what I miss about not going into the rooms today.
Yeah, I'm sure that if that one lady who booked all those opportunities, if there was a casting and she had to send in a self-tape, she'd probably flub it up because she wouldn't even know about it, and nor would she know how to do it. And that's the one thing I could tell you that we miss about living in New York or LA is getting to see everybody come in live. Because sometimes you know right away, they got it. They got the goods right away. Just even their presence before they say a word, you're like, oh, I like that person. And that's kind of what it did to your friend. Can you talk a little bit about the learning curve in doing like self-tapes? I mean, did you ever like just go, oh my God, like now I have to be my own camera guy, my own lighting, were you ever stressed out? And can you kind of walk us through like when you get the sides, like before you submit, like some things that you go through, memorization, Do you hold the script? Do you look at the camera? Are you looking at the one eye like you were talking about before?
Okay. So the very first time I had to self-tape was for All the Queen's Men. And I was actually in Sacramento, and luckily I had a friend that lived there, and I had them come and hold the camera for me because I didn't have a ring light. I didn't have any of that. And so they actually had a ring light and they brought it because this hotel room that I was in it was all indirect lighting. So it was a terrible situation for an audition. I got the script, and this is what I do every time. The first thing I do is I get the script. If they give me the whole script, I read the whole script, so I know exactly what's going on. If they give me just sides, then I read the sides and see. I make choices on what the beats are, and beats are just changes in momentum, changes in like in the middle of the conversation. Here's a shift in the conversation. So then I go through and I mark where all the beats are. So I know that when I get to this certain line, I'm going to change my tactic of how I'm going after what I want. And everything that I do as an actor starts with one thing, acting 101. What do I want? I meaning the character. What does the character want? There's an overall objective in the whole project for the character. And then there's an objective in every scene that the character appears in. The author sometimes gives you what you want and sometimes they don't. So if you play what do I want, you will always be different than everybody else because everybody else's perspective of what they want is going to be a little different. If your character at some point crying, you can't play crying, you play your objective. Crying is a byproduct of you trying to get what you want. So the next thing I do after I mark the beats is I go through and I figure out what I want. And then I go through line by line and figure out how does this line help me get to where I want to be? How does it help me get what I want? Once I got that, at this point, I've read through these sides probably 5 or 6 times. And then I read it through until I get it to a point where I don't really have to look at it. But I always hold it in my hand when I'm auditioning because I don't want them to think that this is the performance. I want them to understand that this is a work in progress and it can get better. So I'm going to give them as best as I can give them for the audition. But even if it's completely memorized, I pick spots to look down at it just so that they'll think, oh, this can be even better than this.
There's room for growth. Now, are you looking directly at the camera? Or are you looking off into an angle?
I usually look off to the side. Like if I'm talking to one person, I put them next to the camera on one side or the other. If there are a couple of people, I'll put them on each side of the camera. I'll pick a spot and go, okay, I'm talking to this person over here, talking to this person right here. So that it looks like I'm talking to different people when I'm doing it, right?
Yeah. And do you do a slate before or after? I mean, are you doing a slate?
It depends on what they ask for. Like a lot of times, like Chicago Med, Chicago Fire, they ask for very specific slates, and sometimes they want it at the beginning of each scene. Sometimes they want it at the end. Sometimes they want a full body. So usually they'll ask you, they'll tell you what they want with the slate. And I usually put that
why reading is so important as an actor, because he just said very specific. That's one of the biggest problems I find with people trying to get into show business. They don't read the email. They all want to be famous, but you have to follow direction. I mean, that's a big thing. Can you do a slate for us, for those of us that don't know what a slate is?
Sure. People? Hi, I'm Mark Christopher Lawrence. I'm 5'10" tall. I'm located in San Diego, California.
Now, you live in San Diego. San Diego is what, 2 hours from LA? Did you ever, I mean, when you were in Chuck, did you live in LA or did you go back and forth?
No, what I did on Chuck was they would put me up in the hotel for the nights that I was working. And I took the train back and forth. I had a car that I left in San Diego and one in LA.
Now, you know that Chuck is one of my favorite shows.
Yes.
Fan. What was it like? And I kind of want you to just walk us through this very quickly. So you get a script. How many days did you film? Did you do a table read? And then kind of take us through like on set, if you could. Just
Okay,
everybody's
so
freaking out about Chuck. So good.
Chuck shot like a film. So we were what you call a single camera comedy. So it took 8 days to shoot one episode. And I think in the whole 5 seasons, I only worked every day twice. And they were Christmas episodes. And we actually, one of them was 10 days because we did, what do you call it, 3D. So usually you get the script, and with the script, you get the day out of days and the shooting schedule. So you know exactly what days that you're going to be shooting. And at that point, I'd make my reservation at the hotel, and the studio picked it up. So they let me know how many days I needed to have the hotel for. So I'd do that. And then I started doing my work. Most of the time, it was a couple of 3 days, 4 days out of the 8. Sometimes it was just one. I remember I had one day where I took the train up, got in my car, went to set, got dressed, got into makeup, and then I was the first scene up. We shot it, and I was back on the train by noon, which was really cool because you get paid the same.
Yeah, and that show has such a massive following, and you're still doing like the Comic-Cons, any talks about a revival? Any breaking news? Any
No breaking news. Zach wants to do something.
Oh, Zach? Okay.
Yeah, Zach wants to do a movie, but ultimately it's up to Warner Brothers, and I don't think there's any traction.
This is when we asked for investors, and we just kind of cool. So you're doing stand-up comedy now. When can we see you next? Where are you performing next?
Well, let me look at the calendar. Let's see.
Get the calendar. And I just saw your commercial recently with the Minions. For what was it? Progressive? What was it for? Your commercial.
Liberty Mutual.
Liberty Mutual. Yeah. I'm like, there it is. I guess Danita and I, we always like take screenshots every time we see you on TV or any of our guest speakers. We absolutely love seeing you. And you've been
I kind of hated that it was.
Yeah.
I kind of hated that it was tied to the Minions because it gave it a shelf life. It's like once that movie came out, then it was gone. So as far as comedy goes, my next show is in Laguna at the Laguna Playhouse on Tuesday.
Oh, that's a great location.
Yeah, I do 6 shows a season for North Coast Repertory Theater in Solana Beach, and the artistic director from that theater is now running Laguna Playhouse and North Coast Rep. He called me last year in January and said, "Hey, do you want to do comedy at Laguna?" He's the same thing we're doing over at Solana Beach. I said, "Yes, absolutely." So we started in May doing shows there, and it's been wildly successful. So it looks like we're going to keep going.
So here's an odd question. So what happens when you are a headliner for a show and then all of a sudden you get a booking? What do you do?
Then I call my manager and I have him go and massage it.
That's a good problem to have.
Hey, let them know. And most clubs are okay with it. Like I had a show back on December 30th that was actually booked for I think the month before. And I got a call from Tyler Perry to do All the Queen's Men. My character was returning for the 4th season, and it was like the last minute. It was like literally 2 weeks out, and I called my manager and said, "Hey, we got to talk to this lady and see if try not to burn this bridge." And so she was upset that it was so close. And then and in the email, it was like you could hear it in the writing that she was pissed. And so so I sent her an email back saying, "Oh my gosh, the baby is so big now. Holy mackerel. Look, that's why I'm getting your children are."
I know. Remember, I mean, I was pregnant. We were still doing Zooms. I saw it. Say hi, Kaden. No,
Hi.
Say hi, everybody. He's 3 now. He's
Wow.
very much the actor. So maybe we'll get him on a Zoom call because right now,
That'd be
he's
good.
all new scripts.
Yeah, so then what I did was I sent, after I saw the email that she sent my manager, I sent her an email back and I said, hey, look, I'd be willing to come and do the show. If we reschedule, I'd be willing to come and do it for free. And then she apologized for the email. She says, no, I wouldn't want you to do that. She says, I just had a lot going on that day and this was just another thing. And she says, so I'm sorry that that email came across like that. She says, I'll let me find another date for you. And so December 30th is when we did it. So, we went up and did it on December 30th, and then I hung out the whole weekend, stayed through New Year, but we salvaged the bridge. We didn't burn it. So sometimes, we try not to burn the bridge, but I always say to myself that, television and film trumps comedy. So
You guys should write that down. It's Tyler Perry. Come on. He is
yeah,
the man. Yeah.
exactly. I ended up with I did 5 episodes. So was I going to turn down 5 episodes
No.
for a one-nighter? No.
Nope.
No.
For a one-nighter. Talking comedy,
Yeah.
guys. How many of you guys, that's a good problem to have. I mean, just hearing you giving advice or getting advice from Denzel or, listening to you talking about, Tyler Perry. How many of you guys imagine, what time is it? 4:04, right? East Coast time. Already just today, think about it. You're already kind of like getting advice from these top people that have given Mark advice. And I mean, we just had Brian O'Halloran on who got advice from Kevin Smith and Hayden. Working from home today. What? You could do anything. But I love you. Thank you so much for being on today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. It's nice to see y'all. It feels like it's been
Nice to
forever.
see you.
It
I
has
know.
been a
Well,
while.
we'll be in San Diego soon, so we'll go to Old Town. We'll go have
Well,
some dinner.
Hopefully I'm here. So
Listen.
let me know when you have the dates.
I'll
Okay.
text you the dates later today. By the end of the
Okay.
day, I'll have the dates.
All right. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. This was amazing.
Okay, and I want to say to everybody, good luck. Don't get discouraged. Believe in yourself, and what did you do with your dash?
That was so powerful. What are you doing with your dash? I love that so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye, little one.
Bye. There's Antonine.
Hi, Kaden.
All right, see y'all later.
Bye.
Bye, Mark.
Thank you so much.
you. Guys, if you have not seen the TV show Chuck, watch it. It will be a favorite. That's Big Mike. We love Big Mike.
Now, let me ask you guys a question. How many of you would like the opportunity to do an online workshop, an intimate workshop, where you could learn commercial auditions from someone like Mark Christopher Lawrence? How many of you would like that opportunity? Yes.
Especially
yes.
for those of you guys that have had roadblocks. This is someone who books continuous work, actually overlaps work.
Yep.
It's a winning way. It's a formula for sure.
Yes, it is. Awesome. All right. Well, I'm glad a couple of you are interested. I know people that can make that happen, so we'll see what we do. How's that sound? Awesome. All right. So let's take a brief look at where we've been. We still have Ryan Colby coming up. What? How many of you are ready to get evaluated by Ryan Colby to find out where you belong in the industry? No. Yeah. Okay, good. That's awesome. We still have
I see
Ryan
everybody
Colby
growing
coming up.
thick skin on that one. Grow
Yes.
some thick skin real quick. Yeah, it's always fun.
We're
We'll do
also gonna
another
talk-
application later because you'll need 2 for today.
We're also going to talk about the 3 things that will get you signed to an agency. They're not what you expect, so make sure that you do not go anywhere. But let's talk really briefly about where we've been, and then we're going to talk about what type of modeling you qualify for. So how many of you are already seeing your belief in yourself elevate? You're starting to believe, like, I can do this. I can do this. It could be me. Why not me? You had the opportunity to hear from Havel and Stillwell, the power of your voice. How many of you would love the opportunity to use your voice and be that person where, like, you're walking in the mall and people are like, right? That didn't happen just because she did a couple TikTok videos. That happened because she's consistently building her portfolio. She's consistently growing. You heard from Mike the tips and strategies for following up with the agents and casting directors. How many of you are like, okay, how am I going to follow up with these people I'm learning from today? How's that going to happen? How am I going to follow up? How many of you are thinking about that right now? You had the opportunity to hear from Brian O'Halloran. I mean, on a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome was that? Like, I sent him a message. I was like, it's so weird to me. Like, I remember watching those movies like right out of high school. Now he's my colleague. He could be your mentor. Like, how many of you want a mentor like that? How, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much would that change your acting career? You just heard from Mark Christopher Lawrence. Like, talk about a man who's leaving a legacy. When he said, "What are you doing with your dash?" I nearly lost it. I was like, I can't cry. I'm on Zoom. I still have a couple more hours here on Zoom. No crying. But what are you doing with your dash? The thing I love that he said, and this is the core of who I am, because I'm like a why person. I'm like, what is your why? Why are you doing this? What you're doing right now, is it for you? Or is it because you know there are other people who need to hear your voice? Let me ask you a question. If you're anything like me, I'm always the person who always wants to, I'm there for other people. When I have to show up for myself, sometimes I struggle a little bit, but I know that if I show up for myself, I'm helping other people, I show up for myself tenfold. How many of you are going to actually start showing up more for yourself now that you're thinking about, what am I doing with my dash? Good. Good. I love that. Awesome. All right. So we still got so much more to do. Like I said, we still have Ryan, Colby, and Alicia coming up. They're going to be doing Model Garage. They're going to be evaluating you. I'm going to teach you about the 3 things that you need that will get you signed to an agency. They're not what you think. But before we do that, we've been heavy into the acting today. Let's take off our acting caps and put on our modeling caps. Are you guys ready to learn what type of modeling you qualify for? Hold on. Y'all, you need to bring some energy. Like, I know I've been sitting here for a while. Bring your energy now. Are you guys ready to learn what type of modeling you qualify for? Gisari, come on now. I know you could do better than that. I know you're excited. All right, everyone give it up for the one and only Mr. Michael Falcon.
Hey guys, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. All right, let me pull up my slides. Okay. Really good day today. Really good. Okay, everybody should be able to see my screen. Reginald, yes, good.
Yeah.
Thank you, buddy. Okay, yeah, Brian was great. Mark Christopher Lawrence was phenomenal. Definitely make sure you guys are here all day tomorrow, because we have some really huge announcements about the both of them. And I think it's an opportunity that will definitely be life-changing for everybody who's on the call. All right, so let's talk a little bit about modeling. This is one of my favorite presentations, diversity and being you, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? So obviously the world has changed, right? Everything is always moving forward, right? Progressing and so forth. And, you know, around the modeling industry, for those of you that are brand new, there's a lot of misconceptions about what actually qualifies as a model. So hopefully by the end of this presentation, you'll kind of have a better understanding of where you fit into the world of modeling. So obviously, just like anything else, when you have a new mindset, you get new results, right? If you're doing something and it's not working, you make slight changes until you finally get what it is that you're looking for, right? You make a little tweak, you try it again, get a little tweak, you try it again. In today's world of modeling, it's all about diversity, okay? It's about different types, different sizes, different ages. And just like any other industry, especially, you know, modeling, acting, music, voiceover, and so forth, everyone has to be given a chance to start, right? Age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter. Obviously, we see that there are people on this call from all over the United States, all over the world, and so forth. So in today's world, it's different types, right? It's all about what makes you unique, what makes you stand out, right? What is it about you? What are the roles that you can play? What are the characters that you can lean into, and so forth? So obviously for us, we have a mother agency, Truth Management. So we manage and represent various talent, getting them not only opportunities to be on stage, screen, TV, film, fashion shows, so forth, but we also then place our talent with larger agencies. And hence why you see, you know, a wide variety of success stories and obviously the caliber of people that we work with. We've been doing this for over 18 years, and we're very good at what we do. Okay, so not only do we represent talent for commercial print, but for fashion, lifestyle, social media, voiceover work, TV, film, spokesmodels, events, production, script development, reality TV, production assistant, a speakers bureau. We represent a lot of incredible people, from Les Brown to Mark Victor Hansen to a wide variety of people. So again, there's so many different ways and so many different avenues to get into the industry. There's just not one. Okay, but let's start at the beginning. Most of the world, when asked to describe what a model looks like. So if I was to go up to a person who doesn't work into the industry and I said to the average person, describe to me, what do you think the average model looks like? This is what I'll always receive. They'll always say tall, thin. They'll always usually gear towards female, and they'll usually always talk about runway and high fashion. So for most of the world, when they think of the modeling industry, it's always geared towards high fashion or runway modeling. Okay, editorial. So let's get the exact definition of what a high fashion model is, a runway model. So the definition of a high fashion model for females is tall, slender, and unique looking models are typically hired for high fashion. The British Association of Model Agents, AMA, explains that female models' height should reach between 5'8" and 5'11", with a 6 to 8 dress size, 34, 24, 34 bust, waist and hip measurement. And I'll talk to you in a moment why there are very specific measurements. For males on the runway, male models who wear the latest designer fashions must be at least 6 feet tall. Male models photographed for editorial advertising purposes are required to be 5'11" to 6'2" and fit into a 40R jacket. Okay. Here's the interesting thing. Even though the entire world thinks about, the people who don't work in the industry always will gear towards, when you ask them to describe what the average model looks like, they'll always gear towards high fashion because that's just the kind of public perception. The reality of the industry is that high fashion modeling, runway modeling, is the smallest segment of the industry. It only accounts for 10% of the entire industry. Now, with that same thought, so not only is it the smallest segment of the industry, but 98% of the world's population would not qualify. So only 2% of the world's population would qualify for high fashion editorial modeling. So that means the right mom had to meet the right dad based upon height and other factors. And they produce a fashion model. Now, here's the interesting thing. So not only is it the smallest segment, not only is it the hardest segment, like for population wise, but it's also the least amount of pay. Like high fashion models don't make a lot. The average runway model makes probably anywhere from $150 to $250 a show. Now, the reason why they have specific measurements is because designers, when they're producing clothing for these shows, they're normally one-of-a-kind pieces, which means they're very labor-intensive to produce, which also means they're very expensive. So based upon that, by having specific measurements, they go through agencies, because agencies will sign, like Colby, which you'll meet next, represents a lot of high fashion men's models. They have the specific measurements. So when the models show up, they call an agency, say I need 10 girls and 10 guys for a show in New York. When the models show up, since the measurements are all the same, the models are all the same exact measurements or very close, you need very little alterations for the clothing, which means the clothing can be produced before the models even arrive. Which means when the show's done in New York, you can just fold up the clothing, ship it to London, to Paris, to Milan, and so forth. And then now when the designer's in, say, London, he calls an agency, say Storm, they're a great agency in London, and they say we need 10 girls and 10 guys for a show. When the models show up in London, the clothing will fit the models in London the same way they fit them in New York, with very little alterations. So at the end of the day, when you really think about it, if you take out the glitz and the glamour of it, not only is it not really great pay, but it's a very short-lived career. And at the same time, they're just really walking hangers. Like you're not even, high fashion models are usually considered what's considered striking looking with unique looking features. The gentleman in this picture is a really great example. They're not meant to be Brad Pitt. They're not meant to be so beautiful that they take away from the clothing. Because at the end of the day, it's just when you're working on the runway, you're there specifically for buyers, Macy's and the different stores, the different buyers to purchase the clothing for their stores. So you don't want the face of the model to distract from the clothing. So at the end of the day, for most people that work outside the industry, high fashion, it's cool, right? If you do have the measurements and, kind of going through, everyone who was on camera, a lot of you guys have really great looks, and I'll talk about what you do qualify for. which is going to be the next category, which is going to be commercial print. Commercial print is going to be 80% of the industry. So the largest segment of the industry is going to be commercial print. Commercial print is magazines, billboards, catalogs. So when I was going through everybody who was on camera, the good news is everybody here fits into commercial print. So you guys would be all considered commercial print. There may be a few people that are going to be runway, but without standing up and taking measurements, I couldn't be sure. But commercial print, you'll definitely fall into. So like you can see an example here, the mom, the dad, the baby, right? This is a stock photo. This is a commercial print ad. So this could be for a hospital. This could be for maternity care. This can be for a clothing line. It could be for a wide variety of different projects. So commercial print, again, is going to be 80% of the industry. This is going to be the largest percentage of the industry. So again, commercial models work many different jobs, including print advertisements, catalogs, campaigns, television shows, magazines, trade shows, and so much more. Okay, there are no height or size requirements to be a commercial model. Print models must have an attractive face, good skin, nice body, and also a pretty smile. So when you see like the different types of ads, right? So like something like this, you know, these are commercial print models, right? Different ethnicities, different backgrounds, different ages, right? You know, in today's world, the world, it's, you know, it's about what makes you unique. Where 10 years ago you wouldn't have seen different types of family units in advertising. So now it's not uncommon to see advertisements with two dads, two moms, and so forth, different types of households. Most of the advertisers will always lean towards different ethnicities. So, you know, where once the industry was dominated by, you know, Caucasians, white, you know, white females, white males, now it's the industry's flipped, where now it's a lot about different ethnicities. The world's changing, right? So it's the same thing. Advertisers is a business. It's a $1 trillion, multi-trillion dollar worldwide business. So like right now, there's going to be more opportunities for people of different backgrounds, different ethnicities, and so forth, whether they're African American, Latino, mixed ethnicities, Asian, and so forth. Kids, there's always going to be opportunity. Kids are always going to fall into commercial print. For kids, it's going to really be based upon the parents. So for a lot of people, when they're first starting out in the industry, for children, you know, things that you need to have set up a trust funds and so forth. You need to have working papers set up. I'm not going to go into details with that. For those of you who go through our interview process, if you do have somebody who's under 18, they will go over everything that's needed. They'll provide all the documentation. And the other thing is also one of the parents always has to be on set, right? When somebody's under 18, somebody has to be on set with them. It can't be like a grandma or grandpa or aunt or an uncle. It has to usually always be a mom or dad or somebody who's able to dedicate the time to being there. So a lot of times for kids, their success is going to be based upon the parents being able to be accessible, being able to be, you know, able to show up and be able to be there, you know, throughout the day while the child is on set. Here's a great example, commercial print model, actress, Christine. She's also part of our inner circle. Our inner circle is our highest level of talent that we represent and work with. So somebody like Christine, she can play a wide variety of roles. She can play the mom. She can play a soldier. She can play the president. She can play a housewife. She can play a shopkeeper. She can play a military person, a lawyer, a doctor. Her background is in health and fitness. She also has a charity for people involved with the NFL who've been hurt in the NFL from being, you know, very rough play and so forth. She's an international speaker. She's also involved in health, fitness, and yoga. So she does a lot of different things. But in addition to that, she's also a model. She's also an actress. So again, age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter. You know, in today's industry, it's all about leaning into the type of character you can play. Later on today, Ryan and Alicia will play a game called Model Garage, where they'll go through what you qualify for exactly, like leaning into the types of characters you can play. You know, a great example is like, you know, really to kind of sit down and think about like, what roles can I play? Could I play a soldier? Could I play a shopkeeper? You know, when you're watching your favorite show, when you're going through magazines and so forth, start thinking about, you know, the people that you can play, the characters that you can play based upon age range, right? Again, age doesn't matter. Here you can see for a property manager, right? Older woman, right, with a shotgun. This is somebody who has an agent. They have a manager. They were submitted out for the job. They picked this person. She came on. They did the set. You know, they shot the photos. Then it's in the magazine, right? She was compensated for it and so forth, right? Here's another great example. AARP, African American, right? Female. She got the gray, right? Retirement. But at the same time, she has, you know, what's called versatility. So versatility means she can play the president of the United States. She can play the vice president. She can play a congressman. She can play a doctor, a lawyer. She can play a police chief, right? So when I'm looking at somebody, I look past like I see the bone structure. I see the facial features, but I see the types of characters they can play. and then in the types of headshots you get, the types of portfolios you get, the type of training you get, you want to be able to lean it into being able to play those different types of characters and roles. When you're creating a monologue, right? You're creating a monologue around the types of characters you could play, right? So somebody like herself, she's not going to play a 15-year-old in high school, but she can play the college professor. She can play the high school teacher. She can play the principal, right? So again, it's all about the versatility and really having a new mindset and being able to see, the different opportunities and avenues that are out there. This is what's considered commercial print. This is e-com, right? So e-com, you can see the mom, the dad, the child, right? Mixed ethnicity couple for here. When you have an agent, so anytime you want to do any type of commercial work, commercial print work, the compensation is based upon the region. So an ad could be something that's a localized ad. So perhaps you live in Montana and you're seeing ads in Montana for a car dealership that's based in Montana. So that's like a regional ad. So compensation is based upon a region, but then you can do something that's a national ad where it's playing nationally. You can do something that's an international ad. You can do something, how long is the ad going to be running? You saw Mark Victor Hansen actually made a great point about that. He was in the Liberty Mutual commercial and it was tied in with the Minions, which meant that it was running during when the movie was out, right? And the reason he was like, yeah, well, it was timed with the movie. It was a little bit disappointing. What he was talking about is the compensation. Had that been an ad that could run over and over again, he would have consistently got paid over and over again. And it's not uncommon for commercial print models to make anywhere from $3,500 to $10,000 a day. There was what's called buyout, so they could buy out the ad. So they'll say, hey, we can run this indefinitely, and you're paid $35,000 one time. Or you can have something where you paid $5,000, but each and every time the ad is run, you'll be consistently paid over and over again. A lot of times your agent is the one who's going to negotiate that for you. So for clients, they won't negotiate with talent. They're only going to negotiate with agents because it's a business. At the end of the day, it's all about understanding all the implications of it, like all the little intricacies of negotiations with between clients, agents, and how these different types of ads run. Here's somebody, Sid's based out of Philadelphia. She's also part of our inner circle. She was actually just on set the other day. I just shared one of her, if you go on our Instagram, I just shared something. She was coming home from set for some TV show in New York. But Sid's based out of Philadelphia. She just recently retired. She worked for the state for many, many years. She retired, I think, when she was 60 or 61. She's been working full time. She's consistently on set. She's done a half a dozen different TV shows. You can see based upon her garb, she has a different religious background. So she leans into that. The great thing about Sid is she's super friendly. She's super professional. She's got wisdom, knowledge. She's very professional. She always shows up on time. She's somebody that people will always want to work with. So like, not only do you need to like lean into your character, but you want to be that type of personality when you're on set. You're helpful. You're not getting in the way and so forth. You're always friendly. You're always positive and so forth because they're long days, right? So Sid's somebody who's a great example. She consistently gets like straight A's. Every time she's on set, she's super positive. She's always full of energy and love and so forth. So again, you have to have that energy in you and so forth. But again, age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter, right? On a go forward basis, what I want you guys to do is like, when you get those flyers in the mailbox, when you're driving around, you're looking at billboards and catalogs, start, looking past the product and start looking at the different people that you see in those ads, right? Start realizing like these are people who have representation. They have agents, they have training. They went through a process to be there, right? Whether it's a billboard in Times Square or a local ad, right? This is all commercial print. So commercial print, again, is like everything that you see, right? Literally over 80% of the industry. Reason why we know what we're doing here, we've been doing this for 18 plus years. We won over 38 awards, including 6 Tonys. 2013, we won the Tony for Best Play. We've been featured in numerous magazines. Alicia had the opportunity to open up the stock exchange. We've had the opportunity to sit down and interview incredible people from from Neil Armstrong to John Glenn, Senator John Glenn, to people from TV and film, and we're consistently surrounding ourselves with the right people. At the end of the day, like, I learned a long time ago, one of our business partners is Tony Robbins, and he said to me, many, many moons ago, he said, if you really want to get somewhere fast, Just get the best person in the world to be able to help you get there. And that's what we believe, and that's what we're consistently doing. You know, we have a partnership with Kevin Harrington. Alicia was just on his new television show. She's actually working on a book with Kevin. You guys will hear more about that later in the year. It'll be coming out, I think later this year. She co-writing a book with Kevin Harrington. So again, there's always so many different things you can do, but it's just surrounding yourself with the best people. Even something like this for the boot camp that we bring. I know what's out there. Like there's nothing else out there like this. You know, we try to help people. We try to provide people with a foundation, a training, the knowledge, the connections, getting them on set, getting them signed for larger agencies. It's a process, right? It's just like anything else. It's just a process that you follow, and if you follow the steps, success is sure to follow, because if you work with the best people, you're going to get the best results. So again, billboards all going to fall under commercial print. Again, location doesn't matter. These are some of Ryan's models. These shots were actually done in New York City. This was for a Korean clothing brand, right? So again, you know, the world's changed, right? You know, location doesn't matter, age doesn't matter, and so forth. Here's some more examples, right? James Johnson, one of our talent. He started off with us a few years ago, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. He lived in a small town. The town that he lived in literally only had one traffic light in the entire town, one traffic stoplight. He was a barista in a small coffee shop. Kind of grew up, you know, a hard life. His dad was in prison. He was involved with drugs. So he wasn't considered the shining example of his neighborhood. And people put him down for that. Like, you know, the mistakes that his dad made were people associated him with that. They told him he wasn't ever going to be anything, and then he would just be a failure. He'd wind up in jail like his dad. He wind up coming on a call like this, wind up coming to New York, wind up meeting Ryan, which you guys will hear from next. And he signed him to the agency. He started doing high fashion. He did that for a few years in New York. He also had a passion for acting. And I'm really proud to say now he lives in Los Angeles full time. He's a writer, he's an actor. He just had an independent film just out a few months ago. And my point is, it doesn't matter who you are or where you came from. Anybody can do this. That's the beauty about being in this industry, right? The beauty about this industry, it's the skills that you bring, the value that you bring to it allows you to go as high as you possibly want, right? You control your success in this industry, right? Real estate, you can invest in real estate. It could go up, it could go down, right? You can invest in the stock market. It can go up, it can go down. You can't control that. You can make the best judgments, but you can't control that. But in this industry, when you invest in yourself, you can control like your success, right? The more connections you make, the more training you have, the more opportunities you eventually become a writer, a producer, a director. There's so many different avenues you can pursue, but at the end of the day, it's about being professional. It's about having the knowledge, the wisdom. You see, everybody that we've had speak today, they have knowledge on the industry. They have wisdom on the industry. They have experience in the industry. They didn't all start that way, right? It's consistent training. It's consistent meeting people. It's consistently always learning, right? This is what's great about this. Like when you have a passion for learning, a passion about being around other people, creatives, right? We're all creatives. If you were driven here, there was something that brought you here this weekend, it's because it's that creative part of your soul that you're following. Mike Trash, one of our favorite talent, also part of our inner circle. Writer, director, producer, editor, comic, musician, podcast host, former wrestler, right? He's been in several movies recently. Okay, he leans into his character, whether it's playing somebody in World War II, to playing a monster, to playing a villain, to playing the good guy next door, and so forth, to playing a musician, managing a rock band, whatever it is. And Mike's background is software development. You know, recently retired, was very successful in that industry, and then decided now to pursue a career in acting and modeling. But again, he brings a lifelong experience to set, right? Even he's new, right? He's still brand new, year he's been doing this, but he's found success because he has a passion for it. He leans into the types of characters that he can play. Tony Aguilera, great example. Just got signed by one of the largest agencies in Los Angeles, full-time working actor and model, right? He can play the narco villain. He can play a cop. He can play the brother-in-law. He can play the president, the sergeant, the captain, the principal, right? He can play all those different roles, right? He leans into that. His background is a nurse, right? That was his background. He was a nurse for many years, and he had a passion for both music and for acting. And now that passion is being fulfilled, right? He trusted the process. He went through the training. He came out to the event, got the right photos, met the right people, and now he's living his dream. Right, here's two examples, right? Guys should all recognize the person on the right, recognize the voice from the commercials, right? So again, age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter. Commercial print, right? Commercial TV, commercial films, Geico ad, the mom, the dad, the dog, the grandmother, right? The star of the ad is the insurance company, right? Flo, right? Great example from Progressive, right? For most of you guys, you recognize who she is, but do you know who she really is, right? Her name's Stephanie Courtney. Her background was actually in comedy. She wanted to be a stand-up comic. Okay, she went through the whole process, right? And I'll tell you a little bit about her. There she is without her, without a little Flo wig and makeup going on. Probably, most likely, she could probably walk past you anywhere in the United States, and you probably wouldn't even recognize her, right? She's probably just walking. Maybe she'd look a little bit familiar, but not too, not too much, right? Here's Jesse Hyman. He's actually the star of a new movie about, oh my God, the exercise guy. What's his name? Richard Simmons, right? The exercise guy. He plays in that movie opposite of oh my God, what's his name from MTV? It'll pop in my head any second. But he's been in like over 100 movies, TV shows.
Pauly Shore, Mike. Pauly
Pauly
Shore.
Shore. He plays off his new movie with Pauly Shore that's coming out. He
Richard
plays
Simmons
Richard
movie.
Simmons, the exercise guy. Pauly Shore plays Richard Simmons, and then I guess Jesse Hyman's like somebody he's working with or something. The movie is just about coming out. I think it's going to be on Amazon Prime or into theaters and so forth. But again, Jesse Hyman's a great example. He's been in a dozen movies. 3 of them have won Academy Awards. He's been on shows on Entourage, and he was in The Social Network and so forth. This here commercial he did was with Bar Raphael, the supermodel. This was for GoDaddy. This commercial played during the Super Bowl. He leans into his character, right? He plays the geek. He was the band camp kid and so forth. So he leans into that, and he's created a successful career out of it. This is what he does. He's been in Academy Award winning movies. He's in a new movie now co-starring with Pauly Shore. So again, like it's understanding who you can be, leaning into the roles that you can play. So again, location doesn't matter, age doesn't matter. Oh, again, it's all about mindset is everything. Let's talk a little bit more about Flo. Right? So you can see here, I couldn't cut and paste her entire resume. But you can see here, she's been doing this for a long time. She's been in a lot of different things. The Heartbreak Kid, Fred 2, Night of the Living Fred, what's some other guy? The Mad Men. She's been on Mad Men, Caveman Show, Jay Leno Show, right? So she's had this entire career. So, even though this is, comedy was something she wanted to do, she invested money going to a comedy school up in Chicago called Second City. Some of the greatest comedians ever graduated from there. She got the right training. She got the right headshot. She went through the process. She got the agent and so forth, and then literally one day her agent called her and said, hey, I have an opportunity for you for an insurance company, yes or no? And she said yes, and that simple saying yes now led to her. She earns over $1 million per year. And not only does she do the TV commercials, she's a spokesperson for them. She does e-commerce. You see her face everywhere. You see those ads everywhere. It's considered one of the most successful brand endorsements ever. And you can see there with everything, she makes over $2 million. Her new contract is actually $2 million. With everything else, she's making over $3 million per year. So again, it's like when you have an opportunity to say yes, you say yes. The industry's so amazing once you're on the inside of it. Like when you make the right connections, you have the knowledge, you have the wisdom, you have the connections, you have the right marketing tools, it becomes easier, right? You see, it's like you have people that are always wanting to achieve more, right? Because when you achieve more and you have more success, you can help more people, you can do more, right? You have a voice, you have a brand and so forth. So that, it becomes unlimited, the opportunities that you have. Another segment of the industry is promotional modeling. So we talked about high fashion, editorial, commercial print. Promotional modeling is like live events, trade shows, boat shows, car shows, working at the Super Bowl, working at the World Series, Different types of live events. We work with one of the largest promotional companies in the United States. We actually have an event later on this year coming up in Las Vegas. They'll actually be there. So it's a great opportunity. Promotional models can make anywhere from $15 to $80 per hour. Hair shows pay $750 per day. So if you're doing like hair shows on the weekends, you can make $1,500, $2,000. Even if it's every other weekend, you're making $3,000, $4,000 a month. Just having fun, being able to demonstrate products, being able to interact with people, Comic Cons, all different types of live events. What's great about this is it's something, there's always live events going on everywhere, right? There's always promotional models needed consistently. Then you also have fitness, right? So fitness, you can think about fitness as being people who are doing supplement ads, sneaker ads, clothing, any type of health, fitness, yoga, and so forth. So this is like a huge category. So for those of you who like pursuing healthy lifestyles, different types of products and so forth that are all tied to it. Ton. It's just not Nike and Reebok. There are so many different brands. It's considered one of the three biggest brands of like businesses in the entire world is health, fitness, and relationships. Those are the three categories. So health is one of the three largest categories that you can be in. So again, fitness modeling and so forth, another subcategory. Then you also have plus size, Curve, again, $1 trillion worldwide business. So, with the burgeoning people not being as healthy as they can, bigger people, right? It's a market, right? Advertisers target that specific market for clothing, for lifestyle, for hair, all the different products and brands that are involved with plus size. And then kids, of course, kids are always going to have opportunity, right? Like we said earlier, kids are going to be involved more with their parents and so forth, being able to be on set. But again, commercial print, right? Different types, right? You can see the woman on the right. She can play a secretary. She can play a president. She can play the girlfriend. She can play the wife. She can play the soldier, right? The doctor, the lawyer, the judge, and so forth. So again, commercial print, leaning into the different types of characters that you can play. You can see there in the ad, they have Asian baby, African American, right? Latino dad, right? Mixed family units and so forth, and so on. And at the end of the day, it's 2024, right? The industry is always consistently changing. The world has changed. It'll keep on changing. It's all about mindset. Mindset is everything. And, it's all about what makes you unique. Okay. And, two of my favorite quotes from Tony Robbins: people who succeed at the highest level are not lucky. They're doing something differently than everyone else. At the end of the day, it's you being here this weekend and learning. I know it's overwhelming. I know we're giving you guys a lot of information, and no one expects you to take this and run with it, but you have a foundation now. You have a foundation. Tomorrow we'll talk about how to take that foundation even further. Tomorrow we're going to go really deep in the industry. We're going to go over a lot of information tomorrow that's going to be really, really helpful with you. But at the end of the day, if you talk about it, it's a dream. But if you envision it, it's possible. But if you schedule it, it's real, right? And it's so true. The moment you take action, people who take action, that's when your life changes. Right? You can sit there and talk about being a model all day. You can sit there and talk about being an actor all day. You can think about it and tell your friends and all that. But at the end of the day, you have to schedule. You have to take the action to make it real, right? You can't live in your fears. You can't live in your doubts. You have to grab life. Life is too short. Time is your most precious resource. When you have an opportunity, you say yes, you move forward with it. And that's when your life changes. Okay, so we've been doing this again for 18 years. My name is Michael Fompkin. This is Diversity in Being You, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? So now you have a little bit of an idea. You qualify for high fashion, runway, editorial, promotional, fitness, plus, curve, teen, child, commercial print, lifestyle. So what I like you guys to do is maybe put in the comments, which one do you feel you fit into? Maybe you fit into more than one, right? Maybe you fit into commercial print, lifestyle, but you also fit into curve or plus or fitness or promotional. Some of you guys might fit into the category of high fashion and runway and so forth, and that's great. But I want you guys to realize there's so much opportunity. And again, age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter. My name is Michael Fompkin. I'm going to turn this back over to Miss Denise because we still got a lot more exciting things coming for you guys. I'll see everybody tomorrow, guys. Have a great night.
How awesome was that? Okay. How empowered do you feel now that you know what type of modeling you qualify for? It's pretty amazing, right? Pretty amazing. Awesome. Let me put my, here we go. Awesome. All right. So we still have quite a bit to go, but we're almost there. So at the beginning of the day, I asked you, or actually at the beginning of the day, I made a big promise to you, but you had to do something for me. You had to be all in. How many of you are grateful that you've been all in today? Like, how many of you are like, oh, you know what? Thank me for showing up. Right? I want you guys to pat yourselves on the back for showing up, because you know what? Showing up is the first step. Because, you know, again, there are so many people that they say they want to do this, they want to do this, they want to be amazing, they want to do all of these things, but they don't show up. And that's not you, okay? I'm not here to, you guys showed up, and I just want you to be grateful for yourself for showing up. Because you know what? In a year, in 2 years, in 5 years, maybe in 3 days, you're going to look back on this day and you're gonna be like, wow, you know, I think I saw that guy on that call. Oh yeah, Clerks 3, I know that guy. I met him. Or maybe you're going to be somewhere, you're going to be going on an audition and you're going to hear what Mark Christopher Lawrence said about, you know what, you want them to know you're auditioning and you're giving them your best, but that you can still do work. Or maybe you'll be going through your day and you'll be thinking, okay, you know what? I'm going to go look at the magazine, but I'm not just going to flip like everyone else to the pictures of the models. I'm going to take a look at who's on the masthead. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to figure out, what can I do? You may not know it yet, but I'm here to tell you that everything you've heard today is going to be applicable in your life. And whether you're an actor, model, musician, or maybe we're even showing, okay, you know, this is the one I'm meant to do. This, I thought it was going to be cool. I thought it was going to show up. People were going to take pictures of me. They keep saying this 4-letter word W, work. I have to put in the work. Yeah, you have to put in the work. And I know it sounds crazy, but Alicia and I, we interview a lot of people. And why do you want to do this? I want to be famous. Okay, well, you know what? There's a much easier way to be famous. I'll teach you. Schedule an interview with me. I'll teach you. I'm not going to go public and say it on YouTube, but there are a lot of really easy ways to get famous. But what I want you to understand is that if you're here, it's not an accident that you're here. You had to go through a lot of hoops to get to this moment, right? You had to click on a button. You had to fill out your email. You had to put in all that stuff, right? Then you had to figure out Zoom, and you had to make sure you had lighting, and you had to do all these things to get here. You put in the work to be here right now. And let's be honest, you've been here now since 11 a.m. Some of us have been here since 10:45 a.m. It's been a day, right? We've learned a lot. We've grown a lot. But let me tell you something, the best is yet to come, and there's still more work to come. And we still have Ryan Colby coming up too. I just reached out to him. I'm going to try to get him on just a little bit earlier than planned. Because you know what? Some days you go ahead of schedule. Some days you're flying in the plane and you make up time. So, but this is what I want you guys to understand. You've learned a lot today. You really have. You have learned what type of modeling you qualify for. I heard you talking about the Stanislavski method of acting. Like, I was like, whoa, this is going pretty deep. Like, you've learned and amassed a lot of information. Let me ask you, how many of you are here because you want to learn how to get an agent? Type agent in the comments. Okay, good, yeah. So look, when you think about getting an agent, when you think about finding an agent to work with, what are some of the things you think of? There are certain things you absolutely know that you need, right? And everyone teaches the same thing. Like, obviously you need the training, right? How many of you know you need training? If you know you need training, type training in the comments. If you don't, Havel and Stilla left our call to go train. Yeah, she did. She was like, Danita, I have a class at this time. I have a hard stop. Okay, great. That's awesome. She's still training. One of your mentors is still training. Obviously, you also know that you need photos, right? Mike went over photos, right? You know you need photos. You need marketing materials. You need to be able to present yourself to people. Tomorrow, we're going to hear from Tanya Kleckner. She's a SAG franchise agent. She's going to talk to you. Training is going to be a keyword. Like, get that word tattooed on you somewhere that we can't see it because whatever. But Training is going to be a key word. You need reels, right? You need a reel to send out to people. Agents want to make sure that you're actually a real actor, because tomorrow you're going to hear from Tanya and she's going to tell you, and you're all going to laugh, okay? Because I'm going to say this, it might jar some of you if you've never heard her say this before, okay? But she's going to say it and you're going to be like, oh, wow, they weren't joking. When she's looking to represent someone, she wants to see dollar signs over your head. When she saw Wes Poss in New York in December, she saw dollar signs. She's like, yeah, I can make money off of him. It's awesome. I love that. When she saw Natasha performing, she said, yeah, I can start booking her work. I can start making work. Hovland talked about that too, right? Agents need to be able to make money. Like, they don't get paid until you do, right? So everyone can tell you all of these things. In a few minutes, we're going to have Ryan Colby come on. He's a former art director of Vogue. He works with actors and models. He primarily he works with a lot more like high fashion models, but he works with a lot of actors too, right? He's going to evaluate a couple of you today, and then tomorrow we're going to do it again. So if you don't get evaluated today, don't stomp your feet and throw a pissy fit. Tomorrow you'll have another chance. People do that. You laugh when people do that. Hey, he didn't call on me. Okay, there's plenty of time, people. Calm down. Okay, cool your jets. Okay. But he's going to come on, he's going to evaluate you. So how many of you can agree that right now you have resources? Yes or yes in the comments. You have resources, right? You've gotten a lot of tools. We're working on your mindset. How many of you are shifting the thoughts in your head? Why not me? How can I make this happen? How can I get the resources? Right? You've grown so much today. But there are 3 things above and beyond having the resources, the training, the reels, all of these things that you need. Are you guys ready to learn about them? Yeah? Okay, good. So we've been working a lot with Russell Brunson, who has a system. It's called the Secrets of Success. Okay. And with the Secrets of Success, we've been studying a lot of Napoleon Hill. And there's something, and many of you probably got an email about this morning too. Leslie, I love you. Everyone give it up for Leslie Pena. I don't mean she's distracting me in the comments in the most positive way. Like, she's amazing. We love you, Leslie. Thank you. Thank you for being so supportive. She's one of our inner circle members. Like, she's booking work all the time. I don't even know how she has time to be on here today, but she is supporting you guys. But anyway, so there's something that we learned. It's called the 1357 plan. And when I heard that, I was like, what the heck is this? Does that mean I have to give 1,357 minutes of my day? Like, what is this crazy plan? And it's something that Napoleon Hill talked about. Now, how many of you have ever heard that it takes 10,000 hours to become an expert? No? Oh, well, congratulations. Welcome to Denise's masterclass on becoming an expert. It takes 10,000 hours to become an expert in something. Okay. So that means that you have to do something over and over and over again. How many of you can agree that Hovland still was an expert at voiceover, right? If you had the chance to hire her, you liked her voice, she's an expert. You don't have to worry about her not showing professionalism. Brian O'Halloran, if you needed someone on set, how many of you would if you had needed someone comedic, someone who actually is a walking encyclopedia of the industry, you'd call him, right? Because he's an expert. He's been doing this for 35 years, people, right? So the 1357 plan is this. What he says is that every day you should dedicate 13 minutes and 57 seconds of your day to reading a book that's going to help you grow, to help inspire you, to help you grow in knowledge and grow in wisdom. So again, I'm going to say that again. He said that every day you should dedicate 13 minutes and 57 seconds to reading something that will help inspire you, help you grow in knowledge, or help you grow in wisdom. Not 15 minutes, people. 13 minutes and 57 seconds. Whew. What are we going to do with that extra 1 minute and 3 seconds, right? But what I want you to think about is this: how much would your life change If for every day for the next year, you dedicated 13 minutes and 57 seconds every day to reading a book that will help you grow in knowledge, to reading a book that would help inspire you, how much do you think you would grow? I don't have, oh, wait, I do have my phone. Let's see here. So let's do some math here. I'm gonna be Alicia for a moment and I'm gonna math. So 13 minutes times 60 seconds equals plus 57. So, okay. So if you dedicated 837 seconds a day times 365 days, and then we're going to divide that by 24 hours. Oh, that didn't work out right. My math did not work out right well there, people. Okay, let's try this again. 13 minutes times 60 seconds equals plus 57. Okay, 837 times 365 equals. Anyway, let's not do the math. I'm sorry. Math is not my strong subject. I was not an accountant. I am not Scott Irwin. Okay, but can you imagine how much you would grow if you dedicated that? How many of you have 13 minutes and 57 seconds that you can dedicate to doing something to inspire yourself? You all do. You could turn off Netflix 15 minutes earlier. That'll give you a minute to go pick up your book, sit down, get comfortable, and start reading it, okay? We all have that time. So the reason I'm sharing that with you is that there are 3 things that you need above and beyond tools, resources, training, and all of that to get yourself an agent. And this is what it is. The first thing is that you have to be inspired. Type that down write that down. You have to be inspired. Because you know what? Inspired people inspire others. You have to be an inspiration. How many of you were inspired today by any of our speakers? How many of you were inspired by all of our speakers? Yeah. How many of you want to be like them, consistently booking work, like having to have your manager call and say, hey, don't get mad at me, but we're double booked. Can we work something out? Like, how many of you want that? You should all be raising your hands. Yeah, of course. So one thing you need is you need to be an inspiring person. You need to get inspiration and become an inspiration, because that's the type of person that an agent wants to work with. An agent doesn't want to work with someone who's like, can you please do the work? Send yourself to, we don't want to chase you down. I can speak from very, very much experience. We're not chasing you down. We want to work with people who are inspired to take action. The other thing you need is you need knowledge. Write that down. You need knowledge. You know why you need knowledge? Because if you go on set, you don't want to be the person who's like, where do I go? What do I do? No, you want to be the person that knows what to do when you're on set. You want to be the person that when they send you the sides that you need to do your self-tape, you know what to do. Tanya wants to work with people that know what to do. Ryan wants to work with people that know what to do. It's our job to take you from where you are to becoming the person who knows what to do. Okay? So the first thing you need is you need to be inspired. The second thing is you need knowledge. The third thing that you need is wisdom. And where does wisdom come from? Wisdom comes from experience. Wisdom comes from knowledge. Wisdom comes from you knowing what to do, putting that knowledge into action. Oh, there's that word again, action. Taking action, then you get wisdom. How many of you can agree that Mark Christopher Lawrence, we keep calling him by, why do all men named Mark have 3 names? Hey, riddle me this, Batman. But anyway, how many of you would agree that Mark Christopher Lawrence is wise? Yeah, right? How many of you would say that Brian O'Halloran is wise? Yeah. How many of you would say that Michael Famkin is wise? How many of you would say that Alicia Kabak is wise? Yeah, right? So in order for you to get signed by an agency, you having all those other things, it's just understood. It's not even a question. It's so funny because I get people like, oh my God, I want to get signed by an agent. I'm like, well, do you know how to do a self-tape? What's that? Do you have a monologue memorized? What's that? Well, you know what? You're not ready. But even today, being on this call today, you guys have amassed a lot of knowledge. How many of you are inspired? Are you okay? A couple of you are. That's good. I'm glad. You should be inspired, right? And how many of you feel a little wiser now than you were when you first got here this morning? Even if you've been on every one of our boot camps, I'm looking at you, Darrell Radcliffe. Even if you've been on every one of our, yeah, because you know what? If you went out to dinner tonight with people that were not on this call, you'd have some wisdom to share with them, right? How many of you know what type of modeling you qualify for? Raise your hands. Yeah, now you know what? You're ahead of people. If you sat down with someone, oh my God, you know what? Like, imagine this. You just randomly go into Starbucks, you get yourself a decaf latte because you have to be up early tomorrow because we're back here tomorrow at 10:45 a.m. But you go out to Starbucks, you have a decaf latte, you hear someone, they're like, oh, you know, I'm interested in becoming a model. Now, how many of you feel like, okay, you know what? You could probably talk to them and say, hey, this is the type of modeling you qualify for. Anyone? Bueller, anyone listening? I want you to think about that. That's what you got today. So when you start talking, when you start thinking about, okay, I want to get signed by a major agency, this is what I want. Again, yeah, you need photos. Duh, of course you do. How are they going to submit you out if you don't have photos? You need a reel. Of course you do. Like, how's anyone going to see your acting chops if you don't have a reel? Yeah,
And
you need training.
I want to just say something real quick for everybody on here. An agent only gets paid commission when you book the job. That's not to give you photos, to give you a resume, to teach you how to do those things. All an agent does is submit you to the casting. Because Denise and I get asked so often over 20 years, can you guarantee work? And I'm like, oh, you're special. That's so sweet. No, who could ever guarantee work? If you're getting submitted out to a casting director, can you guarantee me you're going to book the job? Do you guys understand that? And that's one of the biggest problems I find with people investing in headshots or training. It's, oh, well, I paid for training, so I'm guaranteed. My son, who you guys have met, he's 3. We just started on piano lessons. I don't think he's guaranteed to be the next John Legend, even though I would love it. But he's learning how to play piano. Does that make sense? So I really want you guys to understand success is yours. People, what can I do with the success? Anything you freaking want. And I mean, we're going to do Model Garage in just a couple of minutes, but how many of you guys have friends and family? Anytime you say, I want to be a model, they like roll their eyes or they laugh at you, right? We have people right now, Deneen, that are 200 pounds, 5'1", bright silver hair, booking out at $100,000 a freaking day. Do you think anybody's laughing at her? Or do you think now she has haters and people asking her, can she help them?
Right?
You qualify for something. There's 17 different types of modeling. But again, another problem, a lot of times you guys are submitting yourself to these big agencies, the agencies that have a 99.9% rejection rate, which means 0.1 acceptance. Talk about math. That's 1 in 1,000. So for everybody on this call, we have 82 people on here. Woo! But yet there are millions of people getting scammed every day, paying for fake shit, and we're tired of it. That's why we do these calls.
Yep.
Make sense? That's all this call is about. Transparency, showing you how this business really works. You guys got to talk to one of the stars of one of my favorite TV shows ever. Ever. You're talking to a voiceover actor who stars in Barbie, Life in the Dream House on Netflix. She has fans that will literally line up just to get an autograph picture. And you guys got an hour with her today without leaving your homes. In a minute, you're about to talk to a huge agent who books New York, LA, Fashion Week. Fashion Week is coming up February 9th, Deneen.
Yeah, in like 10 minutes.
Yeah, but you can't book that without an agent. You can't book real work without an agent. So this weekend, we're literally devising a blueprint for you to help you get where it is that you want to go. Because again, I'll show you my little chart one more time because I know you love it. But nobody cares what it is that you want to do. Even if you paid for pictures, classes, and websites, you're never getting in front of these people. This took 20 years to develop these relationships that you guys show up and they just happen to be on. This is us literally working around the clock. I have a child, he's 3. I work from home right now when we're not traveling. But I really want to express to you, like, if this is something you want to do and you're passionate, you're going to be on this call until we're done, kind of like being on set until we say it's a wrap, go home. And tomorrow you're going to be back, because the only way to work with us, and even if you're currently part of our program, we've got some really big announcements tomorrow.
Yes, we do.
So the buck doesn't stop here. This is
Nope.
not the end of the road. It is all day tomorrow.
Yes.
And I'd much rather you be here than you try to figure it out, reinvent the wheel, and literally waste time and money. And not only waste time and money, but think about all the opportunities that you probably left on the table by not booking real work. How many of you guys are pissed? Like, you could have been booking real shit this whole time. But a lot of times, what do? We listen to our friends and family, not in the industry. That's why we provide a loving environment, which is why I've been on mute most days, right? I mean, this is competitive. No one cares what you want. You've got to learn this business. That's the only way to understand this business, is by the power of knowledge, to learn what's right, to learn what's wrong. And most everything is you.
Yep.
You are the reason for your failure. And I want to say that it's because lack of trying, you don't know how to get started, you're listening to the voices around you. Don't do that. 2 full days. And I want you all to commit, not like this kind, but like commit all in. All in. You're going to be here all day tomorrow until we are done. All in. Type it. If you don't type it, I'm logging you off. And you know I'm not playing. You can't do all these cool things by... I hold you accountable.
Yep.
I hold each and every one of you accountable for your own success.
Yep.
That's it. That's all I have to say.
All right. Well, don't go anywhere, because
I'm not. I know. He's coming. It's like
he's
Santa.
here.
Oh,
He's
Lord.
here.
Everybody, thick skin. Throw it. Let's
All right. And this,
see
I
it.
want you guys,
thought.
I want you to understand something too, and then we're going to bring Ryan Colby on. You have the power to reframe your thoughts so that you're not your own worst enemy. You know, that's my own worst enemy. I'm not going to sing to you guys because I love you, but that doesn't have to be you. Everyone says, thank you, Janine, for not singing, but that doesn't have to be you.
It could happen.
But you're here because you stuck it out for the whole day. You're here because you want this. You're here because you know that success is yours. Everything you want is everything you want is on the other side of action. It's not about sitting around. We heard the W word so many times that you have to put in the work. But let's move over to our next favorite segment. How does that sound? All right. So let me introduce our next guest. Then we're going to pin him here. And we're really excited. And he was like, I called, I was like, can you get on early? He was like, okay.
I can't
I'm
wait
ready.
to see
Let's
what he's
do
wearing. I'm just putting it out there.
Well, he told me he was
Usually
changing
best
his
dressed
wardrobe,
on
so
this
I'm
call.
excited.
There are
All right.
winners and there are losers. We're all like the Kelly Rowlands. He's the Beyonce. Let's go. Let's do it.
Yes, let's do this. All right, so let me introduce, for anyone who doesn't know our next guest. Our next guest has been labeled one of the top 7 most powerful agents in the world. He started his career at the age of 12 and now has almost 4 decades in the industry as an icon of fashion. Fun fact, his first gig was the United Colors of Benetton. He opened the Emmanuel Ungaro show in Milan, Italy at the age of 15. He has art directed over 20 covers of Vogue. He has been proclaimed to have one of the best eyes to scout in the business. He has run his agency successfully for over 13 years. Through the good times and the bad times, he has never wavered. He had the record number of covers for the agency, totaling 72 in 1 year. Also, for 2 decades, he has styled some of Hollywood's biggest stars, taking them from worst dressed to best dressed. He has placed talent worldwide for campaigns for top luxury brands in the world. Everyone give it up for the one and the only Mr. Ryan Colby. It's always so anticlimactic. Mr. Ryan Colby.
It's because everybody's on mute. They're all cheering because they know if they
Mr. Ryan
could.
Colby.
Hi.
Hello, Ryan
Eddie
Colby.
Murphy with the rose petals
Hi.
from Coming to America. Hello, sir.
I'm wearing a
How are you?
simple hoodie, nothing special.
Boring.
I know.
But if I wore that, I would
boring.
look homeless. But for you, you're radiant.
Fabulous.
I am a little boring today. I have a
Never.
house full of boys. We're prepping dinner, so
Yeah, so we're busy.
Okay. Well, Fashion Week starts in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Are casting starting? What's going on?
Casting start on Monday, yes.
Okay. So breaking news,
Monday,
guys.
Tuesday,
New York
Wednesday.
Fashion Week
Pretty
casting.
much all this week because people start flying in from Europe. The European shows end tomorrow. So when the European shows end, then everyone obviously gets on a plane and gets over here.
Flies to New York, and hopefully the weather plays nicely. All right,
Yeah, the
Ryan, we're
models, the
here
casting
for
directors,
Yeah.
everyone flies back to New York starting Monday morning, and so the castings start shortly after that.
Now, let me ask you a question. I'm going to put you in the hot seat really quick. Can somebody book New York Fashion Week without an agent?
Not real fashion shows. No, the C-level ones and the superlative ones, yeah, but not the real ones. No, you cannot.
So it's like going to Chinatown and getting a fake bag. We could tell the difference.
Exactly.
Okay,
You
cool.
can go buy a fake Chanel for $25
We know
at
the truth.
many locations, but the real Chanel, you got to go into the store and put down that
I'm
juicy
like vomiting
credit
just thinking about it. I brought Michael in there one time. We were, I think, in Vegas. I brought him in and he was like, 8,500 for a handbag. And then I showed him like that it goes up in value and it was a good investment and still
card.
waiting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some bags are worth it.
Yeah, some bags. Yeah, I mean, he collects Rolex, so he understands. Okay, guys, so welcome to another episode. Let me see very quickly. How many of you guys, this is your very first call? If it's your first time, type, it's my first time in the chat. Let me see.
Maybe a little longer.
Yeah, longer.
All right.
Thanks.
It's my first time, my first time. Okay, my first time. Cool. All right.
Oh, very
Cool. All right, so we got some newbies. So this is Ryan Colby, former art director
Hello.
of Vogue magazine. Wasn't a pretty stylist. Yeah, sorry, my internet's doing weird things. But Ryan Colby, former art director of Vogue magazine, so he literally like dressed the covers of Vogue. So his opinion does matter. He's also a celebrity stylist for Liam Neeson. Some of you guys may know him from the Taken series. Stanley Tucci, Devil Wears Prada, Ewan McGregor, and my favorite bucket list heartthrob, Ben Affleck. Okay, so Tyron, we are not sharing your social media. Don't do that. That's extremely rude. Okay, this is not about you. Let's keep going. And I
It's
say that to
about
be
me.
nice. If there's anything on here that deters greatness, which is Ryan Colby,
I'm joking.
appreciate the time that you have with him because he doesn't need to do this. He's a top agent. Capiche? Okay, let's do it. All right, so this is Model Garage. So this is a kind of fun segment because Ryan, we see so often people want to get into modeling or acting, and a lot of times they run out and they self-diagnose what they qualify for, and a lot of times people just get photos that are just completely off the charts wrong. And people always send me photos or tag me going, well, what did you think? I'm like, well, they're good for my email, but I would never use these for a real casting. And it's not meant to hurt, but it's meant to give you constructive criticism, which is why we grew. Okay. Sometimes he'll tell you look cheap. Sometimes he'll tell you he hates your hair. Sometimes he'll tell you whatever. Okay. So just go with it. We're going to go over Model Garage.
I cut Brandon and Wesley's hair this morning.
Oh shit.
I'm
You didn't
kidding on my
videotape it? That would have been you did
I'm
that
not
once at one of our
videotaping
live
it.
events.
I would never do that.
Okay, guys, just so you know, if you come to one of our photo shoots, don't come thinking Ryan's going to cut your hair. He's not
No,
going to
these
do
are my models, so I can do
Yeah.
that. But I did it this morning just because I'm leaving on Monday and I didn't want them with that hair while I'm
it.
gone.
Are you going to LA? Where are you going?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, cool. So Model Garage goes like this. So many people so often run out and they spend money on photos that honestly are just shitty. You're getting photos done based on what you want to see, not based on what the industry wants to see. These photos that you get done are for one thing, marketability.
Brandon's prepping potatoes.
Started with the Zoom call. There he is now. But Brandon, he's on here, right? You were a cook in school, right? You worked in the cafeteria. You came on one of our Zoom calls. I probably scared the shit out of you, right?
A little.
Still do. Okay, cool. But now you're in New York City at your agent's house, and Ryan, is he getting submitted out for Fashion Week?
Yeah, but he's here to shoot and redo things. He was missing for like 9 months because of an injury. So now
Yeah.
he's
He's back. Okay. So guys, this is success right there. You see, he's in the kitchen. He's working, right? Always
well,
working.
he's
All right.
chopping French fries for us.
Cool. Cool. And you're always much nicer with food in your belly. So let's continue. Okay. So Model Garage is this. We're going to call out. Well, I'm going to pick some people. Do not hold up your hand because I will just go right past that. I'm looking for people that have been on the call the entire day that looks like they want to be successful in this industry, not somebody laying down, rolling their eyes. Like I want people that have been here and been present. We're going to go through, when you get on, I'm going to take you off of mute. I'm going to have you introduce yourself. And this is all I'm looking for you to say: your name, your age, and where you're located. Okay, city and state, just so we know where you are in this world. Ryan Colby will then tell you a couple of things, what you qualify for. He may ask you questions. We're also going to figure out if this were a casting or a photo shoot, how would he dress you? Okay,
Right.
because again, he's a stylist to the stars. He also does a lot of submittals, not just for fashion, but also television and film. He's worked with people like Ryan Murphy from American Horror Story. He works with everybody. So he knows his stuff. Now, one cool thing that we started, because we do these big live events in New York, LA, Atlanta, Miami, all over the place, New Orleans even, there's a certain market for you. Okay. Sometimes it's both coasts. Sometimes it's New York, LA. You don't just move based on how you like your hair with the no humidity. Okay. You go where your blue ocean is, where you can get the most marketability. So don't just move to New York, LA because you feel, because that's self-diagnosis, okay? And that's incorrect. So Ryan, welcome to VIP Ignites Model Garage, episode 1 billion. Let's do it. Carla, I understand. No one, Carla, I hope you feel better, but don't post things about sickness in the chat. Okay, let's do it. Who am I going to choose first? Desiree Thompson. Hello, Desiree Thompson. Now, Desiree, I think I said something to you about no filters, right? When you posted your pictures. And just so you know, you never snap back and go, it was only 1, it was 3, because I know everything. Okay. So I'm gonna unmute you. You're cute, but I know Ryan's gonna give you diagnosis. So she wants to be a model or an actor. So go ahead, introduce yourself real quick.
Hi, Ryan. My name is Desiree Thompson. I'm 31 and I'm in New York State.
New York State.
Where in
Okay,
New York? Are you in Buffalo or are you in the city? Because
I'm in the Valley, so I'm like upstate, so Syracuse next to Buffalo.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
That's like 5 hours away, which is still New York, but there are some gigs up there. It's actually kind of a booming area. It's like kind of turning into a little New Orleans. Like there's a lot of shows shooting there in Syracuse and movies shooting near Syracuse and commercials shooting there. So I definitely I get a couple of appointments or castings up there 3-4 times a year. And I do have one guy that he's not with me, but he's a freelancer. He lives in Syracuse, so I've actually gotten him a few gigs just because none of my people are going to go up there. You know, it's too far. So I sent him. Anyway.
How tall are you?
How tall are you?
Oh, I'm 5'11".
5'11".
5'11". Okay, that's tall. Okay. What I would recommend is you have a nice face. You have a nice commercial face. You have really good skin. You have great teeth. We got to work on the hair though. It's not marketable for commercial jobs. If you were a pop star or if you were, you know, some sort of background dancer or a dancer, it would be great. But if you want to be on TV and be a model, there is a little more commercial aspect to achieving that. When you're in a more of the dancer singer genre, they allow for more flexibility with hair and piercings and jewelry and stuff like that. That doesn't really cross over into modeling and television. So it just depends on what you want to do. If you want to be on TV and model, you gotta work on the hair. It's got to be a little more of a believable color. Brunette, a honey blonde is good, but not a platinum blonde. But if you're 5'11", that's a great height, because then you can do higher end catalogs. You can do Bloomingdale's. You can do the higher end catalogs that have the expensive clothes when they have the Zach Posens and the Michael Kors dresses and the this and the that. Shooting for those catalogs, they need the girls to be 5'9", 5'10", 5'11".
Right.
Those are higher end catalogs. When you're doing the more commercial catalogs like JCPenney, Target, Walmart, Dillard's, et cetera, the girls can be 5'7", 5'8", 5'6". They're fine with that. But the higher end catalogs, they do want you to be high fashion height, 5'10", 5'11". So that's good. And you look small, you look skinny, so that's also good because then you can fit into the higher end samples. Like
Yeah.
I said, like Jack Posen, Michael Kors, Christian Siriano, stuff like that. You can fit into those samples. So that's good. But overall, you have a good look. You just have to change the hair. The hair is throwing me off, and if you change the hair, it would open up 10, way more doors.
So one
Understood.
thing I kind of want to add to this model garage is what is it that you're trying to do, and what do you feel like your biggest obstacle is? Like, have you been trying to do this for a while?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. I've been, huh?
go ahead. He's
Oh,
listening.
yes. I've been trying to do this since I was of age.
Like 18?
Model.
Okay.
Like
All
8.
right. Well, I don't know. I mean, if you were 5'11", and I mean, it was harder for Black girls a decade ago, but in the past 10 years, it's it's pretty easy. It's if you got the look, they are in demand.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're going to be like, oh, we don't need any Black girls. They desperately need Black girls. So, maybe your distance is what's what's deterred you, the distance away from New York City. But you got a New York face, so you're in the right state. You're just a little far away.
I
So
know.
my question for you would be, like, kind of like a doctor. In order for us to prescribe how we can best help you, we have to know what you're ailing from. So you've been trying to do this for a while. So my question for you, without sounding horrible, is you're 5'11". I mean, that's genetics. That's God. So thank your parents for hooking up. But why didn't you just make the leap and move to New York City since you're 5'11" and you want to get into modeling? Why didn't you just move there?
Well, I want to, have a plan, and I don't want to just go with, just with an idea and then it just
Well,
fails.
no, you go there with an idea, you jump off a bridge, you build a plan on the way down.
A plan
Because
is
your
cute,
hesitance is literally going to
but
ruin
that
your
doesn't.
career.
Yeah, a plan is cute. It sounds great on paper, but it's not real. And and even if you do have a plan, New York City will change that plan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's
How
one thing
old are
I've
you
learned
now?
about life.
You don't have a plan. New York City will ruin your day real quick. So
you get there, you sign an apartment lease, you know how much it is, or you get a roommate and you're like, shit, I gotta pay this much. I better work 2 jobs just to be able to afford to do this. And then you kind of make the plan, and then you figure out everything else.
Exactly. There is never a plan to move to New York or LA. It's just you kind of do it and you figure it out while you're doing it. It's really hard to make a plan. It's very rare that someone comes here with a great apartment and a car, an agency, friends. It's not common. You come here maybe with one of those things, but the other 3 you got to acquire. And you wasted a lot of time sitting up in Syracuse, doing nothing.
You could have built a shit ton of work. I mean, you're 5'11" and you're very pretty. That's the only reason why I'm giving you the speech. Hesitancy, that time kills all deals. How old did you say you are?
31.
So you've been doing this for 13 years, making plans, like beautiful mind, trying to plan it out.
I mean, you definitely look younger, so you've got that going for you. Can you squeeze into high fashion now at 31? Probably not, but what you can squeeze into is high fashion catalog, and that's really fun, and there's more money in it. And high fashion catalog at 5'11" and 31, at least you have the maturity on you, and they can put you in a gorgeous Oscar de la Renta dress and sell that at Bergdorf's. And there
And
you
how
go.
much do those jobs pay, Rye? Because everybody dreams
Berg-
about Runway,
Bergdorf,
but Runway doesn't pay
Runway
much.
doesn't pay, but
Yeah.
Bergdorf pays 3,500 a day. So I'd rather do Bergdorf's than
Oh,
any
look at
runway
that
show
New
on
York City
planet Earth.
apartment, ting ding, paid. You just have to get your ass
You know,
to New York City. They
Bergdorf's
book
and
the
like
work.
when you're doing a high-end catalog of that level, it pays a lot. So and you know the silver lining here is that yes, you wasted a little bit of your youth chilling in Syracuse, which you know isn't cute. But at least you can rectify that
You're
and
here.
spend your 30s doing high-end catalog.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
book 2 jobs. Think about all the people in Syracuse busting their butt. How long would it
Ryan's
take them to
from
make
Syracuse.
7 grand
O'Connor-
in 30
O'Connor's
days?
from Syracuse.
Okay.
You know, he left there when he was 17 because I made him leave.
And now he's successful. I mean, sometimes, let me ask you a question. You're here. What brought you here? Did you see one of our crazy ads on Facebook or Instagram or TikTok? What brought you here?
I saw one of your ads on
Okay.
TikTok.
TikTok, cool.
Mhm.
And so let me ask you a question. How much time and money have you really put into this in 13 years? You paid for photos? Did you join websites?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. I definitely joined websites. I've done photo shoots. I spent money on photo shoots. So, and
But
you
here's
know,
the thing
no
again, if you're spending money on photo shoots in Syracuse,
Mhm.
unless you have a real agent that's going to be able to use those photos, you're just doing them for your friends and family on Facebook. Does that make
Right.
sense? And
Yeah.
Ryan, are real castings ever posted on websites? Fashion Week, catalogs?
No,
We just
not at all.
saved the rest of your life by doing it wrong.
A lot of these sites will use old castings to lure you in. They'll put up stuff
Clickbait,
that's already been shot 6 months ago, a year ago. So it's fresh in your mind, but the project is fully done. You know,
Right.
so
And they'll never book a freelance for Oscar De La
that's how
Renta.
they
They
get
just won't do it.
that's how they get
Yeah.
you. So to get you to sign up because it's a job, it's a show or a movie that you know is coming. So you
Mhm.
think they're still shooting it, but that's been done a year ago. It's done. They're just using that name to get you in.
It's like
Yeah.
So you can-
9 using Cobra Kai right now. Okay,
I-
continue.
Yeah.
Did I say that out loud? I did. Let's continue. How would you dress her? She's 5'11". Let's say she changes her hair color.
Yeah, she's got to change her hair color. I would put her in a lot of fashion. It doesn't
Okay.
have to be those designers I mentioned. I would put her in a lot of pants,
Zara.
just high-end sportswear to mimic. What you can do is you can mimic Michael Kors and Oscar and Zach Posen because you know they're expensive. It's 4,500 for a dress, and you can mimic that by using higher end sportswear designers like Zara and Uniqlo and other things to give that effect of YSL or Zach Posen or Oscar, and that's how I would dress her is mimic that so it goes in her book so people can tell okay she can wear high fashion. You know, we know this isn't an Oscar dress, but it looks like one, and that's fine.
Okay. So the essence of Oscar. Okay.
Exactly.
Now, as far as acting, I don't know if that's any interest to you. Ryan, could you book acting as well?
Probably she could probably be like the femme fatale or like you know the
It's my
you know
favorite. Yeah.
tempting secretary at the office. I don't really
Yes.
see you as a wife, like a wife role. I see you as
You're
kind
too
of
cute for a wife. Keep going.
I see you as
Yes.
kind of the girl taking the wife, taking the husband.
Oh, welcome to
Which
Model
is-
Garage. Just
Which
kidding.
is more of a
my
femme
God.
fatale role, which is a great role to have. They're always the nastier roles are always more fun to play.
Yeah.
So I see you doing that. But I would start with modeling. I really wouldn't start with acting because of your height. It could be a hard road.
Yeah, she's 5'2".
So it would be easier for you to get in with the modeling and then cross over because at 5'11", especially, it's hard to book jobs as an actress when you're that tall, especially when you're new and you have no background and you have no history. They would be weary to hire you. So I would start with modeling and focus on that and then cross over when there's a reason to cross over.
And as far as
Okay.
coast, New York for her because she's 5'11".
Yeah. And plus because she's pretty much already there.
Yeah, right down the street.
5 hours.
Yep.
5 hours down the street. Okay.
But if I drive in sports, it'll be 4 hours.
But you're considered a liability because you're far away, especially
Do
in
you
the
have
winter.
any
months. You may
relatives
or
or
may not
friends
show up.
in Manhattan or Brooklyn that you can stay with? Like if you had to stay for 3 days, could you do so?
Yes, my family, we're all from East Coast. We're all from upstate New York.
No. Do you have family in Manhattan or Brooklyn or Queens?
Yes.
If you had to go to castings 3 days in a row and not go 5 hours, 5 hours, not saying it's not worth it. We heard today from people that go 7 hours for 5 minutes, but
Yes.
okay, so you got
Okay.
your own photos done, probably based on photographers that you like their work.
Yeah.
Right? And
Mhm.
did you dress yourself? And then what did you
No,
do with these photos?
they
You
dressed
posted them on websites?
Yeah.
Okay.
I posted them on Instagram.
Okay. All right. But I'm glad you're here. I'm only beating you up because you do have a good look and you are 5'11" and you're very photogenic. But the problem
you.
is 13 years, you've left a lot of opportunities on the table. So kind of
For
like
sure.
a plane right now, you thought you were en route to Syracuse. We're gonna little
Mm-hmm.
deviation to get you to the end destination, but that's what you want. But here's what I want to tell you. Make a commitment. Somebody's at my door. Make a commitment and stick to it. Because 13 years, if you could have booked one job that paid 3,500, your rent would have been paid for in New York City.
Right.
It's hard to make 3,500. You'd have to work full time in Syracuse to make that kind of money you can make in one day. God gave you 5'11", you better work it. Sorry, Ryan. I forgot to do this now.
No, it's true. No, if you're 5'11" and have a fashion look, I don't know what you're sitting in Syracuse doing. I would never.
I would just so you guys know, we're going to announce it now. We're going to do a special event just in Syracuse, just to see if Ryan could handle himself. I once brought him to Walmart and he was very confused. Remember that time we went to Hallmark or Walmart during like a hurricane, Ryan? You and me?
Yes, I do remember.
Yeah, reality show. Okay, guys. Thank you, Desiree. You have a great look. So now
Thank
the
you.
question is, what are we going to do with it? We're going to get on track.
Next.
I have
No
to
more
inter-
waiting.
I have to interject. Ryan has spent a weekend in Syracuse. He and I judged a beauty
Oh,
contest
yeah,
in
that's right, that's right.
Syracuse.
He
Yeah, that's
didn't
right. I
leave the
was
hotel
judging a
bar.
beauty
It was like a
contest.
cruise ship. He didn't see Syracuse. He
No.
didn't go anywhere. Restaurant, bar, showcase.
I
Yeah.
just wanted to remind you of that weekend, Ryan, because that was a special weekend for us.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that.
It was that great. He forgot about it. Okay, cool. Let's keep
I
going.
was being
All right.
accosted by moms who pretty much wanted to
Pageant
sleep
moms.
with me to ensure their daughter's reign.
And that
I
worked
could have
out
been
for
a fly
none
on
of
the
them.
wall for that pageant.
I
Alex, cut him
mean,
some
they were
slack. It's Ryan.
pushy
He
moms.
expects more, Candace. Okay.
Pushy moms.
We've never dealt with those people. My child wants to be on Disney. Oh, great. Let's do it. Can your child act? No? Okay, bye. Okay, cool. All right, so we're gonna remove. Okay, cool. Thank you, Deneen. Let's see. When I want a chicken dinner, who am I gonna pick on next? Willow. Hi, Willow. Hi, Donna.
Hi,
I feel like I talk to your mom all the time. Okay, that's Spotlight. Okay. Talking about Disney, you're cute. You got that happy personality. And the best part is you can act. Okay, this is Willow and her mom, Donna. Okay, go ahead and introduce yourself very quickly.
Hi, I'm Willow Gillette. I am 14 years old and currently live in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Okay, Fort Philly. Okay, that's actually closer than Syracuse. How tall are you?
I'm 5'1".
5'1". Okay, so are you more interested in acting?
Yes.
Yeah, I can tell by your diction and your voice. So, and plus your size.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Keep going.
Yeah, no, that's a good thing. I can tell by
I
your
know.
diction.
I know. That's what I said. Not saying you're
Okay,
not cute.
so-
You are. You're very cute.
No,
Go ahead.
you're very marketable. You're very cute for sure. I can see you working. You have great skin. You have great look. You speak really nicely. You speak maturely. But you look your age. But I could probably see you playing older and younger at the same time. So that's a good thing. You could for sure be 17, but you can also be probably 12 as well. So that's a good thing. So you definitely have what it takes. Your look is great. So and at
She has good
5'1".
teeth.
that's
see
a
the-
good height for television. I mean, hopefully you hit at least 5'4", once you're done growing, 5'4", maybe 5'5", and that's a great height for actresses on television. So, if you can read well and you have a good reel and you have great headshots, I don't see why you can't work. Philly is not really a market, but New York is 90 minutes away, and I'm quite sure a New York agency would snap you up real quick.
Okay.
And her mom is super supportive, which is the best
Yeah.
part. Because even if you were 18 and still in high school, unless your mom or your legal guardian's going to go with you, you can't show up on set. And your mom already set up your Coogan account, which
Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna tell
gotta
you guys-
have some
Yeah.
sort of adult presence with you. Dad, mom, brother. It doesn't always have to be a parent. It just has to be someone that they allow to go
Yeah.
with you.
Now, one
Wait,
thing I kind of want to
Sometimes they're busy.
mention.
You could have a neighbor, it could be a cousin, it could be their friend. When I started modeling, I was 12. My mother never came with me. It was my mother's friend because she was busy.
Adore, such a good person.
So it was my mom's friend who came with me because she had other children to attend to. I'm the oldest, so there was other people to deal with, not just me.
Yeah. Now,
think
one
that-
thing I kind of wanted to tell everybody on this call was when I spoke to you and your mom was very adamant, kind of like the bad boyfriend syndrome. Sorry, guys, that you guys have spent so much money and so much time doing this. How did you end up on one of our calls?
Through Facebook.
Through Facebook. Okay, so you
But what
probably
did you
thought,
spend money on? Did you take acting classes, singing
Um,
classes, dancing classes?
she
Yes,
did
I-
take some classes, but she also did the showcases.
Okay, well that's unfortunate, but as long as some of your money was spent wisely, then you're on the right track. Don't focus on the negative. Like
Yeah.
if some of your money was spent wisely with good classes and
She
dance
got
classes,
classes that let her
and singing
here, and she has
classes,
photos. Yeah,
et cetera, then at least some of it's good. And now
usable.
you
Yeah.
can move to level 2, which is better photos, meet real agents at the next event, whatever one you're going to, and start from there and be happy that you're on a smoother road.
And one thing when I was talking to her mom didn't know what a Coogan account was. And I'm like, it's almost like going to the Porsche dealership and they're so willing to sell you a car, but yet no one's telling you need a license. You can't even go on set without a Coogan account. So like things like
You
that.
need one now.
Yeah.
That's definitely more of a past decade recent thing. So some people don't know what it is, but yeah, it's a
The
recent.
companies taking your money that
It's a
aren't really in the
recent,
business don't know what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a recent demand that under 18 actors have to and not so much models, but actors have to
Yeah.
have, and models too, but more definitely for sure actors. You kind of models can get away with it without one, but actors cannot. So
And she's ready now. That's what it's all about, being prepared. Because when you get that casting, you're like,
Yeah.
I got it. Yeah.
yeah, Coogan's kind of important. It was set up to protect children whose parents go a little crazy and start spending their money.
On those Chanel bags that we just mentioned. For
I
sure.
mean, because you'd be surprised. A lot of parents are, into this for their kids, but when that first $10,000 check hits your kid's account, people go crazy, and they're
Mhm.
like, "Oh, 10,000!
I made that kid. Yeah.
No.
But you're not allowed to. So that's what the reason for the Coogan account is that you're not allowed to. You may want those Valentino shoes, but
You use 15%.
your kid's gonna
Yeah.
have to physically buy them for you.
Yeah. I definitely
You
understand all-
can't purchase
Better
them
be
on
nice
your
to
own.
Donna. Okay.
Your kid's
Now,
gonna
Ryan, how would
physically
you
have to
dress
take out
her?
the money and go to the store and buy them for you.
How would you
Um,
dress her? The hair is okay,
Oh,
right?
the hair's okay. The hair's
It's fresh.
modern and urban and fresh, and a lot of girls wear their hair like that, and it's
Yep.
believable. It's fine. I would dress her. I would keep her 14. Lots of color, yellows, pinks, greens. Like I would keep her in denim and hoodies and crop tops. I have lots of smiles. Use those teeth. I'm sure you spent money on them. Use those teeth.
My favorite are the pageant
But,
kids with the flippers with the pretend
No,
teeth.
no, 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 no,
Remember
no
the
flippers.
full
Her
mouth?
teeth are real. You can tell, but they're just
They are
they're just
real.
they're worked on, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I would just use the teeth and keep her in denim, keep her in cute 14, 15-year-old stuff, and
Overall,
that's
work
it.
it out.
It wouldn't
Okay.
take that much. Maybe 1 or 2 shoots, and she'd be on her way.
Well, it's a good thing she's scheduled to go on 1 or 2 shoots. Cool. Okay,
Yeah.
now coast. She is Philly, so New York, Atlanta.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, New York.
Okay.
No, New York and Atlanta, but New York is great. She'd be great for New York because there is a shortage of intellectual Black girls who really can deliver that dialogue that's really strong. And I can just tell by the little bit of speaking to her that she can do it. And
Yeah,
there is
she's
a
an old
shortage
soul.
of that.
She knows her
So-
stuff. And I tested her.
Yeah.
She did a monologue. She got into character because her mom told me
Yeah,
she
no,
could act.
there's
I was like, I
there's
don't
a
care what your
shortage of
mama
that.
says. I care about if you can act. Yeah.
Yeah.
And her mom is super supportive. All right. See?
Thank-
Right path. Okay. Don't
Okay.
worry. I'm not going to make you do your monologue today. Okay, cool. Right. Hi, Donna. Okay. All right, cool.
Very good.
I just try to, I'm looking at everybody. I think that's all the time we have for today, Denise. Is that right?
Yeah, that is correct. That
We'll
is
do
all
more
the
model
time we have
garage
for
like
today.
tomorrow, but I get a good night's sleep and drink a lot of coffee before that. That way you guys now know that no one is safe from cold. Okay.
Awesome.
But even if we didn't call on you, I hope that you learned something from that.
Wait, that's all the time. Oh wait, it's been like 30 minutes, 45 minutes. Okay.
Don't
All
worry,
right.
Ryan.
I
We
know,
get to see you
Beyonce.
again
It's
tomorrow.
just a quick one. So if they come back tomorrow, we can't give it all away. This is not,
I
Yeah.
see. I see.
This is the
we
amuse
want them to come
bouche.
back tomorrow.
I see. I see. Okay.
You're that great. You're that much of a draw. We're gonna have a VIP section, a signature cocktail. We'll give you all the recipe tonight. Great.
A signature cocktail.
We did that once. We did a dinner party conversation.
think-
We created a drink and we sent guest speakers alcohol. It was fun. Right at the start of the pandemic.
I think
Remember that,
Ryan, I think you were at the office for that. That was our first big event, the first networking event that we did. We had champagne.
I was there, but I don't remember a drink.
That was because we had champagne.
Okay.
It was that good. I
It
think
was
I was
that
probably pregnant during that time. Okay. let's
Yeah.
continue.
All right.
Okay.
Awesome.
Okay. See you.
Well,
I'll see
thank
you guys
so much,
tomorrow.
Ryan.
Okay. See you.
See
Okay.
you
bye.
tomorrow.
Maybe you guys loved Model Garage. If you loved it, type loved it. What did you love most about that segment? And anybody want to talk tomorrow? If you do, type pick me. Because I'll see you tomorrow if you're here.
Yep.
Pick me, pick me.
Awesome. All right. So let's talk about where we've been, and don't go anywhere because I have a challenge for you. Oh, everyone's pick me. Loved it and pick me. Loved it and pick
It's
me.
like the
Awesome.
donkey in Shrek. Pick me, pick
Don't
me.
die with your song still inside you. Ooh, that's good. I like that.
Don't take it to the grave.
Oh,
Ah,
how are you? What are you doing with
that
your
dash? What are you doing with that dash?
That's going that I've heard that before, but that's going to like really stick with me.
I
All
think I'm
right.
just gonna sticky note and just put a dash and put it on my computer because every second counts.
Yep, it does. Make time for your dreams. I love that. That's
Mhm.
awesome.
Get
Well,
out of
guys, this-
Syracuse. That should be another one. Desiree.
I think Desiree wants to get out of Syracuse. We've had a
But it's been
conversation.
13 years of planning. Time for her to just do.
I'm a
She's gonna
planner
do it.
too. We
Yeah,
can talk.
she's on the right path. She's here.
All right. Well, this has been an amazing day. I promised y'all if you played full out all day, if you were all in, that you would be transformed. How many of you feel that transformation? How many of you feel wiser? You feel more inspired? You feel like you have that knowledge? How many of you are ready for tomorrow? Like, oh my gosh, you know what? And let me tell you something. If you thought today was awesome, wait until tomorrow. Okay, I'm going to give you a preview of tomorrow. And then I'm going to give you your challenge. And then we're going to call it a day. But this is what I want you to do before you do that. Tomorrow, I feel less of a thank you, Christopher. Christopher feels less like a deer in headlights. Thank goodness. But you probably feel like that little girl with the fire is like, have any of you ever seen that picture? I'll have it for you tomorrow. She's like, like she's getting like so much information. All right, let's talk about what we're going to do tomorrow. Then we're going to give you I'm going to give you your challenge, and I'm expecting you to break our Facebook in a little while. So tomorrow, what we're going to do, we're going to obviously do a review, right? We're going to talk about where we were today. Then we're gonna do one of my, I'm gonna do one of my favorite presentations tomorrow. It's called the Circle of Focus. How many of you feel like you got a lot of information thrown at you and you're like, whoa, where do I even start? Like, does anyone feel
I'm
like
sorry,
that?
can you do that again? 'Cause
Whoa, where do I even start? Right, I haven't even had coffee today, people. Tomorrow
It's
I'll
okay.
have
I've had
coffee.
enough for both of us.
So we're gonna talk about like circle of focus. We're gonna talk about like how do you maintain a job? How do you maintain all of these things that you do, but still do everything with excellence? And I'll give you a hint. It's all about the circle of focus. We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about the hero's journey or call for adventure. How many of you feel like you're being called out to this adventure in this thing called the entertainment industry? If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Because we're going to talk about that. Alicia and I are going to do a really cool new thing tomorrow. It's called Who Are They at Their Core Challenge? Because one of the dictators of success in this industry is not only your mindset, but you knowing why you're doing this. Because there are days where this is the most freaking amazing thing in the world when you have Brian O'Halloran on a call who you used to watch when you were in high school on Clerks, and he's like reaching out to you, asking you questions. Like that's pretty cool, right? But then there are other days where it's just like, I got rejected 50 times. I've done my self-tapes. I haven't heard anything. So knowing why you're doing this and having that core person come out, like being like having the core of you, knowing that this is built into every fiber of your being, that's really important. Okay. Oh, then we're gonna have we're gonna have one of our other favorite segments. We're gonna have Tanya Kleckner, SAG franchised agent, on here tomorrow. And Alicia, gonna put her on the hot seat.
Oh, tomorrow it's going to be lit. And just so you guys know, if you don't know what SAG-AFTRA is, SAG is Film, AFTRA's TV. She manages the showrunners for Walking Dead, Stranger Things, Grey's Anatomy, Outer Banks, All American, Tim Burton's Wednesday. So like your favorite shows, she manages the stars. So, and she doesn't do open calls. The only way you're going to meet her is through a company like ours, because she knows that we're going to vet each and every one of you. Make sure you have the personality to handle this, because that's important.
Not only that, we're going to make sure that she can see dollar signs when she sees you.
Yeah, because agents only get paid when you book the job. So we're going to go over what it takes to actually get an agent and start getting real castings, especially now that they're shutting down all the fake websites. Praise Jesus. That makes me so happy. Bye.
Bye.
So.
Yep. So Alicia's going to put Tanya on the hot seat. We're going to talk about how many of you know that there's a framework for success that every major actor follows. We're going to go over that framework for success tomorrow, and you're also going to crave some apple pie. You'll all be mad at me for that one. How many of you know that Zoom is awesome, but being in person is awesomer? We're going to talk about how you can
Awesomer? I love that.
Yeah, it's even awesomer. And I know that's not a word for any of you grammar Nazis. It's more awesome. It's more amazing. It's phenomenal. All right. But being on Zoom is great. You learn a lot, but there's something to be said for meeting people face to face, being in person, actually taking the knowledge that you've gained today, putting into action and gaining wisdom out of it. How many of you know that wisdom is what you need? And the way you get wisdom is by experiencing that, is doing this live in person. We're going to talk about how you can do that tomorrow. Then we're also going to have one of our amazing friends, Bobby Finaro from The Sopranos. He's going to come on. He's going to talk to you about his acting career. He's going to give you more real life tips on acting. And then at the end of the day, we're going to have Mr. Ryan Colby come back, and he's going to evaluate even more of you tomorrow. So today was amazing. You guys, what I want you to do tonight is I really want you to think about how far you've come. I want you to think about what you've learned, just the things that you've learned. And what I want you to do is, your challenge is this. If we can share the link to the Facebook group in the comments, that would be amazing. Your goal is this. I want you to do the 1357 selfie. The 1357 selfie. You know why? Because that's you growing wiser. You grew wiser today. You invested a lot more than 13 minutes and 57 seconds today, but you grew exponentially in wisdom. All right. So I want the 1357 selfie, put that into the Facebook group. And tomorrow we reconvene here at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm not going to do the math. You were all here on time, so you can all do your own math in your own time zones. But today was amazing, but tomorrow is going to be even more amazing. Today is the foundation day. We laid the foundation for everything that you need to know. Tomorrow is transformation day. Tomorrow is the day where we take this and we build upon it. Are you guys ready to build upon your career?
Look
How
at
many of
this.
you are
Kaylee
ready to
Clay,
make-
Look at this. Talk about starts from a Zoom. This is just today. Huge modeling job. But yet she
Oh,
came on
Kaylee.
here and like
That's
so
awesome.
nervous. It was something that she dreamt about, but she had to take action.
Yep.
And most of all, she needed a roadmap, people that can actually put her in the right direction.
Yep.
Step by step by step by step. And now she's booking so much work. I'm so proud of her.
Tomorrow we start at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I saw that question. Everyone say, I will be here tomorrow at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. You don't have to type that. That's a lot to type at the end of the day, but you
And it's
could
the
type
same link as
10:45.
today, guys. Same link.
Same link, same time, same bat channel. And guys, we're looking for people who want to be successful, even more successful. Literally, our goal for 2024, which I didn't tell you earlier, is this. We want to get the greatest number of talent signed to major agencies that we ever have. And that's a lofty goal for us because we've had a lot of people signed. So how many of you are ready to be our next success story? If you are, type success in the comments. Elizabeth, you have been such a vibe all day. Like your energy has not wavered at all. I love it. That's awesome. All right, guys. So tomorrow morning, 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, same link. We will see you here. Do not be late because we're going to be watching. And I'm excited to see you all. And I can't wait to see all of your selfies. All right, guys. Thank you so much for being here. You guys have an amazing night. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Guys, check out Chuck. You guys may want to check out Chuck tonight. You got Chuck. What else do we got?
Clerks 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, yeah.
Chasing
Clerks
Amy.
1, 2, or 3. Or you could go on Netflix right now, and if you have kids, Barbie's Life in the Dream House, or Saturday Night Live tonight. We have one of our friends who's the head writer, Dakota Johnson's on tonight, and Justin Timberlake is back tonight, Saturday Night Live, NBC.
You can always watch the replay of that because you have to be here at 10:45 tomorrow.
I know, but it's okay. In the background, it's fine while you're getting ready for bed. All right,
All right,
guys. Thank
guys.
you for coming. Thank
All
you for
right,
leaving.
have a great
good day. Do your homework. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Bye, everybody.
Good night.
Bye, Deneen. Thank you.
Bye. You're
Bye,
welcome.
Solange. Bye, Desiree. Bye, Willow. Bye, Stacy. I'm just kidding. Bye, everybody.
I'm ending this. Bye. We'll do
No, you
that
hang up.
tomorrow.
No, you
Bye,
hang up.
guys.